What are we talking about? Come on, man. 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 How many push-ups you want to do here, pal? Oh, come on, man. Why the hell would I take a test? Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. What is he doing? Come on, man. Give me a little break here. But everybody knows who this guy is. Come on, man. Come on. Come on, man. Get a life.
Come on, son.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Come on, man. I mean, come on, man. Come on, man. You're making money. Come on. I mean, come on, man. Come on.
Don't do drugs. If you're doing it, stop it. Get some help.
It's funny because I put with Mandrell on there. He's not here. But good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. This is Critically Drinking. I'm your host, Rashawn, as usual. But I'm here with Yellow Pill Coffee Co. in the building. Mandrell may be joining us within the hour. What is up? Wally First Media, man. What's up with you, my guy? What's up? I'm doing a quick audio check. Things sound like they are coming through just fine, so I can take that out now. Let's go. Give me a second to reorient here. Don't pay attention to that. Don't pay attention to that. I just want to pull up my channel so I can moderate in case I need to. Uno momento por favor. Remember, how you feeling, Yellow Man? How's everything going with you, bro? There we go. Am I here? I can't hear you. Am I tripping?
No, you not. I was muted.
What's going on, my guy?
All good, man. All good. Just had to get into the football spirit with the come on, man.
Yeah, come on, man. Come on, man. Yeah, now listen, y'all. Mandrell, he had been, around our spaces, me, Yella, Bree, and he's very opinionated. He's got a strong opinion, and he's always talking about manhood and masculinity. So I'm like, this would be a good thing to handle with Mandrell. Let's tackle some of these masculine, manhood topics. But today something popped up, and I was like, you know what? I really want to tackle this because it taps into manhood. So what I actually have planned, I'm going to have to push back. If Mandrell can participate, that'd be great. If not, we got my people already on board. We got Quiet Bree, who may pull up, who may not, but she's always down for the conversation. We got Yellow Pill right here. What's up? What the funk? Got your popcorn ready. Tom Brady for the win. You wish. But I want to tackle some topics centering around masculinity and manhood because right now I think we're in a bit of a trick bag, man. We're in a little trouble spot. I think we've lost our direction and we've unfortunately adopted a lot of problematic leadership models. So I do want to point that out. I have a few videos that I want to show so that you can see what I'm talking about is problematic, especially in the male community, in male spaces, the conversation, the lingo, just the thought processes. I just want you to be able to see what I see. That way, if you see it, if you see something, you can say something because it's a problem. I had arguments and discussions with Bree about men being unsafe. And I'm like, me and Yellow both had this conversation. Like, nah, you can't be talking about the average dude. The average dude, nah, we're safe. We're safe. Like, nah, y'all little suspects. Well, I got kind of evidence that we're a little suspect because we'll back up the predators. We'll back up the animals. We'll back up the pimps, the pushers, the all of it. We'll back them all up and support them to whatever end it goes to. However far we need to go, whatever excuses we need to make. I'm seeing us do it real time. So I want to point that out, man, because we got problems. So hey, we got Bree. We got Inya in the building passing through. Thank you for the lovely mod message. Give me a second. Let me pull that up. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the conversation. Please be respectful to the host, and you ain't got to be respectful to me. And guests, we can handle ourselves. If you can't be respectful during a conversation that may trigger you, you will be blocked forever. That's what the mods say. And I got a lot of mods, man. But when you heard about, I'm gonna play some videos, man. We're mostly talking about Andrew Tate and Austin Holliday. The lens through these guys right there. What did you think when you heard about some of the things going on? Truth.
To be honest with this whole Andrew Tate thing is just another happening for like, if he was nobody, this would be nothing. You know what I'm saying? And I think it's just, I'm not excusing this behavior, but you know, at first the initial thought was, let's just figure out if it's true or not. Now apparently there's been some videos or whatever. I ain't seen it yet, but it's been some videos or whatever where he didn't say some things, you know what I'm saying, that kind of insinuated a few instances and situations that might not be too good in his favor. But I still haven't seen them also, so I can't judge what he said or not. You know what I'm saying?
Got you. All right, well, let me set the tone real quick because I saw this, man. I was scrolling. It's a channel I'm not subscribed to, but because I look at a lot of the gender-based discussion, the algorithm brought this to me. Like Kevin is go. I wish I had the sad music like O'Shea do. Kevin is gone. Tate is in jail. Austin is banished. Speaking up for me, and isn't an easy job. Support black male media. I saw that. I'm like, man, come on, man. It said this is the gender version of civil rights. We better be very serious about who delivers this message and how we support them. Now, I'm sorry, y'all. Andrew Tate is unsupportable at this point. He didn't understand the power of shutting the fuck up. Thank you. What the funk is this? Shutting the funk up. He didn't understand. He didn't understand what's that? What they say all the time. He didn't understand the mission. Whatever. I was like, yo.
He didn't understand the assignment.
Didn't understand the assignment. That's the one. Hold up. I'm about to play some stuff from I've been preached, because this is where we start. For me. It's called self-snitching. Now real quick before I play this, because this is YouTube and this is a major content creator. This video may get stopped. I don't know. I have no idea, with the copyright stuff, but I really want to point this stuff out. What I really want to point out is at the 11-minute mark. So I do have the links, unlike a lot of people. I put the links to the videos I'm going to point to in the description. So anything you want to see in full, you can go and check it out at your own time. But what I'm going to do now, so Yella, when you want to check this out, because they show this, I guess it's an attorney guy that breaks out some stuff.
And before we start, right?
Yeah, what's up?
Right, before we start, Abba, preach. Let us slide, G. Let us get this one, all right? You know what I'm saying? let us slide, G. We good. We bros. Like, you know what I'm saying? We good bros. You know what I'm saying? Let a bro be a bro and let us go. That's all I can.
You said you need to put up that, you done fucked up clip and have it as a clip you can hit when you want. I like that. Now they have this guy, I guess, presumably an attorney. I don't remember, but he's looking at the different charges and documents present. But I want you to hear something that Abba and Preach get into when they're talking about the self-snitching part.
Character and cannot be taken into account since the defendant exhibits the same attitude in the relations with the injured persons and is evident from the content of the conversations that are in these criminal prosecution files.
Basically, the judge like, nah, the way you act in real life is how you're talking about these videos. So I'm not going to not use them as evidence. I cannot use them as evidence because they match. Let's get to the transcripts. Because people are saying...
Wait, you got more?
Oh, man. When I say, listen, and just a pro tip, if you're a criminal watching, do not use WhatsApp, okay? Do not use WhatsApp to do any of your criminal activity. They keep a record. There are records, there are logs. It's easily traceable. Okay?
Bro, I'm going to tell you this. Don't use your phone. Do not use your phone. I'm talking about, I've had friends that were in instances where they crossed the borders and they have certain software that could tap in your phone and get the deleted items. You can always go get the deleted items. So that's the reason why they have burner phones. Don't use your phone. Actually, you have to use a phone, crack it, and keep on going. You know those flip phones? That's pretty much what you would have to use.
All right.
So, yeah, I digress.
That's because motherfuckers don't clear their trash out.
Here's what I'm saying, though, Yella. Here's what I'm saying. You have two high-profile content creators talking about a man accused of sex crimes, a man who self-proclaims how to basically set up a prostitution ring, but it's based upon not direct prostitution, but cam girls, but getting them to fly out to wherever and basically having them set aside where they can't really make too many choices. There's some threats of force, which we can play the video in a minute. But on that conversation, you as a normal guy cannot start instructing men on how to get around the law. In this conversation, if any, you cannot start talking about, well, don't use WhatsApp. Matter of fact, don't use your phone. Matter of fact, you need to get a burner phone. Especially when we're talking about somebody who would be preying upon weak or vulnerable populations. We can't have that, man. That cannot be a model of masculinity. That can't be a part of the conversation. We can't be instructing people how to get away with crimes, especially at this level. Don't use your phone. As a matter of fact, you should be saying don't do the crime. If there's something that you need to hide, if there's something that you're doing that's so messed up that you need burner phones, that you're crossing borders, that's not something we need to be involved in. The conversation, hey, reach out to us. Maybe we can help you find a better way now that we're building something. We got a platform. Maybe we can put some people on. Maybe you have a skill that can be used in a positive way. Why are we pulling each other up? Why are we trying to help each other do dirt? That's got to be a come on, man. That's got to be a come on, man. Right there on I've Been Preached. Right there. I'm going to go back and play so you hear some of the stuff they say. But we can't keep going on like that. He wanted to show that he was in the know. Yeah, it's way too many men trying to show they about that life or used to be. We can't keep trying to project the male ego to be tough and the man and the dude where it's damaging ourselves, it's damaging women and children, it's damaging our communities, therefore the world. We can't keep showing up like this. And we got the predator, Andrew Tate, who's talking about flying people out, saying he loves them to get them out there. And they show a lot of stuff, and I'm gonna let that play. If it gets taken down, it gets taken down. I'm gonna let that play, Yellow, so you can hear what the judge and I've Been Preached talk about. I'm gonna let that play in a second. But if that's the case, if that's the predator, we can't then go behind and clean up for the predator. We can't go hiding his bodies. That can't be something we do, ever, like ever. That has to be off the table. I appreciate you, What the Funk, for being here, man. I love seeing you, my guy. But let me go back to the beginning for you, man, so you can hear what, man, because there's some stuff. Tate is in some stuff, and then we're gonna go on to Austin Hollerman and I think Playback. They had something too.
In Romania, some people say he's innocent, other people say he's guilty. And you guys remember us? We said wait till the evidence comes out, and we'll find out. Well, a lot of evidence has been coming out. That prosecutor's office in Romania has been leaking a lot. And
how can you be a prosecutor's office and leaking that much?
Let's always do it. They do it on purpose.
Yeah,
they leak what they want to the press. You have to understand,
it's a whole game.
Winning a case for them is not just winning a case. There's a lot of ego involved. These people want to win these big cases. But when the FBI says it's got a 96, 98 conviction rate, the reason why is because they like that shit on their resume. They take on cases they know they're going to win, and they only put forth the case when they know they're going to win. Yeah. And so this kind of thing right here, have you seen what they leaked?
No, I haven't seen what they leaked.
Listen, they didn't prosecute Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate prosecuted Andrew Tate. My homie was self-snitching.
Oh, that bad.
Watch the tape.
No, basically,
watch the tape.
Trafficking, we have three things: force, fraud, or coercion.
Real quick, man, I just wanted to welcome, Mandrell, man, appreciate you for being miscommunication. I realized when I looked back at the text message that I put 2 p.m. I do believe Mandrell is Central Time. So that's a bad on me. Just want to own up to that. So that's a come on, man, on myself, man.
Not a problem. Not a problem. Hello, fellas. How y'all doing?
My bad. I keep forgetting everybody's not East Coast, man.
Not a problem.
My bad. But let me play this video real quick. We are talking, just to catch you up, man. That's my fault. we are talking about right now the Andrew Tate situation. Abba and Preach talked about not self-snitching, to use burner phones and all this stuff. And I'm like, that's got to be a come on, man. We cannot be on the major platforms advocating and teaching people how to be better criminals, especially if somebody's accused of certain types of crime. That cannot be our talking point right behind it in any capacity. We have to be more responsible. We have to be more responsible than to do that. We can't hide the bodies for them.
Yeah, but how many people actually know what a burner phone is? Let's be honest.
Most people.
No, I wouldn't say that. You would say so, Yella? You say most people?
Yeah, most people watching this content would.
All right, fair enough. But I met some morons out there who just don't know anything and have the nerve to go out there and commit crimes. And I'm just like, all right, cool.
And and that's even further to the point. If you met some morons that go out there and are idiots and are going to be stupid criminals, don't instruct them to make them better criminals, especially when you're talking about sex crimes that are preying upon children or vulnerable women or anything of that nature, even men. Sex, I mean, any kind of crime that's preying upon vulnerable populations. I think we should not instruct people on how to be smarter criminals. I mean, would you agree with that?
Absolutely. You can't help them. You know what I'm saying? No, you shouldn't help them and instruct them to be better criminals. I get what you're saying, and I do agree with you. You do have to be more responsible, because some people are going to listen to what you say, and they're going to go out there and try this stuff. And little do you know, you unwittingly did help them. So, and innocent as what Evan and Preach were doing, I gotta say you're right. They do have to be more responsible than that. I mean, you kind of giving them the recipe to the secret sauce. If people aren't smart enough to figure this kind of stuff up out on their own, and they use the data, they're going to use the data to commit crimes, I'm not going to help them.
Yeah. I'm going to play this, but because, again, this is another large platform content creator, I'm probably going to intermittently move us to the big screen and then bring the video back up for like stints. But everybody should still hear the audio.
Or it's obviously that's like being in chains and, not being allowed to leave. Fraud being kept there under false pretenses. If there's an element of fraud in the way that you are enticing somebody or keeping somebody in a particular position to work for you, and if it's in the sex business, that's sex trafficking or coercion. Let's kind of look at one of his very first videos that he did. These are his words, not my words.
When you say webcam company, people assume, oh, it's just a sex fest. But in reality, it's a shitload of people management. The HR category of the webcam business is the largest and most important thing. You're effectively taking girls, teaching them how to make unlimited money from home, and then making sure they give it all to you. Your goal is to inspire a girl to make money. So the way you're going to do that is you have to have some element of influence, and you're going to have that element of influence through her respecting you, looking up to you, and her believing she needs you. And this is extremely important, because at the beginning, she will need you, but then she won't need you. But you have to keep that fallacy, keep that dream alive.
Fallacy, that's his word. And what is fallacy? Fraud.
That's a pimp. That's
yes,
exactly what a pimp does.
That's all he is.
I've known him for a long time.
Real quick.
Straight street pimping is completely, in fact, no, it's not a completely different game. The psychological aspect is the same. She can't do this without you, to ensure that she doesn't do it without you. In the beginning, she can, but there'll become a point she can't. But you being here, it synergizes this teamwork energy. We're going to do this together. Yeah, you go on the camera. Don't worry. I'll talk to the guys. I'm going to talk to them. We're a team. Happy, positive teamwork. There's no negative energy in this business.
You imagine you talking to this hot blonde girl and you webcam with her and you send
I'm going to try to keep Abba and Preach off the screen since they using somebody else's content. I could probably show that, but I'm going to try not to show them too much.
You thought you were talking to a bitch named Mercedes. Turned out it's a nigga obsessed with Bugattis.
I'm just
pause that, but y'all heard that part so far, right? And I see True saying the video is jumping, but I got it playing on another screen and it's working fine on my side, so just double check. But what y'all think about that first part? Because even Preach was like, that's pimping.
Well, I said this before, like before I even saw the Evan Preach video, I was saying that when I saw what he was saying there, because I did see the video. I mean, because it was everywhere. You couldn't help but see it, I was like, oh, he's just a pimp. That's all. He's just a pimp. You know, I mean, I've never understood pimping. Like, why would a woman give you? Why would the woman go out there and be in the streets and take the danger and the risk and give another person all of the money? You know what I mean? They say it's for protection and everything, but at the same time, the ends didn't justify the means for me. I do not understand it. But that's what he's doing. And the trafficking part, I don't know, man. I don't see trafficking yet. Unless the prosecution comes with some data that they haven't released yet. As long as those ladies can leave whenever they want to, I don't see how it's trafficking. Plus, they're on the live. If they're in danger, she's live. Hey, help me. That was such and such address in this country. I can't get out. Help. You're live. I mean, help me understand this, fella.
So real quick, man. So all that, man. Just so if somebody got you, you're across country by yourself amongst a group of people who you have no clue what their capacity is, and they have you on camera in the middle of Romania, and they put you on camera, you're gonna feel comfortable yelling for help. How long would it take for help to get to you? And how messed up would you be by the time help got there?
Listen, if you're in that kind of danger, dude, I've learned you got to take your chances. If you're in that kind of danger, what's the worst that can happen? You know what I mean? I mean, you could be. That's the absolute worst. But I mean, if that's the kind of life you're living, what's the difference?
You're alive. You're alive versus dead. That's the difference.
Are you though?
Most people make a far better. I will say, I'm not going to say better. Most people, even people that are attempting suicide, a lot of them have a desire to want to live. They just probably don't know how to continue living. So a lot of people who are even contemplating leaving this earth desire to live. They just have something that's making them, I don't know how to keep going. I'd rather stop, but I wish I could. You know what I'm saying? So there's a desire, that's human survival, the want to survive puts people in some amazing places.
That's true. Human beings can be extremely resilient given the circumstances. And when it comes to self-preservation, yeah, we can do some pretty amazing things, you know. However, listen, like I said, unless the prosecution, now where are they going to get him at is in Texas. I was listening to the video and I was like, okay, this is deplorable. I'm not with it. I can't stand to hear the guy talk now. It had gotten to that point where I couldn't stand to hear the guy talk. But I'm still waiting to hear a crime. You know, unless the crimes in Romania are different, unless the laws in Romania are very different. But then you start talking about those Texas. I said, see, buddy, that's where they got you. That's where they got you. I mean, I don't know. So I want to know. I'm just waiting to hear definitive proof that he is doing what he's accused of being doing. I don't want to throw that kind of accusation on anybody out of hand and just on hearsay, because that's something that you can't play around with in my book. So if that's what he's doing, he deserves to do some time, and he deserves to do every second. You know, but on this one, I'm just like, yeah, see, that's a big one. Innocent until proven guilty for me. But the evidence so far, Arshawn, I'll tell you my honest opinion, it don't look good. It don't look good. It does not look good.
Yeah.
Just from what I saw, it was, bruh. If I'm in the jury, you better have a hell of a defense attorney, man. Because
I'll put this caveat on there, but there's a lot of leaks, and I'm not hearing any like pushback on all these leaks. I mean, Truth said the video looks like it's altered. You watch his eyes jumping. That part, if I'm finding out that all the things that people are putting out here are doctored documents, doctored video, obviously we've been lied to. But if those things are coming out of his mouth or what he's saying, he's just recontextualized pimping to make it sound palatable, to make it sound
but it doesn't even sound palatable. That's the thing. The way he's delivering it, it does not sound palatable to me. It still sounds just as sleazy. He makes pimping sound sleazy.
No, it's sleazy, but the words he's using sanitized words.
Yeah, but if you if you ever watch the Players Ball or the Pimp's Ball or something like that, they make pimping sound nice.
Yeah. Okay.
Him, on the other hand, I'm like, yeah, I don't want nothing to do with that. But you watch Pimp Till It Holds Down, or you watch the Players Ball or whatever. It's like, yo, this is, that sounds clean. But that's because they have, pizzazz. They have, charisma. This guy's just, he's just a brick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're gonna play some more of this because we're gonna play about the next 7 minutes of this because they go through a lot of stuff.
That's why.
And again, I'm gonna try to keep Auburn preach off the screen. I'll bring it up when the dude comes back.
I'm his face is because the amount I didn't realize how much foot and mouth could contain.
Oh, he's fucking up. Oh, they got all the receipts on this guy. And it gets worse.
You have to be positive. So by you typing for the girl, you maximize your money, and also she believes she needs you, which is extremely important. Another reason you use Chatterbait is because they will pay you in Bitcoin. And this is amazing because you've all seen the thought audit shit that's going on. You've all seen the fucking legalities of banking. Trying to get money out of these sites into your bank without paying a shitload of tax is actually very difficult.
See, it's that whole avoiding taxes. And it's not legal to do that.
So in the last 6 months, Chatterbait have released the Bitcoin option. So they'll pay you in Bitcoin. Tax is also another important element for controlling the woman. You're not going to pay anybody tax because you're getting paid in Bitcoin. So you don't need to pay tax to anybody. Tell your girl that you're paying the tax because girls are lazy and girls are stupid and girls don't understand how taxes work. So the girl's working with you and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, we made this much money, but I'm going to pay the tax to make sure we don't get in trouble. She'll sit there and go, okay. Now that allows you to do two things. One, it's another control element. I work with him, my tax is not a problem. If I do it alone, I have to deal with taxes. Taxes are complicated. It allows you to pay her a smaller percentage. So I used to pay my girls 30%. So for every $10,000 they made, I give them 3, and I keep 7. They thought they were on 50%. And I said that the disparity is because of taxes. So you're on 50%, we get to pay the tax first, and then it's 50-50. So really you're paying 30, you tell them you're paying 50, difference is in the tax. That's where the disparity lies, taxes. If they don't believe you, they want to get fresh or whatever, print out some tax forms. I see this all the time. I just print out some random tax forms and say, yeah, sign here, sign this. What is it? It's for the tax. You want to pay the tax or not? Ooh, okay, and they just sign away. They don't know what fucking signing. Let's throw them away afterwards. But they think something's happening. Something real is happening. Nothing's happening except media by page.
So we started. All right, he's already admitted to tax evasion and fraud.
I mean, it's not a mission. He's
this is not listen to this nonsense. Teaching people.
That's what he's teaching. He doesn't mean he's doing that now.
Dude,
I'm just
I've never traded a single Bitcoin ever, and I know some shit like that don't sound right.
Yeah, I looked into that at one point, Yella, because I was looking at having people like making that an option for people to pay me in Bitcoin for my one of my companies, and yeah, the way that and the techniques are so messed up. Like, say you pay me in Bitcoin and you pay me, say, and that Bitcoin at the time is worth $10. But by the time I get it and report it on my taxes, it is now worth $40. Mm-hmm. I have to pay taxes on the difference of value. I don't have to pay it on the $10 what it was worth when you first gave it to me. I have to pay it on the $40 increase now. That's the tax I have to pay. So I lose money. You lose money by paying taxes on Bitcoin. So no, you do in fact have to pay taxes on Bitcoin, on eCoin, people. Electronic currency. You do all of it.
He going down, period.
Yeah, that's what they got. That's what they got. They got him on that, if nothing else.
Yeah.
If that's what he's really doing, they got him.
Yeah, and if he used them women to do it, shit, then that's trafficking.
And fraud, because he's scamming them out of their percentages.
Coercion.
All kinds of stuff. I mean, it keeps getting worse. Like you said, it keeps getting worse. It keeps getting worse. I mean, threats of violence are coming. So buckle up.
I'm just sitting here.
It's a very hard.
Like, what in the first 48 is we watching? Like, this is that level of just telling. Like, you know, he sound like right now. This nigga sound like the Bond villain. He's doing his. This is when he was doing his Bond villain speech.
Mm-hmm.
He felt like he won. He felt like he was ahead of the game. Nobody could touch him, and he was telling the whole plan. You know what I'm saying?
The villain monologue.
Yeah. This is why being that character don't work. There's a level of blind arrogance that goes along with being that character.
The ego, man. The ego gets you.
That
Ego's gonna get you.
You know what I'm saying? That will, how can I put it? It's like the Joker. You know what I'm saying? No matter how smart and creative you think the Joker is, he always get caught. Because it's that blind arrogance. You know what I'm saying? It's just, this is crazy, bro. That's why I'm glad I didn't watch. I'm glad I didn't watch it till now. This is like my initial reaction to all of this shit.
Yeah.
It's like a confession.
I think this is an older video before he started blowing up on the Manosphere stuff. I mean, just based on that hairline, you know, that based on that little fake hairline thing.
Yeah,
I think this is before he blew up on the Manosphere.
Yeah, he ain't let it go all the way.
Yeah, this was before that when he was still doing his cam business. He wasn't making it up as Top G in Hustler University. So I think this something he was doing early on.
Yeah, there's some how to rob type shit. You know what I'm saying?
OJ, if I did it.
Yeah, there's some if I did it type shit. No, this like some, you know what I'm saying? Dude, is this what he's selling his Hustler University?
He was giving courses on this.
Yeah. In fact, this video is from one of his courses. Duh. Like when you buy his course, this is one of the videos in the course that you see. So that's how they got it. Yella, I know you hadn't seen this one, but Yella, have you seen the Vice piece that they did on the piece that Vice did on him? Have you seen it, Arshawn?
I might have. I don't know. I've seen quite a bit in a few different places.
You remember this because he has people come to this seminar or men's get together or whatever, Yella.
Okay, that doesn't sound familiar now.
And they're paying this guy, Yella, get this, $5,000 a piece to come to this man get together where he teach you how to be men. I'm listening to this guy talking, the way he's moving, and the business is in like this is the business is fine. You want to do cam girls? It's not something I'm gonna get into, but the way he's treating the ladies and what he's doing, that's neither alpha nor manly. There's nothing about this. It screams to me, top tier man. I mean, you can be a top tier man and be broke as a joke, but if you're a man of honor, you got your integrity. There's a line that you won't cross. You got to have principles. You know what I'm saying? And this guy clearly doesn't have many, if he has any.
And if I gotta say, man, on MLK Day, y'all, we have to start asking the men show up with quality content of character. We gotta start looking for character. I mean, all the other stuff people are trying to select off of, the people are trying to point to as what a man should be. If it doesn't involve character, I think we should reject it. It's gotta be about character. As humans, anything that we're looking for in manhood, if we're looking for somebody to teach our boys, if we're looking for a partner, man or woman, we need to be looking for character. All this other stuff, we gotta let it go, man. All the superficial stuff, all the bravado and acting out, and all that weird stuff we keep falling for, man. Somebody acting like a one of the Real Housewives, or a dude is acting like Andrew Tate. We gotta stop going for performance pieces. We gotta start looking for, like you said, integrity, care. We gotta start pulling from that. That's gotta be what we develop.
Integrity don't get you likes, bro.
And that's fine. And we gotta stand on that. So either we want to be likable, or we want a world that functions. I mean, which one do we want? And I know I didn't greet you because we had the video playing. And hey, how you doing? Hey, lady. But frauds and facades are the new flex. Absolutely. And we gotta quit supporting it. And when they do something, we can't put them in a list like they're the great leadership. Like Kevin died. Andrew Tate got locked up. But we can't put all these people in the same box. Because I'm not sorry. Kevin Samuels was not accused of tax evasion and trafficking.
Yeah,
Like,
Kevin at least paid his taxes. I mean, that one. I was like, like I said, as it was coming on, I was like, I'm still waiting to hear crime. It's sleazy and deplorable, and it's low character stuff. I'm still waiting to hear crime though. But then they start talking about them taxes. I was like, ooh, if they don't have you anywhere else, they got you right there. And then I heard more about with the girls and stuff like that. I was like, ah. And you know, you were right, Arshawn. The more you hear about it, it gets worse and worse and progressively worse. Man. And I'm like, yeah, it might be curtains for him.
And threats of violence. I can't speak on the laws in Romania. He's probably there because it's more permissible. It's probably a lot more exploitative. You can probably do a lot more in Romania than you can.
The Romanians would beg to differ.
Maybe they will. That's probably why they arrested him. That's probably why they arrested him.
Right. The Romanians would beg to differ. Let me tell you, man. They've made plenty of videos and like coming out answering to this. Like, no, our laws aren't like that. We don't allow that kind of stuff here. Where did you get that? Well, Andrew Tate said, who's Andrew Tate? You know, like it gets to that. But no, I don't think there's any country really that you know, even in like North Korea, unless you're Kim Jong-un, or, you know, you ain't doing it. He can, you're not. You know what I'm saying? But it's no. Just everything about this dude. No. Listen to Yella if you want to learn how to be a man. Let Yella tell you. I mean, you'd be way better off. Yella, they'd be way better off listening to you, bro.
Don't listen to shit I gotta say.
Why? What?
Don't listen to shit I gotta say. And nobody finna sit up talking about some because Yella told me that this is the way to get my shit is strictly for entertainment.
No, I got you. No problem.
For real. And that's what this should have been. Like, I don't take nothing. I've never consumed any like semi-serious content involving Andrew Tate. Like, I might have seen him on a couple like Fresh and Fit episodes and shit, but like some Vice shit or I probably didn't even watch none of his shit, like his podcast or his content and nothing like that.
I haven't either.
Yeah, so I don't, and that's why like it's cool. It's cool if you and the man at a certain place, because everybody be in their place, man. When you need to hear some shit, and I'm of a different kind of man, bro. If as a man listening to Andrew Tate say his stupid shit keep you out the gutter and keep you from doing some shit to yourself, then I would rather you take that step to just listen to it and you might be just be a jerk. Don't actually go follow through with some shit. The world ain't gonna stop you from being some jerks. But if that's keeping you above ground, cool. But at the same time, man, motherfuckers will watch some videos with some people and fall right off into their mess. I never understood it. Like even with Kevin Samuels, right? Like you would get some points, but I understood that the person I was watching on the screen is nothing but a man.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a leader. He's not my leader. He's not an elder. None of that. He's a man just like me. And 9 times out of 10, he's talking from lived experience and some studies. That's because I don't believe that nobody got with no stats. I'm sorry, this might be my little rant right here, but it's kind of like my PSA on why not to really, like, not even me, Take me for some good points, because I'm probably gonna say some shit along the line that you're gonna disagree with.
Mm-hmm.
So, I regular ass dude. That's all motherfuckers be talking to me about that shit. I'm a regular ass nigga who made my own mistakes. And like I said, if I do get up and it be some shit, I'm gonna be right there looking down the camera, giving y'all my YouTube ass apology video, and we gonna keep it moving. Shit, that's what the fuck it is. Because everybody, and I don't give a fuck what y'all say, everybody got some shit on them that if they found it out about you, you'll be looking goofy as hell right now. You'll be giving that same as YouTube pop. Yeah, I just want to let y'all know that I made some mistakes. I should just record it now and have it ready. If I ever plan on ever being something, it's gonna happen. So shit.
But could you imagine our son Yella doing an apology video?
I actually could.
Really?
Only because I saw him on Blue Pill Week. I saw him on Blue Pill Week, and I promise you that Yella was the one that would have an apology video in his back pocket. That Yella, you know what, ladies? I'm so sorry for all the reactions I did and how hot I came at y'all, how I told y'all that y'all needed to do better. I had a lot of reaction hours telling y'all how to improve. And meanwhile, and it would be something like that. I just knocked that Blue Pill Week of Yella. He was all sensitive and in his feels. It was crazy. It was crazy.
Wow. Okay.
I hate it in hindsight, but it worked. It worked. And I think most dudes in this sector or area or little part, our little nook of YouTube and this content we consume need a palate cleanser. Y'all go watch some women's panels and shit, and just find a reason to agree. You don't find every reason to agree, and I bet you'll feel a whole lot better. You wouldn't have Andrew Tate running your life. Cause I don't care how down it. Oh man, look, I don't care how down bad I get. I can't see myself hating the women. You know, to that level.
Yeah.
Them niggas hate women.
Yeah, I agree. That's the impression I get. At least I get the impression that these dudes just don't like women.
I get sick of motherfuckers. Don't get it twisted. I get sick of your ass real quick.
Yeah, but you don't hate them though. You know what I'm saying?
Look. Hate mean I don't want to deal with you no more. I like it, the lady peoples. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
They squishy. I like them.
They are squishy. Soft and squishy.
The turn this took. Only the turn this took, boy. Just that quick. Just that quick on a dime, man.
I like the way he said it as well. They squishy, man. They squishy.
What's up, Noble Brain? What's up, Noble?
Wow.
Yeah, but let me get back to this video real quick for a minute. Let me see.
Is because the amount I didn't realize.
I'll bring it back up when I get back to the judge.
Foot and mouth could contain.
Oh, he's fucking up. Oh, they got all the receipts on this guy. I think it's worse.
You have to be positive. So by you typing for the girl, you maximize your money, and also she believes she needs you, which is extremely important. Another reason we use Chatterbait is because they will pay you in Bitcoin. And this is amazing because you've all seen the thought audit shit that's going on. You've all seen the fucking legalities of banking. Trying to get money out of these sites into your bank without paying a shitload of tax is actually very difficult.
See, it's that whole avoiding taxes. And it's not legal to do that.
So in the last 6 months, Chatterbait have raised the Bitcoin option. So they'll pay you in Bitcoin. Tax is also another important element for controlling your woman. You're not going to pay anybody tax because you're getting paid in Bitcoin. So you don't need to pay tax to anybody. Tell your girl.
I think I went too far back. That's my bad.
Because girls are
it's cool. We'll reiterate how dumb this is.
So the girl's working with you, and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, we made this much money, but I'm going to pay the tax to make sure we don't get in trouble. She'll sit there and go, okay. Now that allows you to do two things. One, it's another control element. I work with him, my tax is not a problem. If I do it alone, I have to deal with taxes. Taxes are complicated. It allows you to pay her a smaller percentage. So I used to pay my girls 30%.
Hold on,
so
pause.
For every $10,000 you made,
real quick, just imagine pulling over comment up. Just imagine a lawyer on YouTube helping put their foot in your ass just for no reason. It ain't gonna benefit him one way. I mean, it is because he getting his press. But you got to be some type of special type of piece of shit to have motherfuckers investing time to show how much a piece of shit you are. Like, I'm cool with like 1 or 2 videos. Maybe like 5 minutes. Maybe a clip. They be like, this light skinned motherfucker stupid. They putting in work to show how much of a manipulator. And you, man, look. I'm just go ahead. Just I don't know why that hit me like that. Just damn.
And 3, and I keep 7. They thought they were on 50%, and I said that the disparity is because of taxes. So you're on 50%, we have to pay the tax first, and then it's 50-50. So really you're paying 30, you tell them you're paying 50, difference is in the tax. That's where the disparity lies, taxes. If they don't believe you, they want to get fresh or whatever, print out some tax forms. I see this all the time. I just print out some random tax forms and say, yeah, sign here and sign this. What is it? It's for the tax. You want to pay the tax or not? Ooh, okay, and they just sign away. They don't know what the fucking signing. Let's throw them away afterwards. But they think something's happening. Something real is happening. Nothing's happening except me get my page.
So we started. All right, he's already admitted to tax evasion and fraud.
I mean, it's
Real
not a
quick,
mission.
again, I'm just gonna keep them off as much as possible.
This is a course he's running. He's teaching people.
That's what he's teaching. He doesn't mean he's doing that now. I'm just playing devil's. It's a very hard job. I'm not.
We don't always have to be devil's advocate, guys. That's another thing we don't always have to
do. He said that's what he was doing with these girls. That's what he said he was doing.
Yeah.
The women saying he did this to us.
Oh.
What, you think they're going to look at the bank records and see that the money, he was paying them 50-50? What you think? Let's be honest. If someone admits to what they're doing, just believe them.
But to his defense, I got nothing.
Guys, he's self-snitching.
So what you're telling me is that they got him on frauding the girls and defrauding the government. Is that what you're saying?
I just want you guys to understand, like,
everybody
just
got
here,
the fraud.
we're not even going to human trafficking. Just right there. This man was stealing from the people that were working for him.
Right there.
He didn't even care. He said, I'm getting rich, bitch. Fuck you. He didn't care. He was stealing from it. If that's your job, how would you feel about that? Would you not want this person charged for that crime? Listen, if my employer even stole $1 an hour from me, I'd be pissed. Thousands every single month?
Something real is happening. Nothing's happening.
Yeah, but it's people inspired by that stuff. Like it's people inspired by the ones who get over and who fuck everybody over. The one who gets to the top, and you know what I'm saying? They don't give a fuck who they shit on the way up there.
Sadly enough, that's true. And that's where the line gets drawn for me. Like, I don't know where my ceiling's gonna be, but I know I have one because I'm not willing to step on people's necks to get at the top. I'll rise as high as I can without hurting anybody. You know what I'm saying? But it gets to the point where I have to hurt other people, you know, financially or otherwise. I'm just, all right, this is where I'm at. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just me. But no, you got to have some integrity. You got to, because that's why I put the value on myself. Like, where's my integrity? You know, so I do my best to be a good person, you know, but I am human at the same time. So subject to mess up like everybody else, but I ain't this dumb.
And I hear what Marcus is saying in the chat. I'm gonna give these 2 caveats. Like I said earlier, if people are making up, and I'm not putting this past people because people are cruel, people are evil. If people are making up a whole litany of pieces of evidence, both in written form and video form and audio form, to frame Andrew Tate, well, they should be charged because that's a crime. If this is true, however, man, he's a total piece of trash. Like, I think it should be okay saying that without needing to feel in defense of him. We don't know him. But if this is true, we should be able to say this is a problem. Everybody up here said that. That's where I'm at. If this stuff is true, that if what we're seeing is not made up, it's hard for me to believe that all this stuff is made, but it happens. I've seen a lot of viral stuff that wasn't real. I've seen a lot of viral stuff that was skits. I've seen a lot of viral stuff that was purely fictitious. I'm okay accepting that there's a possibility that this stuff has been made up by somebody. It's an elaborate hoax to get Andrew Tate. Yes, people make enemies, especially loudmouth people. But can we also, the people who are defending him in the chat, can we also say that if this is true, he's a complete piece of trash and that he needs to be dealt with? Okay, true. So yeah, this is true and he needs to be dealt with. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. This stuff looks damning if it is true. I mean, if this is actually him, if this is not a doctor video, I'm willing to give y'all the caveats. But for the sake of the conversation today, this stuff is accurate. This stuff is him. Just for the sake of the conversation, because I'm not in the court. I'm not going to be the one banging the gavel. You know, I got one, but it's not the one he's going to see. So let me play this real quick. We got about 3 minutes left on this video. Then we're going to move over to Austin too.
I'll tell you why. Women have sex with somebody. If they're not fucking you, they're fucking somebody else. And that other person she's fucking is going to have the control over her mind as opposed to you. And if he controls her mind and you don't control her mind, once she starts to pick it up a bit after a few weeks, a few months, whatever, and realizes how to make money on her own, or she's going to run off and pay her boyfriend, or them two are going to go traveling in Southeast Asia and she's going to work as she goes, or she's going to go to her boyfriend and say, look, fuck it, you type for me. Oh yeah, but you're always working. I have to do some traveling and you can't come. I want to bring you with me. Traveling is a great one because the thing about this business is mobile. If you can find a good Airbnb with good internet, you can run it somewhere else. So it's a good little caveat to throw in. You're always working. Why don't you work for me so we spend more time together? Or if you're doing what? So a lot of webcam business. Oh, I don't want to do that. So, okay, I know you don't want to do that, but listen, come, let's have a meeting. Let's just talk about it. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. Fine. But let me explain it to you properly. In fact, I'll bring one of the girls who works for me. Your bottom bitch, the new girl, you go out for fucking a nice dinner. Your bottom bitch is the one who does the selling. You don't do the selling. The girl has to hear from the girl. And this is why your bottom bitch has to be trained. That's why I said it's so important to have a good first girl.
Remember Ghislaine Maxwell? That was the girl that recruited for Jeffrey Epstein. Almost identical to what he's talking about here.
You guys remember? So this is why this is important, this portion right here. It doesn't prove anything, but it is one of the little pieces of evidence that they add in for the whole trafficking charge. Basically, he has a woman, okay, who used to be a former police officer in Romania. She's the one who does the recruiting, the managing of the women. Why? Because women are much more likely to be roped into these kinds of things if they're hearing it from another woman. So when he sets up his organization, right, because they're accusing him of running a criminal organization, he has the woman who he calls his bondage, right, to recruit the other women. Okay, now
we're going to move on to the next part of this real quick. But man, y'all go ahead and talk. But I just want to mark it and proven guilty with substantial, inadmissible, undeniable, concrete evidence. At what point though? At what point can we admit that a person is problematic? There's enough smoke. There's enough smoke to call it at least a breathing hazard. At what point? Like, why do we need such strong proof of a man's fallibility? But I ain't gonna lie, man. It don't take much. It takes an accusation for us to throw a woman away. I heard she said something about a black dude.
They do the same thing with men, though. For that one, like if it's just the accusation, keep in mind that you lose brand deals. Other companies don't want to have anything to do with you.
You said they. Who are you talking about when you said they? You said they do the same thing.
The general populace, no matter what. The general populace, we throw men away all the same with that one. So yeah, that one works both ways with both men and women. I'll give that one because
but I'm not. We're not talking about women, man, Joe. Today we're talking about men.
Yeah, I was about to say that's a.
It's a human problem.
It's a human. To me, that falls under the human category. That's a human problem. Mm-hmm. We throw ourselves away, regardless of gender, just on accusations. Even when that person's proven innocent in court, that stain still lasts and it still stays on them. Mm-hmm. And that's one of those things. Again, like you said, Arsha, that I think that we should get away from, because that's terrible. No one should receive a life sentence for something that they've been proven innocent of, but we tend to do that to people. And
that's where the characters got to come in. Where the characters got to come in. And yeah, Truth, I'll drop the link in a minute, man. Let me get into the Austin video a little bit and then we'll all chop it up. But I want to always be able to, because I've noticed an inability for men to do this and for women to do this. Like anytime we get into the conversation, because you pointed this out, I wanted to give you your flowers too. And I had this baked into my other notes. but I was watching you have the conversation. I did my homework, and you were doing the thing on masculinity for about 3-4 weeks ago when Shushu was there, not when the other guy was there. And all of a sudden, y'all were talking about manhood, and all of a sudden, everybody was talking about what women do, and you was like, I don't know how we got on to women. You know,
right. I don't know how the conversation steered towards that.
Yeah. So I wanted to give you credit because, like, all of a sudden, man, when the conversation shifted, you was like manhood, and somebody must have thrown like woman, and all of a sudden, everybody like woman, and you was like, wait a minute, I don't know how we switched.
Right, but the topic is masculinity and the tenets of manhood. These are things you need to do to be a man. Women ain't in this conversation, you know. So
yeah, man. So at some point, man, we have to be able to stay on task. Yes, it's a human problem. I agree with you there. But as men, it's probably going to look a little different the way we need to address it. We're probably going, and I have some other stuff, like the way we need to communicate. I have a bunch of other stuff set aside. But this stuff came up, and I was like, God dang it. Everybody's kind of defending him. Like, there's a point where we have to be able to at least take our hands off and be like, you know what? There's enough stuff here. Let me fall back and just let me see where the cars fall. Because I'm like, man. Now, and that's true. What's up, Wally, again? Now, it's true, man. We don't have absolute proof. All this stuff could be whatever. All this stuff could be any kind of stuff. I mean, they're talking about it leaked. Leaks are a problem, too. That, and I think in the United States will cause a problem. It could be technical stuff if stuff is leaking. You know, stuff happening with a jury if there's a jury trial. You know, who witness tampering. Oh, there's all kinds of little weird implications with the law. I'm not a lawyer. I'm just saying there are other things going on here that I think most of us are not qualified to consider. But on the basic level, he looks guilty as sin. And I think we need to be able to say anybody that's doing the things that he's being accused of is a problem. Like Truth said that. Everybody up here said that. All of that is a problem, even to the tax evasion. If you're isolating women in another country, I know they get to the threats of violence. This is a 20-minute video. I'm not playing the entire video, but the link is in the description. If you want to watch the entire video from Abin Preach, it is in the description. So you can see the part where they talked about threatening, throwing a girl off the balcony. There was all kinds of stuff in there. So there are threats of violence, but I don't want to put an entire 20-minute video in here because I would do want, and not everybody is defending, obviously, because we haven't defended them, Marcus. Yeah. So now you're defending people defending them. There's no need. Because obviously everybody's not defending him. Because he's also being attacked.
Right. I'm not defending nor supporting him at all. It's just like you said, Arshawn. I'm at the point now where I'm like, okay, listen, there's enough here to warrant me saying, let me wait until because again, this is a serious accusation. These are very serious charges. My next question when I hear all this is like, what is your evidence? It's just like, great. You know what I'm saying? If someone tells me that happened to him, like, okay, these are very serious charges. What is your evidence? You got this one? Okay, I hear you, but you got to prove it, you know, to me. And so I'm waiting to see all the evidence and see what happens in court, you know. But if I had to go off what has been released and leaked, yeah, you're going to swing for this one. Yeah, you're going to swing for this one. It looks like it. But, yeah, I mean, he wants to get into the cam girl business, though. If that's the business he was in, fair enough. I got no problem with it. Makes no difference to me how a man earns a living, you understand?
So, quick update on the whole Andrew Tate situation.
Last time I was supposed to have to play on that one.
But when it comes to him, I don't. It's for me. It's 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other. What he got going on has no bearing on my life at all. I don't see why people are still talking about making such a big deal out of it. But, bruh, if it is the trafficking charge that he's doing, yeah, we need you off the streets.
Yeah, facts.
If that's what you're doing, we need you off the streets.
And something else I noticed real quick, because I'm gonna point it out with these guys right here, playback. Now they pretty much explain the same thing. If it's true, it's a problem. These people cannot be allowed on the street. It's problematic. It's predatory. We got to admit that it's predatory behavior. And a lot of rhetoric he says is in some ways predatory. I think the struggle Kevins need to stand down forever. Just, I'm gonna say, hold up, real quick. I'm gonna catch up on the comments. All they have to do is get the females and ask the damn question, so we can move on from it. I don't know what you. Oh, get the women. Oh, the women that were on the grounds.
Well, the thing is, yeah, the women who are there on site, you know, and ask them, hey, is this true? Is he doing these things? Which I'm sure they're gonna do. If they don't, then what kind of case are they running here? What kind of investigation are they doing? You don't ask the people who are on the site day in, day out.
There's problems with that though, and this is the whole thing. If this is true if there's coercion, if there's threats of violence, people may not feel comfortable. They're away from home. They may not, because Andrew Tate has talked about being able to bribe people. They may not feel comfortable openly saying that it's a problem. So I think that's what I'm saying. We make these judgments based on our sensibilities, but we don't have a full construct.
Right. But the prosecutor in this case, to my understanding, he has 24-hour armed security around him. Like they guard his house when he sleeps at night, because he's taken down, when it comes to organized crime, he's taking down the top brass. And there are people who constantly put like hits out on them, you know, stuff like that. So he constantly has armed protection, you know, security around him, because he is that guy. He doesn't go after to my understanding, he doesn't go after anyone unless he's like the FBI. They don't come after you unless they already got you. If the FBI comes and arrests you, trust and believe they already got more than enough evidence to secure the conviction. That's why their conviction rate is so high. They wait years until they collected enough evidence to guarantee, pretty much guarantee a conviction. And that's what the prosecutor in this case, that's the guy who's at him. And again, I hope he puts all his millions to good use if he wants to get out of this, because it don't look good. Now, this so-called leak, I think this is the prosecutor's office leaking the information to get the court of public opinion on his side. It's a sleek way to do it, but that's what I think is happening. All right, I'm done.
Cool. I just want to point out a couple things he said, because these Abba and Preach and these guys Playback, they have been accused of basically pandering to women. They've accused of being too liberal. They've been accused of being too soft. But I just want to point out, like, so these are the examples of like the average guy, the normal man on the street, and his views as they may come across to the world. So I just want to point out several things. Like I pointed out with Abba and Preach talking about use a burner, don't use your phone, don't use Snapchat. I want to point out a few of the problematic things that they say here.
For if you wanted to get rich tomorrow with the lowest likelihood of getting caught, fraud is the best way to do it. Them proving that you were the one who did it is the difficult part. The good thing, I guess, for the prosecutors in this case, this nigga went online and fucking self-snitched for the better part of the last decade. So them just sitting back waiting for this nigga to do more podcasts and interviews talking about the situation, because he talked about it on the Nelk podcast. I seen that. He talked about it on plenty of podcasts in the last year. So they're gonna go ahead, gather all that information and try and.
Now, once again, we're talking about a person being accused of sex crimes and, you know, tax evasion, fraud, and all that stuff. And they're talking about the best way to get away with stuff. Is this something reflexive with us? Like, I know earlier people said, like, people just want to flex. They want to say that, like, they're part of that. Like, why are we telling people how to be better criminals? Why is that our default? As normal dudes having a conversation. Why? Is the first thing we're talking about when people are talking about sex crimes. Let's be smarter. Let's be smarter if we're gonna be criminals. If we're gonna set up a cam ring, let's fraud is hard to prove. But we gotta be better, man. We gotta be able to call masculinity and manhood to be better. Sometimes I've been preaching, jumped the gun on talking about some topics or subjects that they haven't completely agreed with the rainbow community. They call them transphobic. Yeah, exactly. They're more moderate. But I'm saying they've been called, you know, the blue pill. They've been called this. They've been called pandering. So when people don't agree, they'll call you anything. But I'm just setting the tone because they're more moderate. And I think Playback is more moderate, middle ground. I think somebody said that in the chat somewhere. People that are more middle ground and can see both sides. And I think, Marcus, you said you could see both sides of it, as a matter of fact. People who can see both sides of the situation are more middle ground. But they're typically not seen as partisan, but they have been. But we have to be able to not slip into this kind of stuff either. Let me see. We all know Romania about it. That tax evasion. That's what got. Was that Bugsy Siegel? Good basemen get married. Have
They
children to
got
take care of their families. Honest work. The
that's what
exact
they got.
opposite of what Andrew Tate preaches and does.
But that's what they got. That's how they got Al Capone too. Tax evasion.
Yeah, that's who it was. Not Bugsy Siegel. Tax Al Capone. Thank you. Thank you.
They got tax evasion. It's one person you don't mess with, people, and that's the government.
Uncle Sam. That's the one man you
don't mess with the government, man. Pay your taxes and just accept that. Listen, I can't change the tax codes, so this is just what I got left over. Pay your taxes. You want as little stress in your life as possible. Pay your taxes.
See, you got a corporation that you can skirt the taxes. Let me quit. I'm doing the same thing. Like how do I get around the taxes? All right, let me quit being a hypocrite.
But here's the thing: what they're doing, what they're doing is legal, though. They don't pay taxes. They don't pay taxes, and it's legal. They do it the legal way.
They do it the legal way, but man, we gotta. At some point, man, we gotta talk about character. Like we have to internalize character, and even me talking about you can legally get around the tax bill, like that's still we still got at some point, man. I'm gonna say this real quick. At one point when I was in school, there was a course on business, and in the textbook there was a chapter on social responsibility. Like 5 years later, I took a class again. I was like, let me get a refresher. And I took this class, and in the very same textbook, the new edition, that chapter had been removed. Like social responsibility, civic responsibility has like left the domain of business. Like capitalism has like, oh, we used to kind of care about the communities that we found ourselves in as a business, but the people kind of don't matter except for as sources of capital now. We have to bring like that character, that ethic, that value standard of people mattering, the world mattering, the environment, the places we find ourselves. They have to matter enough to us to make some sacrifices to make them better. And that comes from character. That comes from integrity. We have to start instilling that. Like we're on a decline, man. Manhood is on a what do you call it? Like life support right now. It's on life support. Man, Joe, you talk about this all the time. You talk about this all the time.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the thing is, if you had masculinity, if you had manhood out here, in force, these kind of things wouldn't happen. Well, they'd happen, yes, but not as much. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? It would be much more quailed down. It's, you don't have to be macho to be a man. Being a man has nothing to do with you lifting weights. You know what I mean? Or being an athlete, that's a good addition to it. But I mean, because if things got physical, you were more prepared to handle a physical altercation. But that really it has very, very little to do with it. I mean, almost nothing. It's really about character and what kind of habits you have, your outlook on life, what you value. That's what masculinity and manhood is about. Where are your priorities?
And Andrew Tate, that kind of makes you a bad person. Treating anybody like that makes you a bad person. But that's not that uncommon in business. Just to let y'all niggas know, bro. There's times where like you talk to an agency and they take 60% and don't say, we're like, it's so common for people to move fraudulently in any form of business that maybe I'm just so used to it. This just feels more flagrant because it's more deceptive in nature. Like they have to come to a location to shoot them, and it's like the content is sexual in nature, so it feels like they're being exploited more. But the idea that like you're trying to maintain control and you want people to feel like they need you is not that uncommon in like devious businesses, and they're very
not
common.
Even devious.
Like real quick, that's what another thing I want to point out, because we kind of touched on that right there. Like it's too common. Like it's too common that people are predatory. The practices of predatory nature and exploitation are too common in our world. And that's why I say we need to really figure out a way to start instilling character, because it is far too common. Like he's almost kind of like, you know what, this stuff that's going on, it feels normal. This feels like the businesses we should not be in a system where everybody feels like this is what they go through. But most people that work feel like they're going through something kind of similar. being exploited, taken advantage of, being used, being mistreated, being disrespected. Like almost forced. You know what I'm saying? Like almost forced. It's a problem. Because I know as a criminal, I have had my wages stolen from me. That's what prompted me to steal my wages back, which caused my legal issue. Because they were preying upon people that they thought didn't have any other means of recourse. It's not enough money to get a lawyer. You can't afford the lawyer to get this, this amount of money back, but it's enough to impact your life. So it is pervasive that people are like predatory. It's not always sexual, but people will take advantage of you. But that's because our culture has become such that everybody's willing to do whatever it takes to get ahead at anybody else's expense. Criminally drinking. I can't stand y'all. Very true though. So much predatory behavior and capitalism generally enables it. We stand an honest king. Well, thank you.
Well, the thing is, it's because a lot of our lawmakers and politicians are involved in it now. For example, the check cash and money loan deal, you know what I'm saying? The Quicken loans and all that. So many politicians come out and speak out against it, but they own them. A lot of them own these businesses, and that's why they can charge as much interest as they want. There's some I did a show on this earlier last year. One of my earlier shows, there's someone charging interest rates up to 1,900%.
Jesus Christ!
1,900%.
How?
How are you going to pay that back? You know what I'm saying? How are you going to pay that back? You're not. So, yeah, it's lucrative, and that's why lawmakers have dialed back on the regulations on it, because they've gotten in on the business. So that's why it's so commonplace now. So many people are doing it. I'm one person. Like if I do it, I don't know I'm doing it. You know what I'm saying? It's not for me. I'm just not. Nah, I'd rather not. I want to sleep at night.
I'm with you, man. Capitalism is ridiculous. And hey, yo, wireless woman is completely unchecked in America. It's gotten really bad. Let's say hypothetically, allegedly, he gets proven guilty for tax evasion fraud, but proven innocent or not guilty or dismissed on the charges of sex trafficking, human trafficking. 2 different charges, by the way, and grape. What then? Well, then he's going to jail for tax evasion and fraud. But there's still enough for me. There's still enough smoke for me around the type of business that he was running. And I'll put it like this. Let me take femininity out of it. Let me say. Let's say what's something that I say men are red pill spaces. Red pill spaces, and we know what incels are. We know what incels, people involuntarily celibate. A lot of red pill spaces have a lot of men that are lonely, that are hurt, that have been broken, left meaningless by society, that have been left behind in a lot of ways. Their mental and emotional state doesn't leave them in the best place for decision making. And you know what comes along? Somebody who comes and tells them the things that they want to hear. They identify a bad person who they can point at and galvanizes them towards some sort of action, whether positive or negative, but it's typically lucrative for the person that's in charge, like the coach, the leader, the fresh and fit. There's always somebody at the top who has a Patreon, has some sort of course that the men are registering for. And they typically don't improve except for the ones that already were motivated to do better in the first place, that were looking for like Yella and Mandrell talked about earlier. If it keeps you above ground, cool. But what happens is the larger body of the men fall victim to something, having a bad guy, having a scapegoat. And they'll pour their time and attention and resources, money, into this figurehead. Well, that's the same dynamic that these women have fallen into. They're scared and vulnerable, and they were lonely because they were coming over there looking for love, according to the documents. If you go back and watch the video, which is in the links, you can see it all for yourself. people that are lonely and scared and vulnerable don't make the best decisions, and they are prone to being taken advantage of. They are the easiest to exploit. Elderly people, children, people in that have been traumatized in deeply emotional states. Those people are vulnerable. It's been studied. It's psychologically, you're vulnerable. So your decision making is not in a healthy place. If anybody's taking advantage of them, whether it's men, women, children, elderly, it doesn't matter. That person is of low character, low moral fiber. That's what I'm talking about today. We have to stop propping up or protecting those who have low character, especially men. I'm talking to men today. We have to stop propping them up and defending them if there's enough smoke to say, you know what, even if what you're doing is not illegal, if I can't get you on a straight case, you've got enough built-in buffer to protect yourself. We know all this cam business and flying women to another country and keeping them on a compound. There's enough sus in there. There's enough sus in there that I just can't rock with you. We got to be able to do that. If there's enough smoke, man, we got to be like, you know what? Because none of my people in real life, and I would bet nobody up here has a boy who was constantly being charged with sexual assault. He skated. Oh, I gotta. They found me. They dropped the charges 12 times. Would you hang around with a guy who has sexual assault charges dropped 12 times, fellas? He just openly said, I had sexual assault charges dropped on me 12 times. 12 times. They ain't never catch me. No.
It's gotta be a negative. It's gotta be a big negative.
That's a problem.
Yeah, you can't take a risk. There's something about you that's got that following you around. Can't take the risk.
There's something about you, man. So he's a risk. He's a liability. He's a liability. So even if he's not found guilty, even if they say he's absolutely innocent, the things he's saying and doing and participating in is problematic enough that he's still in an exploitative space towards women. Just like we're going to talk about in a minute with the passport bros. It's still an exploitative headspace, and I'm going to point that out. Yeah. Someone weaker and more powerless than them. That's what incels think about, yeah. My fellow capitalists. Sorry, trying to catch up on the chat. Y'all can go ahead and chit chat for a minute. I think I'm close. There we go. He's complete garbage. And if you can't tell after 5 minutes of listening to this weird voice, bye-bye. Are you talking about me or are you talking about Drew Tate? Clearly there's a difference between the white collar crimes and serious accusations. They both mean he trash, but it's violating human rights for me. So then due process doesn't matter. I'm going to tell you, Marcus, I don't believe the court systems, no matter where you go, because they're run by people, are infallible. I mean, we got the whole OJ thing. OJ criminally was found not guilty, but everybody believes he did it. Everybody, including if I did it, OJ. So does due process matter? OJ thinks he did it. If I did it. Yeah, hold up. Give me a second. 12 times, I just made that up. Thank you for all for joining the conversation and keeping respectful. Hold up. Thank you all for joining the conversation and keeping it respectful. I know it may be hard to see a struggle Kevin go down, but it must be discussed in the future. I can't stand you. We got a troll up in here. Due process matters when it comes to putting him in prison and Marcus, but when it comes to roasting in the YouTube chat, not so much. He's trash. You don't just get human trafficking charges on a Tuesday if you're not doing anything. Even when you are proven to be clean of a crime, you still have down point. And that's what Mandrell spoke of on earlier. That's what Mandrell did speak of that on earlier. He said, I take charges like these quite seriously. And what's your evidence? Because once you even are cleared of a crime such as this, it can taint your name forever. Your reputation is smudged. You can never clean it. You can never clear that off. I'm with that. Sex crimes is one of those things that once you are charged with it, some people are always going to look at you funny. I'm with that. But if you're constantly in a space around where sex crimes are happening, if you're always in that area, I gotta be like, it was a shadow self. I can't stand you. Regular dudes act like they're just getting human trafficking charges randomly. Yeah, okay, so the whole witch mob mentality. Yeah, it happens. It does happen. And what is up, man? We got Truth. Top G. The new Top G, because the other Top G is down. He's down. He's not on top no more. Got a new Top G. What up, Truth?
What's going on, big homie? How you doing today?
I'm good, man. How you feeling, bro?
All right. Everything is everything. You know? Same,
sir.
Different toilet, man. That's how it is.
All right, but you had something you wanted to get off, man. What's up? What's your take on the Tate? What's your take on Tate?
No, man, this stuff is very damning. Other than I have never seen his content like extensive, other than like when he went to FNF, whatever, and it was funny. Just seeing a couple clips here and there, just seeing how he move and react to be funny. Like it's just entertainment. But as far as what's happening, and as far as all the stuff that he talks about this so-called, you know, he's supposed to be this super alpha. If he's doing it in a way that, like, for me, if you got to lie to a woman, you know, that take you off the table for me. I had never lied to a woman about nothing when I needed to get anything. So if he's lying to them to get something out of them like that, then all the stuff that he's been saying is pretty much our job. You feel me? And then not to mention if the allegations are true, because a lot of things that is happening is going against manhood. And right now he has got to a position of power where they can consider him a threat, especially because he's affecting so many people. And then he also blew up out of nowhere quick, like fast. A lot of people are asking, like, you know, until this certain situation happened, like, who the F is he? I remember AM did a video about him. And he was like, he just came out of nowhere, where these dudes that's been in the manosphere, they've been in there for, 10, 12 years. So it's he's definitely become polarizing. I remember seeing him in a couple of fights, but nothing to the point where I knew that he was a champion or anything like that. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And my question for you is, if regardless of the criminal things that is being put out there, do you have a problem with what he promotes if it's not criminal?
Which part of what he promotes? Because he, Andrew Tate, like a lot of people, and this was a point I was going to make, like Kevin Samuels, Jordan Peterson, there is a segment of what they say. What percentage of it? I mean, I'm not going to try to suss out what percentage of it. There's a segment of what they say which is visibly true. There's a portion of it that you can see happening in society when they're diagnosing the social ills, what's happening with men, what's happening with women, and what some of the solutions are. They're absolutely correct, and people just don't like it because they don't like the truth, or they don't like that it implicates them, or they don't want to be held accountable. Great, but then they typically go a little bit further into their personal leanings and their personal ideologies, and that's where they start to get off into the weeds. With Jordan Peterson, it's a lot with the trans. He goes, I don't know why he cares so much. But Jordan Peterson cares a lot about the trans, and he has strong feelings about it. Kevin Samuels had a strong feeling about black women, and he cares a lot. And yes, it's financially lucrative. Top G, Andrew Tate, he cares a lot about women and certain things. I would say just pearly things. Some of her things are true. Some of the things are super problematic, to the point that she says she wants to run for office to help men, but then doesn't think women should have the right to vote. And she said those in back-to-back sentences. So there's talking points that people can refine and identify from society and think that they're perfectly accurate. But then you'll say something that's your personal idea and it sounds stupid or suspect or possibly even dangerous. And Andrew Tate is no different. Some of the stuff I heard him say is like very problematically, like misogynistic, like dangerously misogynistic, like violently misogynistic. But some of the stuff he says is absolutely true about like the nature of men and the nature of women and some of the things we need to do. I think even Kevin saying, like, develop a martial mind. There needs to be some discipline in men. there needs to be a focus in men that's outside of women. That's absolutely true.
It's like I was calling one of my show. I think the one I did with where I had DL Saint co-host with me. I brought up something called the white belt mentality when it comes to martial arts. Because white belts, that's the first. You walk in the door and say, "I want to do this." You get a white belt. That's the first belt you get. Everyone starts up there. But the thing is, the white belt is the most important belt because the white belt is going to ask questions. You know what I'm saying? A lot of them. The white belt is going to understand that he has nothing to do but learn. And you know what I'm saying? Like, as far as from the perspective of a white belt, he's never going to stop learning. And I went into more depth with it, but yeah, martial mindset and stuff like that. I call it the white belt. Go with the white belt mentality. Never stop learning.
Yeah.
So give me an example that you seen that was I guess you say misogynistic. Sean.
Well, like just from the video we just played, like provided that is Andrew Tate, he talked about lying to women to keep them on the hook of dependency, even if they don't need you.
Oh, I mean, pre-adventure this video has
even before this video, he said stuff like that. Like that's from his repertoire.
Yeah, I've heard him say that he women are his property. His girlfriends, if he's dating you, you are his property. That's misogynistic. She's not your property. That's a human being.
All right, so let's deal with that. Do you believe that your wife is your property if you marry her?
No.
Okay. All right, so hold on, let me pull up something real quick.
Human beings are not property, man.
Yeah, because then we're going back to slavery.
Exactly. So what's the difference between you owning your wife and the white man owning you?
Yeah.
What's the difference?
Patriarchy.
That man just said that a blue pill, not the whole bottle. So which part, Marcus? I'm not sure who that's referring to.
All right, hold on. Make sure I pull this up.
I mean, it's just human decency. You can't own a human being, and you think she's your property. Nah. What a favorite variance. I hear you, Bree.
And how much time you need, True? Because I can play this video a little bit more.
Yeah, no, I'm about to do it now. I just wanted to make sure I read it correctly so you'll hear it.
And not even after marriage, Marcus. She's not your property. If your wife was your property, there'd be no such thing as divorce, would it?
Right.
All right, so well, that's another thing. We already know it ain't supposed to be no divorce, but that's something that we created. But
no, it's in the Bible too. The Bible says you can get divorced under certain conditions.
Okay, you want to do this with me? You want to do this?
No, I ain't gonna do that. But it's a fact.
Okay, so
there's 3 reasons why you can get a divorce in the Bible.
I hear you. So I'm gonna tell you what the Bible actually says in Matthew. All right. So in Matthew it says, Moses gave you the bill of divorcement because of the hardness of your hearts. But in the beginning, it was not so. What God put together, let no man bring asunder. That's the Bible.
Okay, real quick. Like quickly, like because we're working on a program, tie this to property. How's the woman property?
All right, so it says in Ephesians, it says, all right. It says husband. Hold on, make sure I get this right. This is the last thing I wanted to read because you said property. Y'all know what the word own mean, correct?
Well, let's look it up. Let's not even guess. I'm gonna just look up the definition.
Yeah.
Used with the possessive to it's an adjective. Used with the possessive to emphasize that someone or something belongs or relates to the person or thing mentioned. Something that belongs to the person or thing mentioned. Have something as one's own to possess it.
All right, so possess. If you go down to these different type of words, if you read and look up, they basically are synonymous with property. When you own something, you own your house, you own your car once you buy it outright. In the Bible, it says, "Let every man and woman have their own husbands and wives."
Truth.
Come on, bro. You know full well that that's not the same own that we're talking about. You know full well. Come on, man. You're not talking to second graders here, man.
True. You didn't do that one.
Look at Yella. He ain't even got to say nothing.
If you just quoted the Bible wrong. So
yeah, come on, man. You know full well that's not what the context of that sentence.
Yeah.
No, I'm not kidding.
I know you're not kidding, but you know that's not the context in which that sentence meant. You know that.
No, see, the thing is, when we talk about certain things, we add these things called emotions and feelings to words.
I have no emotions, no feelings towards the Bible. I'm indifferent to it.
I hear you. So words have meaning.
They do, and you use the wrong meaning right there to justify your claim.
Once again, do you have any facts that prove what I said was incorrect?
Yes, the fact that you read that sentence. Talk about that's your evidence for your wife being your property. That cannot be.
Oh, so that cannot be. Can you read that verse real quick? Can you read that verse again real quick, please?
Huh?
Can you read that verse one more time, please?
Oh shit! Hold on. Pull it back
up. I want you to read that 100 more times. True.
Yourselves to your own husbands as unto the Lord.
Yeah,
to your own husband. So they own us as well. So they own us as well. It's to your own husband.
Yeah, I didn't say
no. It means your husband. It means the context in that sentence means go to your husband at your house and not somebody else's husband. Go to your wife who's at your house and not somebody else's wife.
The first thing that you said initially.
You said, do we own our wives?
What did you say?
Huh?
What did you say initially?
About what?
You said that if that was the case, there would be no divorce.
Yeah, if they were property. We're talking about the context of women being our property.
Oh, okay. Now listen to what
that's
you
the context.
Said.
Yes, and listen to the sentence you read.
This is context right here. This is what context means.
The wrong
you
one.
You said initially, if that was the case, there wouldn't be no divorce.
Right. If women were our property, there would be no divorce.
Okay. Now, divorce was created from us. So that means essentially. What does that mean? So I'm gonna let you connect the dots right there. Something that we create.
What about it?
Something that was never supposed to be.
Bro, first of all religions were created by men. So you got to question all of it. So what's your point?
I just said my point, and you're not even following something.
I'm not following it because you're not making sense. You're using the wrong evidence to support your claim, is what I'm saying. That sentence doesn't prove that women are our property or men are women's property. Doesn't prove that.
Put that thing back up there. What she just put?
What, that one right there?
Property, thing, or things belong to someone. Possessions collectively.
Yeah, but
that word is down there.
Belongs to, but your wife doesn't belong to you. She's not a possession. She's not a possession.
Down there or not?
You said what? One more time?
Was the root word possessed down there or not?
Yeah, but
it was in there. I've already closed that tab. But hey, real quick. That's not the topic. But real quick, we do not, most of us in the United States, even though we say black people are one of the most spiritual, very few people live themselves according to the Bible.
Yes, sir. I agree with that.
Right. So I mean, so even if your interpretation of that is spot on, like none of us up here, I would say, live their lives by the Bible, except for probably you. Does anybody else live their life by the Bible? Judeo-Christian Bible, King James Bible?
I try to. I try.
I do what literally everyone else does. I pick and choose parts of it.
No, you don't. You shit on the Bible the whole time. I know you, bro. I seen you on panels.
No, I shit on people who blindly. No. I shit on people who blindly follow it.
By nothing.
Yeah. So because that
I'm a born and raised Christian dude. I read the Bible twice through it, cover to cover.
Oh, you did? Well, why you couldn't even know where to go to?
What do you mean?
You incorrectly quoted the Bible.
Oh, because it's all made up.
Yeah, I heard you. Hey, Arshawn, what was you saying again?
Because it's all made up. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I don't need it to be saved. I don't need it to have a relationship with God.
You had a great point. You were saying that people don't follow it, and I agree with that.
Right. So I mean, with that being the case, man, that can't be something that because that's not something we subscribe to. That's not something none of us would agree to, even if that was like completely, even if that's exactly what the Bible said. Like, husbands, you have ownership and dominion over your wives, and likewise, ye wives have complete ownership, possession, and dominion over your husbands. Even if the Bible was that clear, even in Hebrew and Aramaic, even if that blurb was in English, because none of us practice Christianity to its truest extent or follow Christianity, except for probably you, that wouldn't apply to any of us.
Correct.
Like none of us would accept that. Yeah.
And off of those premises, I completely agree with you that it couldn't, because we're not a monolith. That couldn't be an adaptation. It couldn't be synonymous across the board. So that I agree with. But I'm just saying strictly across what the word is saying. Even talks about our bodies, and I never said it was just one-sided. That was the point. I never said it was one-sided. Even with the woman, it says the wife's body belongs to. Here go the word, belongs to the husband, and the husband's body belongs to the wife. That's actually in the word. So, but you can go ahead to your topic now.
Yeah, appreciate that, man. Hey, Marcus, man, welcome to the panel, man. What'd you bring up to us, man?
What's up, man? By the way, happy Martin Luther King Day. Shout out to Martin Luther King Jr.
Thank you for the respect, Marcus. Thank you for the respect.
Yep. Mandrell, Yella, True. Yeah, man. I'm here to talk about the topic. I'm not going to get into what just happened with Mandrell over there, but
what happened? Nothing happened. I was right.
I don't know. He was wrong. Well, I'm respecting Arshawn's wishes to focus on the topic. Because last time he let me know. Just make sure everybody knows when you come up here, you keep on track with the topic. So that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, it's easy to slide off. It is. My apologies, Arshawn.
No, you're good, bro. I appreciate you. Yeah, man. I'm kind of like in the middle still. I'm saying if there's enough stuff to prove that throw him in the slammer. Throw him in the slammer if he did wrong. I'm by no way excusing what it is when it comes to serious allegations of rape and sensual, human, or sex trafficking. Yeah. Thanks, Bree. The thing about it is credibility, right? It's part of the thing that helps in the court process and procedures and stuff, and when facing allegations, right? And so credibility it's what you can. It's not just what you know; it's what you can prove, and how good of a pitch you can sell it as well. And when he's coming to these allegations of sensual trafficking and rape and stuff, and YouTube sensitive on these words. There's been a loss of credibility against the victims, the ones that are crime victims. But that's only because of the fact that certain women have come out saying they admitted to lying or false claims and allegations. There's a one where the woman had gotten invited or had gotten somehow, she convinced herself to say, hey, I'm going to get a plane ticket. I was in communication with Tristan Tate, who was the brother of Andrew Tate. She got herself a plane ticket, went to Romania. But she had a boyfriend, if not mistaken, maybe a fiance at the time. Turns out she's over there partying. Somehow news information gets back to the boyfriend back overseas. So then he makes a call to the U.S. Embassy in Romania. And the girlfriend told the boyfriend, hey, I don't know what you're talking about. They're lying. I'm held hostage. Other stuff other accusations were told in the report. It turns out later she was just lying to her boyfriend so that way he wouldn't get mad at her, you know, get in trouble. She was trying to get a spot or maybe a position or whatever with Tristan. So then that doesn't work out. Law enforcement gets involved. And then next thing you know, Romanian, you know, law enforcement authorities, probable cause does not exist over there. So they show up to the property. No arrest warrant was signed. It wasn't until after everything happened where it's like, oh, hey, you know, she lied. They held them down. I guess they both got in trouble because they both technically lied. The boyfriend and the girlfriend going along with it, false claims, accusations, not concrete proof. And then when it comes to grape accusations, part of it is a kit, is a grape kit. You test the DNA sample, you test the semen sample, stuff like that. That credibility lost, you know, against victim. Other two women as well. They try to say similar accusations towards him. That loses credibility again. And as far as for the other women, some of them decided to jump ship and leave that webcam business themselves. Others said that they got bought out or paid out because when he sold a business for webcam back in 2014, 2013, he sold a webcam business. Mm-hmm. He said, you know what? Hey, the reason why he sold it was because of the fact that he even said it himself. The webcam business was not going to be the same anymore. Other platforms are going to start promoting what women do on these platforms. So, like I said, he got it bought out. He sold it. He gave the women that were still on board with him a fat, like, you know, a little buyout, like paychecks. Here's a fat paycheck for each of you for contributing your work. The thing is, when it comes to now the IRS thing, that's where it's tricky, right? That's where it's okay. Lack of proof, lack of documentation, lack of reporting, if it's proven, or in this case, lack of not proving you didn't have it there. When, you know, your checks come in, your employer comes in, whatever you write off, whatever you don't write off, that's tricky. It depends too on IRS, depends on how they handle it over there on their side in Romanian court. The way that we look at it here, I think that's why people also have the, you know, how dare you, the grasp because of how we handle it here. But over there, it could be something different, just like in Abu Dhabi, just like in the Middle East, just like in Asia, stuff, countries, right? It's different how they could handle it. It could be a less punishable crime. It could be a higher punishable crime. That's why I kind of like to, how do I say, divide and separate the crimes, white collar versus the more serious offenses, more DV offenses. So yeah, giving weekend at Burning.
No, I definitely hear you, man, and I appreciate the background. And this is where I'll take my difference. Like, this is where I take my difference with people who are like trying to walk the line in between. Like, we know human nature. If you take away, like, I think True said, like, if you take away your feelings, a lot of people have gendered feelings. Like, it's a man, so I feel a way because I've heard so many women make false accusations. So there are feelings that jump in. So we do tend to have a reservation that's based upon our gendered experience. I'm cool with that. That's natural. That's normal. I'm not demonizing anybody for doing that. I just want to point it out so that we can understand that a lot of times that's what we do. Because if we take it out of the women, let's go back to something Mandrell said. He talked about payday lending. Payday lending, where are most, just one word answer, 1 to 2 word answer, everybody. Where are most payday lenders located? Like check and cash, check and go, pay and go. In the United States, sir. We're in the United States. What location within the United States?
Next to a liquor store.
I would say in poor areas, poor neighborhoods.
Yeah,
most of those are there, and they have exorbitant rates that people pay. Meanwhile, if the people were having a bank account at a credit union or bank, they wouldn't have the same check cashing rates. They wouldn't be getting the same predatory lending rates. So much so, at least in my state, that they put payday lending laws that closed a lot of them because they were charging like hundreds of percentage points on small things, hundreds of percentage points on people that already are the margins were already thin on. And this was well before the pandemic. So non-gendered, you have business, which can set up a system that can offer a service or benefit to a population of people who are vulnerable, and they will willingly take that service on because it benefits them, and because I can get this check cash with my little janky ID, or I don't have to go to the bank and deal with this, that, or the other. It offers me a service and I can take part in it willfully, but it doesn't mean I'm not being exploited. So yes, you can have women walk into a situation willfully. I'll buy my own ticket. And when you ask them, were you taking advantage of? No, I wanted to do this. The people that go to the check casher want to cash their check. I know they do, because they'll stand in line to do it. But if you look at the facts behind it, the system that's set up, they're being exploited and taken advantage of. So that's the point I'm making. And if we take like the woman out of it, this is just a thing that happens. Like Mandrell said, human nature. We are exploited. We will take advantage of people. We'll use our kids for free labor. We're just like that. That's how we're cut. So I'm saying we got to be able to point that out and deal with it when we see it. But here you coming at you. What up?
Yeah. So you actually tapped into a great point. Remember the last show that I came in? I think you and Bree was on, and we talked about. I forgot the comment that I made, but it was people being around certain individuals or certain activities when they know that they do not live like that, they do not deem it correct, but they basically give our allowance because they don't believe that their hands is touching it. And right. I believe you're just as guilty, because if you actually believe that you actually believe in your heart that you're not supposed to live like that, why wouldn't you be the first one to not so much tell a person, but you could just move away from a person and let them know that, hey, I don't believe in that. I'm not rocking out with you. Like, we ain't got nothing to say. We ain't got nothing to say to each other. A couple of my men still doing the same things we done 15 years ago. And, the way I show them, I just don't even answer their phone call. They be like, what's up when we see each other? Oh, you not coming out? No. Like, it's like that? Yeah. Just simple stuff. So the only problem that I have, because it's something that we talked about too, we done seen around in these spaces, so many people compromise their morality over small things. And let alone you want to talk about something this grave and big, and talk about that he should have a sense of morality, when the thing is, the pot that he's basically given up, we're talking about $500 million. So that's the edge that he has to live with. It's like the temptation behind it. Now, again, would I? No. But again, the people in these spaces that's talking about this, I seen y'all folded for less, my brother. Very big hypocrites. That's all I got to say, man.
For sure. And that's what I'm talking about with the human nature. We all, like going to your Bible verses and getting over to bash his head into the ground again. We all have sinned and come short of the glory of God. So that's not the point I'm making. My point is pointing out the awareness. We all should do better. Like, this whole thing was about calling on men to stop defending negative behavior, even in each other. Iron sharpens iron. All that stuff we say a lot of stuff about refining each other, pushing each other to be better. Men have to be built. Men have to be forged. We say a lot of great stuff. But when a man actually gets called out for doing something wrong, we start to get defensive. Well, we can't do both. Either we're calling people to do better, or we're defending them when somebody asks them to do better. Like, so we can't, you can't serve two masters. Like, which side of the fence do we want to ride on? Otherwise, the pole's going up our butt.
Exactly.
I mean, but
and I've seen you actually stand on your principle. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. When I made that comment, that wasn't geared towards you.
Oh yeah, I'm cool. I'm just talking about I'm putting it up for the people.
Seeing you separate yourself, like, look, I'm not rocking with this at all, and I move away from it completely. But not so much in others. That's the problem. Go ahead, Mark.
No, you're good. Thanks, Drew. I will say this, just because as far as people that have come defending him, I've seen people defend him, others against him, and whether you're a man or a woman or whatever you identify as a pronoun. I've seen people go both ways at him. Some are still in the middle. Some choose to not touch the topic. Others choose to maybe dive in. But it's that's why the whole saying is, like, I still believe innocent until proven guilty. I don't believe in the witch mom mentality. That's dangerous itself as already. That looks like you're also a sheep. You're also a sucker and you fall for it. We can either fall for it, and sometimes You can defend somebody you think was a good person or an idol, and these are false idols, but they're human. They forget they're human and flawed, and you find out skeletons in the closet, right? Later. Oh, but he was a good man, or she was such a nice lady. I couldn't see that coming from them. Same thing with little kids, right? You lay your trust to somebody who's supposed to be a figure, and yet you get close to them and they take advantage of you. And here's the thing with this: it's like if he's if he's literally proven innocent and his actual evidence that's helping him, and it proves that he's not this kind of guy, go for it. The other thing too that's an issue, what he did do, which is, if it's true that he really is the criminal that he says he was describing to be, then that has to be, it's kind of like the Scooby-Doo thing. Hey, I would have got away with it too if it wasn't for you meddling kids. So hey, it's like, come on, man. You got to control sometimes your ego. You can't get too cocky on that kind of stuff either. But hey, man, it's whatever happens, it happens. And like I said, you're damned if he is, you're damned if he doesn't. So.
Yeah, he didn't put himself in a spot. Yeah. And you're right, True. This is why we need to not worship man. Idolatry is the first directive. And that's what's at the basis of what both you and Marcus said. Yes, Andrew Tate and people that would worship him would be a problem if they would defend him against all facts and reason. But the opposite is also true, like what Marcus said. If you automatically condemn him without knowing anything at all, just because I heard I don't know who's a liberal pilot. I just heard Destiny talk about him one time. And, I like Destiny. I watch Destiny every day. And Destiny says something, Tate needs to go down. I believe that wholeheartedly without looking into anything myself. That's also a problem. So that's why the only thing I'm pointing out is we need to examine our thoughts. We need to examine the things we say and that we do. I mean, he pretty much told on himself. So that's all I need to hear. And what I want to do eventually, man, because I know Truth put this bug in my ear a long time ago. I didn't know what I wanted to do, but he was trying to do authentic man of God. Now, I'm not a godly man by any means, but I do believe that we do need a better standard of masculinity and manhood. And so I want to play this real quick. It's only 40 seconds.
You said something so powerful yesterday at the Mental Wealth Expo when Maxwell asked you, what's the definition of a man? How do you define a man?
Yeah. I said, no, you can't define them. Once you allow yourself to be defined, you can't be anything and everything you have to be at any given moment. That's the goal of a man. That's comprehensive manhood. I want to be able to morph between, transform into everything that I need to be to accomplish my mission here on earth, for my family, for you, for my sister, for my brother. And that's the goal. Once you allow yourself to be defined, you've just cut off your potential.
I didn't clip that perfectly, but we need to, I believe, be able to show up in the space, not one predefined way, not that full-on red pill alpha, that all that crazy. We don't have to be that 100% of the time. That's out of balance. Also being hyper, I guess everybody says hyper feminine or whatever, super, that's also out of balance. But there is a place where you can show up the way you need to show up for the way that moment requires it. And that's mostly what I'm advocating for. If you're always on one side of the fence, you're probably not doing a lot of traveling. And Jason Wilson is so fucking awesome.
Yeah. What he kind of said, I agree with some of it. It's like, I'm so used to people talking a lot and using certain type of words. And it sounds real good, especially if you understand what certain words mean and everything. So people like to do what I call combinations, and it sounds so so amazing. But everything has a definition to it. Everything is called something. Everything. We have names. We have meanings. It's for a reason. So a man, like we talked about this, Sean, there should be, a basic template that every man should be able to say, hey, I have this. I have this. Again, that red pill crap, I don't subscribe to. You already know that. I don't. Because anybody knows this. What I say is every man and woman has masculinity and femininity inside of them because we're were from a mom and a father. That's just the truth. Now, what I'll say is your feminine side should not dominate you if you're a man, and vice versa. And this what comes into the aspect of what you need. So I'll give you an example. I'm affectionate with my children, my women. That's actually a feminine trait, but it doesn't lower my masculinity. It's a time and a place when it's used for it. You feel what I'm saying? So it basically coincides to what you're talking about.
Yeah, and that's what I took from what he was saying, because a lot of men believe that being affectionate and things like that would actually diminish your masculinity. So that's there's a new wave of defining masculinity way too far into the macho. But I want to let Mandrell jump in. Go ahead, bro.
Well, yeah, here's the thing. I agree with truth, because everything does have a definition in itself. But at the same time, I get what the brother's saying. The definition of a man, really, what he defined it right there in his statement. A man is whatever he needs to be when he needs to be it. That's why you have to be so well versed in so many different subjects. You know what I mean? And try to do your best to master a few of them, especially the most important ones, like emotional intelligence. Try to master that. It's a lifelong pursuit. You're never going to get there. However, it's one of those things you should never stop trying to learn. Strengthening and your connection and your relationship with God. That's spirituality is important. You know what I mean? You have to have your mind, body, and spirit correct. Integrity. All these things that go into what makes up a man. You know what I mean? There's a lot to it. That's why it takes 18 years to teach a boy to be a man. It doesn't, you ain't gonna do it in 2 weeks. So, and you never stop learning to be a man, because you're always growing and improving on yourself. But yeah, he defined it right there. A man is what he needs to be when he needs to be it. But at the same time, I think he should have kept on, never lose your integrity, because you can do whatever you need to do when you need to do it, but also be immoral as they come. You have to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when you're in over your head, and is the juice worth the squeeze? You know what I'm saying? Know what to step into and what not to. That's my thing.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying when he said everything. That again, the words mean something.
Yeah, everything has a definition. Otherwise, we wouldn't know what it was. You know what I mean? Like, if it's not defined, what do you call that then?
Yeah, so I can't be everything. I can't be a woman. Certain things I'm not going
to be what you need to be when you need to be it. But that's why I said there's certain things he left out, like characteristics of a man. He left all that kind of stuff, like the stuff you talk about. Yeah, exactly. Like we ain't gonna, like I said, know what arena to step into and what not to. You know what I'm saying? Like that kind of stuff. Like you're saying, like I can't pretend to be a woman. That's just not. It ain't happening. You know what I'm saying? True. So that's something in the arena I'm not stepping into. I'm in over my head. I got nothing for that. I'm gonna get a woman to do this. Ma'am, please take care of that. Thank you. So it's like, there's some things arenas men can't step into that we're not suited to it. Some arenas women are far better and perfect for. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It's just it ain't for us. There's a lot more to masculinity and being a man than just a couple of words and an answer. It's a lot. You never stop learning to be one.
Noble Rain is funny.
Nova's crazy.
Some of the key things that I try to tell people, you really need self-awareness, introspection. Those type of things really help you, ascend and progress into who you are going to be. And the main thing is, I tell people all the time, I'm not in competition with Yella, Mandrell, Arshawn, Marcus, and I'm tired of hearing that we in competition with each other. I don't watch you. I'm not watching your pockets. You don't do anything for my life. I don't do anything for your life. You're going to be the man that you're supposed to become. I'm going to be the man that I'm supposed to become. My prayer every day is to be a better man than I was yesterday and a great man today. The great truth I can be. I can't be Mandrell, I can't be Yella, I can't be Marcus, I can't be Arshawn. So we have to learn to solidify ourselves in our own greatness instead of worrying about competing with each other. And this is why we have no unification. How you gonna be? How am I gonna unify you and you're my op? So.
Hey, real quick, man, since it's been a minute, I just want to play this last clip from Playback so I can move on to the last video in the group.
As a guy who was looking out for the best interests of, like, you know, young adolescent men or just men in general, like, he would talk about self-improvement, about like taking responsibility, about different ways to improve yourself. And we could look at some of the negative shit he said, but on the positive note, like, there's a lot of people who built some good habits just off the strength of being empowered by some of the things he said. So then to see this part of it is just like, and I never really looked into none of this stuff that he had going on. I could give less a fuck about the money laundering. I personally don't give a fuck.
Okay.
Yeah, but the trafficking situation would be like, Jesus, dude, like, you can't be a mentor to anybody but an ex-sex trafficker.
But the problem is that this was a part of the mentorship right here, that he was presenting this. This is like a course that he was selling, how to explain to men how to make money, how I made my money. This is how I did it. And in the process of doing so I understand what you're saying, but part of the mentorship was this. And I think this was the biggest, which is crazy because even we said this before, there are so many people are like nitpicking what the things in which Andrew Tate did or didn't say, like, oh my God, how you say this and that. And it's like, bro, like the he was on Piers Morgan, and the things in which Piers Morgan was like nitpicking, I'm like, nigga, there's.
I'm going to stop that right there. But with the point I wanted to make with that, they've already mentioned. When you have, like, I know Truth been on it, like not having being your own leader. You got to save yourself. Being your own leader, tapping into spiritual stuff, like not. I think I had it in my notes from the other one. Even you said this, like, be your own hero, Mandrell. I think you were on your show. Be your own hero. But what they were talking about,
I say it all the time. Go ahead, big homie.
Yeah,
yeah, like what they talked about though was like, this is the problem with a person being a human being. If you set somebody on too high a pedestal, like he said, this was part of the mentorship. This was part of the package. It's a package deal. So when you're following somebody for one thing that you like about what they're saying, I mean, it may be absolutely true, 100%. It may be irrefutable, but the rest of their humanity comes with it. Like whatever flaws they carry, they're coming too. So like he was like, man, that the sexual stuff, man, I don't know. You can't be preaching this to anybody except a former sex trafficker. Well, he was preaching it, and it was part of his coursework to regular Joes, because every part of you comes to the conversation. So that's one thing. That's why I want us to be aware when people are talking. Stuff's going to come with them. They may have some facts, but man, when you lean into their personal ideologies and their personal beliefs, that's coming too. And you have to investigate it, not just accept it. You have to investigate it, because all of it may not apply to you. Some of it may even be harmful to you or harmful to others. So that's again, I'm trying to point out. That's why we can't be so quick to defend off of ego, because all of this is going to require investigation on both sides of it. No matter where you fall, there's questions that need to be asked.
Yeah, and I agree with you all the way, bro. Like, the thing is with the go ahead, Mandrell.
No, I'm just gonna say you got to learn to chew the meat and spit the bones. Like some of the stuff, the stuff that help people. Well, people don't know how to. Very few people know how to do that. You take the stuff that's relevant, and that will help you. The rest, understand, that's just a human being. He's subject to mess up just like anybody else is. That's why my first, like you said, just like you said, Arshawn, when I started the series Tenets of Manhood, my first tenet at the end, I said, you are your own hero. You know, understand no one's coming to help you. You got to do it yourself. You know, you are your own hero. Because there's good things to be found in a lot of trash. You know, you can find diamonds in coal. You know what I'm saying? So it's people have to learn how to do that.
You can turn shit into manure.
Right. And people don't know how to do that though. They're looking for the quick fix. They're looking for the answer. I need the answer. Instant gratification. They don't want to. They're saying you have to build towards that, and sifting through shit to find. You know what I'm saying? it's not always a clean job. You know what I'm saying? So getting through the white, I call it the white noise of the manosphere and this red pill content. You know, just like you in truth, I don't subscribe to it either. But you got people have to learn, chew the meat and spit the bones. That's stuff that can be harmful to you, because if you sink too deep into it, you might take on some of those harmful characteristics. Like he's saying, I own you. Well, first of all, bro, I mean, she's a human being, so you can't own her. And second, you're not married, so you can't even make the religious argument. You have no leg to stand on there. What are you talking about? People have to be careful with the language they use. And that's one of the things I appreciate about Kevin Samuels, that a lot of times, I didn't agree with everything the guy said, but most times, I give him credit for this, he chose his words very well. You know, he was very good at articulating his point. You know, he didn't seem manic like Andrew Tate does sometimes, you know. But chew the meat and spit the bones is my point. And I'll pass the mic on that.
Yeah, I mean, we should, you know, the word says, beware of being teachers, because you will hold a graver consequence. So, Andrew Tate, Kevin Samuels, they're the same to me. You know, I don't do this selective thing. If I don't agree with something, I don't agree with it. If I do agree with it, I agree with it. And the thing about it is, the people say this red pill, blue pill thing off of a freaking movie or whatever. I still don't understand this bullcrap. But the truth is synonymous and transcends time. So whatever the truth is that Kevin Samuels is saying, the truth that F&F is saying, the truth that is Andrew Tate is saying, it's always going to be the truth. It's just a different person saying it. That's the only thing that you should be taking with you. Like Arshawn spoke about it earlier, when they start getting in their so-called bag and start putting stupid rhetoric like, you need to be giving up the box in 3 days. What you holding on for? What you stop having sex for, and you already got it used up. You feel what I'm saying? That's when stuff start getting ugly. You feel what I'm saying? And again, if that's the basis of why you don't agree with somebody, then that's what taps into Mandrell. That's to spit out the bones and everything like that. If this is something that you first heard, if you grew up around men, you know, I had a father. And then when my father passed away, I had a stepfather. This is stuff that they talked about all the time. My grandfather talked about. This is nothing new. Nothing new. If people ever actually go to my Facebook, I was saying this stuff before Kevin Samuels was blowing up. I've always looked at what a man's role is. Specifically, what I believe in, the word speaks about what a man's role is. Divine order. God, Jesus, man, wife. A woman is supposed to be seen and not heard, and all these things. All these come from the word. You feel what I'm saying? So these things, this shouldn't be nothing new to you, but what I had to learn is a lot of dudes, they don't know this type of stuff. And this is the first time they hear it. I really didn't know it was that big. I didn't know it was that broad of a spectrum of people. And when KS had, you know, passed, and, you know, RP to him, regardless whether I disagree with him or not, you know, I don't want nobody's life, being taken and everything like that. And case in point, if he was helping them in some type of way, you know, and they was able to use it for the right reasons and everything, then okay. I just didn't understand it because I was a little bit fortunate enough to grow up around men, and I was provided certain things. You see what I'm saying? So, but I do think we should be held accountable more so, especially if we're not holding ourselves. I'm very careful about my words that I use. And I think everyone should be held. I think, you know, even the word talks about this. We will be held accountable for every idle word that we say. We will be judged by it. So again, we have to be careful. We have to be careful. And Arshawn said it. What type of man are you at the end of the day? Are you a man of integrity? Or are you a person that that's selective about selective morality? Put it like that. I pick and choose when I want to be good.
Yeah, I'm like Truth though. I mean, I grew up hearing this stuff. I had a father in the house. You know, my parents were together for over 30 years, and they were together until death literally did them part. You know, so I had him in the house teaching me the ins and outs. I had uncles, you know what I mean? And these are men who take care of their women even in death. They left insurance policies, life savings, you know, everything. But you take care of your wife and your family. You know what I'm saying? Period. So a lot of this stuff, that's what like I actually broke off of manosphere talking points and red pill talking points. So I'm like, yeah, I don't understand this. I mean, you're married to this woman, right? So why are you not taking care of her? She don't deserve it. You married her. She was with you through all the BS. What do you mean she don't deserve it? She gave you children. What do you mean she don't deserve it? Like, I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't get. And I tell guys now, like, I mean, that's part of your problem. You ain't doing your job. That's why you're having problems with women. Your mindset messed up. You know, you don't want to be married. Yes, I do. No, you don't. You're not willing to do what it takes to stay married. You talk. They do a lot of talk about chicks, but fellas, that's how you get fellas listening to guys like Andrew Tate. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they just don't get this knowledge growing up, and they're looking for answers. You know what I'm saying? And so when they know that they have experiences and bad experiences with the opposite sex, but then here's this guy coming along, he mixes lies with truth. And that's where the confusion gets. I mean, growing up in the church truth, I was told that was the attack of the devil. So, yes, that's where you get these guys out. They haven't gotten this knowledge. They get a guy who sounds articulate to them, and he says something that makes sense, but they don't pay attention to the fact that he just, right after that, he'll say something crazy. Well, that's all right. You know, I mean, everybody make excuses for it, like Arshawn is saying. You know, it's like you got a bunch of lost people finding someone who halfway makes sense to them, and then they lean on his every word.
Yep, that's right.
Nah, we got Austin about to do. I'm about to bring up Austin now. It's the first 5 minutes of this O'Shea video, but real quick, man, I just want to shout out Roberto's perspective. Didn't shout you out when you came in. The gentleman were talking. A lot of these guys don't know how to get the best out of women. That's very interesting. Marcus and Yella, y'all been quiet for a minute. Before we play this video, the first 5 minutes of it, y'all got something y'all want to throw in real quick?
Yella been cooling.
I'll let Yella go. He's been quiet for a minute.
Yeah. Bro, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I did want to add one thing, if you will, since we was yeah. Now I'm here. I'm alive. You know what I'm saying? I'm making the best of it. But I did want to do one thing though, since we were quoting Bible verses. I had a quote of my own. I wanted to give a read if y'all don't mind.
Austin 3:16 says, "I just whooped your ass."
No. It's Ezekiel 25:17. The path of the righteous man is beset on all sides by the iniquities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil men. Blessed is he who in the name of charity and goodwill shepherds the weak through the valley of darkness, for he is his brother's keeper and the finder of lost children. And I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger those who attempt to poison and destroy my brothers. And you will know my name is the Lord when I lay my vengeance upon thee. I think every man should take a second and just breathe that in so you'll know where you stand.
Right on, brother. Right on.
No, what you talking about?
No, I was
I'm talking about Miss D said. I'm talking about Miss D said. I don't know what you're talking about. But
I was gonna say, didn't I hear that before somewhere? I was like,
yeah. Especially from a guy who's watched that movie more times than you count. I've seen that movie.
I was saying it verbatim too.
I was too. The whole time I was saying it with him.
I was about to say, is this a tasty burger?
But Brody beat me to it. I'm about to say.
Praise dance. Jesus, something wrong with y'all. Something wrong with you people. But now I'm gonna play this, y'all. I'm just gonna play through the 5 minutes straight. The first 5 minutes of this video is and again, all the videos I played today, from Abin Preach, Playback, and this one from O'Shea are all linked in the chat. Because I hate when I go to a video and they play something and they don't let you know where they got it, so you can see what they were reacting to, so you can see the whole thing in context. So everything is in the description if you want to see any of it for yourself. But you won't find their citations in it. But anyway, I'm going to play the video first 5 minutes. I'm not going to pause it. I just want to get this through to a certain point, and then we'll talk about that as well.
An African-American YouTuber formerly based in Brazil. I believe that he has left the country because of the stir that was created amongst one of his videos that went viral, and of course, now deleted. Rewind! So 4 days ago, he posted this video. I received death threats from Brazilians. And of course, it had to do with a video he posted asking a Brazilian woman a few questions. And those questions were based around, A, would you kiss a guy on the first date? She said yes. Then he asked her, would you kiss me? She said yes. Now, he didn't kiss the lady at all. He just asked her a question. Secondarily, he asked, would you go home with the first guy, a guy on the first date? She said, sure, why not? So he posted that video. And of course, in posting that video, at the end of the video, he said, guys, what did I tell you? Make sure you get your passports and come on to Brazil. Now, of course, what I believe, what he was trying to get across is, hey, you're not playing as many games with women if they're attracted to you like you are in the States. A woman, if she doesn't want to be with you, will play games with you. But in Brazil, you're not going to experience that. So if you really want to deal with a woman who's going to, make it easier for you to have a relationship, you should come to Brazil. Now, we know he said that on his videos, but Brazilians who don't know him don't see that side of the message. What they see is a black man from America who's inviting different guys over to Brazil. Now, of course, you see this particular thing here, and this comes from one of the Black Brazilians' largest website, and it says this says the translation: North American YouTuber is criticized for recording videos that encourage sex tourism in BA. Are Brazilian women easy? Now, that was written about Austin Holloman, and of course, a lot of people have criticized Mr. Austin Holloman. I myself was able to speak to him offline. He's really, really bothered him a lot. He's a nice guy. Obviously, I believe that he didn't mean to anything to for it to happen like that on his behalf. But he has issued an apology based on what has happened and based on how the Brazilian people feel about him. I'll play that now and come back.
I want to say that first, this is very heartbreaking to me. The fact that it was always my dream to live in Brazil, and my YouTube channel was centered around me showing other men, not just the women, but just if you guys understand English and you watch my videos, you see me talk about how I enjoy just, first of all, we can start with just the drinks, on how well the drinks are in Brazil. I love the drinks in Brazil over any other country I've been to, even my home country. The food is a lot more healthy. I have a lot more energy. My skin glows a lot better in Brazil. Everything about me is better in Brazil. The weather, the beaches, the people are so social. I can be myself in Brazil. I actually feel I can be myself and not be judged by everybody I run into. And that's why I made this video in English, because I can elaborate more than I could in Portuguese. But I'm very heartbroken knowing that, because this whole situation is going on, that even, let's say, for example, I'm not banned to come in Brazil. Since my name has been slandered around and misinformed to the majority of the people. Well, it seems like the majority of Brazil, but a lot of people in Brazil, it's not safe even if I wanted to come back. You know, if I wanted to come back to stay in Brazil, it wouldn't be safe because my name has been slandered and everybody's been geared to hate me, to think that I'm some sort of sex tourist that's telling men that, oh, Brazilian women. And I'm not saying this because I know some of y'all still gonna watch this English version first and misinterpret it. I am not saying Brazilian women are easy for everybody. What I meant by when I said that Brazilian women are easy, and I shouldn't use the word easy. I know that now. I'm sorry. But what I'm saying is, for a man that's well-mannered, well-dressed, that has put in the effort to raise himself, he will have an easier time in Brazil as opposed to where I was from. That wasn't always the case. But
so they
to get into the video, I want to apologize for releasing these videos and showing ignorance to the culture that you guys, certain aspects of Brazilian culture.
It ain't easy, but if you
I
don't do a lot,
I shouldn't expect y'all to forgive me, but I'm asking if you forgive me because I am a gringo or an American in Brazil. I've only stayed there 3 months. I've been there a total of 4 months in the past year. And I am still learning Brazilian culture. The things that I did, I didn't know that they were wrong. I know now. I very well know now. And I wanted to apologize for, I guess, moving too comfortably without actually knowing. I should have had a Brazilian man or a Brazilian woman tell me, I should have reviewed with someone from the culture to see if that was fine. But I know now.
So you heard what he had to say. And he did say, like,
Burbo didn't check in.
Should have stayed your goof ass at home.
Burbo didn't check in.
Remember I said earlier, Sean, you got to be careful about what you say.
You got to be careful about what you say.
Goofball ass nigga.
Now, the reason I'm bringing him out, because there's a problem with the Manosphere Red Pill, as far as I see it. Now, this is my opinion. I'm not an expert, but to me, if you are going to look for love in another country, you would learn a little bit about that country and its culture before you went to improve your chances of love. You would need to know about the people you're talking to relate to them, to have a relationship. But as far as easy, he listed things like smelling good, dressing well, which I think improve your chances here in the United States. So I don't know what he meant by easy. I don't think he was looking for relationships. Go ahead, yo.
I argue the drink recommendation because I know a spot over on 79th boy will pull you about yay much, all liquor, no ice. You gonna get fucked up about $7-8. You gonna be right. So, but no, it's the whole. He's like, I ain't saying it easy, but it is easy. It's like, how the fuck is you gonna sit here and I can get why the men would be mad because you're making it seem like it's an easier situation to come over here into what they gotta deal with. Oh man, look, y'all ain't gotta have shit because you ain't telling motherfuckers to get better. And like I said, y'all trying to transfer this little bit of money y'all make to a whole lot of money in Brazil, and it don't work. See, you about to get your ass jumped by them Brazilian niggas over there. That's about to happen. That's why Amy pointed it out, say the windows was boarded up and shit. He had every blind in that motherfucker closed, taped down. He had one light on him to make sure that motherfucker ain't. This is the grass is never green on the other side. He thought the grass was green. This is why these goofy ass niggas sound crazy when they talking about, hey, I'm gonna get my passport and I'm gonna go over here. I hope you do. And I hope they snatch your ass up like they did on Hostel. Goofball. That's exactly what your ass get. Dumb as hell. Talking about I don't know if you shouldn't go back. It ain't like it's a block over there that you can't go back down. They got looking for you in the country. They gonna skin your ass and turn you into boots.
What?
I'm dead ass serious, niggas. The fuck? They don't turn your ass in the boots, nigga. Fuck you mean? Shit. Man,
That's
you
crazy.
know, over some women that just want your resources
And
and
that's
not
what I
nothing
wanted to.
you offer. My bad.
No, you good. That's all I wanted to point out, though. Is I wish people could be honest. Like what you're looking for is a more fertile hunting ground. You're looking for more opportunity for yourself to gain access to sex and women's bodies. Because if I were to, I guess I promise you, if I were to go through his catalog, because I've listened to a few of the things he said, he's probably also one of the same people that would say it doesn't take long with a woman to know if you want to marry her. He said he's been there for the last 90 days, and he did not say he was in a serious relationship. So I mean, how if these women are so great and easy to deal with, why hadn't he identified somebody he could settle down with? So again, I just want to point out that there is still a predatory nature. You're hunting. You're looking for access to bodies, trophies, something. You're not looking for love and relationship. Otherwise, you could do the work here too. The same things that improve your chances there improve your chances here. And you have a cultural incline to try to travel. Now you got to go uphill against culture. You've got to know language. You've got to know history. You've got to know what the religions are. You've got to know some things. You've got to know something, man.
Oh, see, Sean, you're wrong, man. You're wrong. What you're doing, Sean, is you're making too much damn sense.
Yeah,
you better stop that.
Yeah, I definitely well, two things. I agree with your first premise when you were saying that if he really, and you said he'd been over there for 3 months.
And he said he's been there for 4, but 3 months consecutively.
Oh yeah, it ain't no excuse. It ain't no excuse if apparently he's there for the right reasons. Apparently these are better women.
He's not.
Everything like that. So yeah. So I can't speak. I'm not speaking out for him. And the sad part is that's the part for the guys that are going over there, trying to see, have the world at their oyster and everything like that, and trying to actually find and marry someone. This is the part that makes people bad. You know what I'm saying? This is the part that's going to make it into something bad. And then you got people after you. Like that shit was funny as shit with Yella said, turn him in some damn boots, yo. I was over here laughing hard as hell.
He talking about what's easy. He talking about, you know what he showed you was easy? It's easy to get your ass fucked up over there fucking with them Brazilians. That's what he showed you real quick.
Because that's the
90 days? How you manage to spoil your shit in 90 days? 90 days?
All that talking and you ain't got one woman, bro. One woman that you're sticking with. So yeah,
Bree, I don't appreciate you calling me an elephant. All right, I'm just saying. I don't appreciate you calling me.
But if people are going over there for earnest reasons and everything, I don't knock them. The same thing. Do I believe the women nature are the same? Overall nature, yes, but there is a cultural difference between people in different cultures. If you have traveled, a lot of people have not got out of their city, state, been to different countries. I've been traveling ever since I was 6 years old. So, and also from my background, my heritage, I have family in Arizona, in New Mexico, Native Americans that have my actual last name. If you go to them, you'd be like, oh, these are your actual bloodline and everything like that. Yeah. And as well as Mexican Americans. So I've always went to Norway and all these different type of places, had time to travel and stuff. Women in those different cultures are raised differently how they view men. That's why a lot of the men over there, they are, the relationships are a little bit different because the women over there is kind of in a form of, I guess they look at their men as tyrants because they don't have the laws to back them up like how the women here. So they're more into, like, I guess you would say, forced submission, where a lot of the ones that's coming here, they like, oh yeah, I love it over here and everything like that, and then they start becoming adapting this Americanized culture as well. So the women are different, the way they view men, the way they respond to men. If you're going over there to be decent, if you're an a-hole here, you're going to be an a-hole over there. And that's just a fact. Same way with money. If you're a lame before you have money, you're gonna be a lame with money. Money just don't change nothing about you. It reveals more of who you are. That who you are at your default, your core nature. That's where you're gonna be at. And again, this is a sad part for people that is trying to expound their horizons, just to meet new people and everything like that, and appreciate the world that God gave us. So it's terrible.
No, I agree with that. Marquez, what you think, bro?
It's interesting, right? Because I've actually talked with Austin himself.
Okay.
I've actually had a conversation with him like once or twice. I think the person who actually referenced me to go on his stream was Grey Pill, Grey Pill podcast, and I actually had to talk with him because like he has experience flying over. I've experienced in different countries. Likewise with Mandrell, right? Our expertise in our careers and stuff. And yeah, like on one hand, it's customs and cultural differences is a thing. Obviously, certain ways that are run economically as well. That plays a big issue as well. Obviously, in certain places, in certain countries, you're either very struggling, low economic class, or you're rich. It's one or the other. There is no middle. Do some go there for the access to easy, easy legs, right? Others go for economically it's better because with your U.S. dollar you can afford more, right? Afford more food, afford better housing, and hey, afford a good time. Go to the clubs, go to the bars, stuff like that, sightsee, whatever. Then there's just some that just want to go visit, backpack tourism. And then when it comes to Austin, I still have to maybe brush up on a little bit more of him because I've only talked to him briefly. But as far as the tabloid, the Brazilian tabloid, right? Because that's Portuguese, that's Portuguese language. They said it was a feminist tabloid or a feminist group that wrote that article.
I didn't catch exactly what O'Shea said, but he said it was big or popular over there. But I didn't.
Oh, I swear I thought it said O'Shea said it's a feminist article or a feminist.
It might have been. It very well could have been.
Yeah. Again, hey, if one hand is perceived because he said in the video, it's easier for men to come here to deal with women. Is that what he said?
He said it's the women, the way they're cultured, it is easier for men to deal with the women there. They are basically more friendly and open. Basically, but what he's trying to get to is they're more friendly and open. I mean, because he's asking a silly question like, "Would you kiss me if I don't know you? Would you sleep with me?" Stuff like that. Like if that kind of stuff, you're just talking about more.
Yeah. Hey, big homie,
because when I hear guys say
that mess, my fault, Mark. I just want to say this real quick.
Yeah, go for it.
That mess was lame. The questions he was asking, they were the worst questions I ever heard.
Yeah, so I mean that's basically men want women that are more easily accessible, and to me that's like True said. To me that's lame. Like not because everybody wants the path of least resistance, even in relationships, even in sex. I'm fine there, but I don't. What I don't like is saying that I'm going because they're better at relationships there. They're clearly better at relationships. But what you're not looking for is a relationship. Why are you talking about all the women from where you're from being bad at relationships when you're not even seeking one? That's my problem. Is that in I don't even know incongruency. That's my issue with it. I mean, if you're just going there for sex because it's easier, okay, you're a sex tourist. But he denied wanting to be a sex tourist. But you've been there 90 days, but you're also one of those traditional-ish people. But the question is, it's a lot of inconsistencies. I just want to point out real quick, and I'll let you get back in. He does. I've heard him talk. He does seem to have some cognitive difference. What do they call it? What's that word? I don't want to say abnormality. There's another word. Neurodivergence. He seems to be neurodivergent. He might be on the autism spectrum. He definitely doesn't. He was talking to Courtney Michelle, and he could not understand like jokes, sarcasm. He couldn't understand inference. It was strange. He couldn't pick up on those communication cues.
He's
so
socially awkward.
Yeah,
that too.
And that's the problem with a lot of these guys, though, Arshawn. They're socially awkward. They don't know how to socialize with people properly, and that's what makes them uncomfortable because they notice that they're missing social cues and They're not getting context. They're not getting jokes. Where everyone else gets it and they're laughing, they miss it, and they notice that they miss it. So that causes them to become insecure because they notice it themselves, and they'd rather be around someone as opposed to doing the work and getting out there and talking to people, meeting people, socializing with people. They'd rather duck off in the corner and go spend a lot of money on a ticket and an 8-hour flight to Brazil. I should know, I've been there. To meet someone who's just as socially awkward here in the here stateside as he would be. But he's socially awkward just like Truth was saying, if you're lame here, you can be lame there either. They know the culture. You know, so 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other. It's just that woman seems to be more friendly to him and inviting to him. She's just being polite or just out to have fun.
I mean, like, remember, there's women that can put on the act and fake it when you go over there.
Absolutely.
Then there's some who are just genuinely like that are raised like that.
Yeah, go to the place that's the most difficult to tell the difference, Marcus, Philippines.
Yeah,
you cannot tell
that's
the difference.
Your department, Mandrell. I didn't go there, bro.
Hey, you cannot tell the difference between a woman who's genuinely raised to be traditional and a woman who's faking the funk. Can't tell the difference, bro. It's like, oh, they're all the same. They'll cook for you the whole 9. You know what I'm saying? And you just met this chick last night. She waking up cooking breakfast and stuff. It's like, what? I mean, it's hard to tell the difference. Again, I think they're all raised that way, but some use it for personal gain, and some use it because, you know, they're looking for a relationship, and this is how they treat their men. You know,
I wonder if he ever clarified, like, hey, when I said easy, I meant easy going or easy access.
Yeah, he didn't clarify. Even though he tried to, he didn't really. He didn't really clarify.
Easy to most men. He said easy to some men, or one of
right.
Most of them. That's what I got a little turned off about when he said it like that. I'll say, oh no, yeah, you on some other stuff, dog.
Yeah.
Well, truth, that goes back to him being socially awkward. He can't properly communicate with people because he doesn't know how to socialize properly.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He doesn't know how to articulate his points correctly. He's not used to interacting with people in a social
we got to deal with intent then, right?
Yes, definitely.
So if we deal with intent, then he might not be intentionally moving in this way, even though we still, it doesn't change what it is. I'm not saying it changed what it is, but I'm saying if he has a deficiency in that manner, then it could be a thing where he's not intentionally trying to be a butthole, but he's being one.
And see, but here's the problem though. We've socialized dysfunction to the point that most people are harmful by default without knowing. You know what I'm saying? Like, most people are just trying to do them, but in doing them, they're doing harm. So, like, what I believe, and that's what, like, the premise of my thing, whether it's Tate, what, like, the whole, everybody, like, they like to say patriarchy and feminism, the way even women are conditioned, we are conditioned to exploit and to use and to hurt each other. We're not conditioned to humanize and treat each other with agency and autonomy and love and grace and forgiveness. We're not. We are harmful, but I get what you're saying. I do not believe his intent is to be
I'm only
malicious.
using it with him. I agree
Right.
100% with Tate and everything else. I'm only just
with him.
Yeah.
So I'll hone it in on him. I do not think his intent is to be malicious just because he doesn't know any better, but his intent is still harmful because his intent is still predatory. He's still trying to have access to women's bodies without regard to them as a person.
Correct.
So he doesn't know enough to know that he's harmful. Like, and I think that's a lot of the men. They are practicing and teaching predatory behavior through words and concepts that hide the fact that it's predatory. It goes back to the hunter nature. You're going to seek out and find, and you want access. And where's the richest hunting ground? This is the most fertile. You'll find more here. So this is the better hunt. What they're doing is like fishing or hunting. They are looking for the most accessible resource. And where will you find it? How much do you have to spend? How much do I have to develop as a hunter? Or can I just, is it like crabs in a barrel? That's what they're doing mentally wise, but they're not tapping into that. They're practicing these predatory natures and instincts onto women that are human. And the second layer of this is especially with the passport bros. We talked about them traveling, and they talk about how these women have fathers and these women have rich cultures. Well, you know what a family that has a father in it and a rich culture is probably not going to do? Allow some weirdo, whether you're not weird, let's take weirdo out of it. Let's take the inflammatory language out. Allow some guy who doesn't even take the time to understand the culture or the language or the people to come in and marry his precious daughter. You're not about to just come in and snatch her up. If what you're saying about these places is true, if what you're saying is true, the women that you're talking about, you won't have access to them because their fathers and their brothers and their uncles will be in their life, and you won't have access because you have not shown yourself interested in the culture or the people or her specifically. So there's a lot of inaccuracies in what they're saying, which is problematic to me. And we have to stop covering for people who are practicing predation, no matter what it looks like. It looked like I'm just going out to find marriage. I'm looking out to find, no, that's not what you're doing. That's not really what you're doing. Now when we uncover it, your intent, the last thing I want to say real quick, the intent problem is that we have mistaken, the proof, you know, the Bible verse, woe to them that call good evil and evil good. Like we have mistaken going out to find love, but what we're really doing is going out to find a body. We're trying to capture bodies.
Yes, sir.
But we've mislabeled it. So our intent to us is fully justified. But if you follow the trail of the actions, it can't be cleaned up.
Yeah. It might have chime in a little bit too. I think sometimes people try to find a way to cope or try to find a way to belong in something or someone or a group of people. So I think that plays into effect as well. So sometimes we call ourselves or we're thinking to ourselves, self-reflecting, we're just floating, we're just hovering, we feel lost sometimes, right? And in doing so, you're trying to find your path, or the YouTube point say your purpose, right? Find your purpose. And in doing so, you feel confused, you feel conflicted. So you try to find what you're good at. You're saying, well, this is what I'm good at, but is it what I'm passionate about? And you find out some things you are, some things you aren't about it. That's why some people choose not to take the money. Some people choose to, hey, I'd rather work for less, but do what I love. And then there's others who say, hey, you know what, well, damn that, I got to think about more than just me. I got to think about somebody else. I got to think about my family or someone that depends on me. And, it's tough to say sometimes. That's why in life you're wandering sometimes. You're just wandering. And it's kind of like those, kind of like Mad Max, right? Or like some type of like post-apocalyptic world. You're trying to find it, and like after you thought about it, you find the little things more valuable sometimes than the big things.
No, that's important what you said too. The only thing I would add to it, not even taking anything away from it, is that we're wandering sometimes in different ways. So like me, myself, I'll admit I'm lost, but I'm lost individually. Like within myself and my purpose, I'm wandering. But then there are some people I would say are wandering socially, who they're trying to find themselves in others. Like they're trying to find themselves in their position within the world. Where do I fit in? I know what my purpose is, but how do I make that fit with all the people around me? Where do I need to be? Like, so there's like an internal, like, positioning and an external positioning, and people are sometimes struggling with different ones. I might know who I am, but I might not know where I need to be. But some people might know where they need to be, but not know fully who they are. So I think that's where I think some of the grace needs to come in. Even with like people like Tate and Holloman, I'll say Holloman is young. Holloman's a young boy. He's a young dude. He might not have, even without neurodivergence, he might not truly have had his heart broken in a way that makes him empathetic to people who have had their heart broken, or to be used in a way that makes him empathetic to people who are being used and exploited. Same thing with, I don't know. I can't speak for their path. I'm just speaking on where they are right now, how it looks. And then when you're preaching some of the things that they're preaching, what's really underneath the lessons, so that the rest of us can look at it and gauge accordingly. How much do I need to, we need to know how much of it is meat and bones when people are sitting down to eat. Like we say, chew the meat and spit out the bones, but we need to be able to know what's what.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. People aren't good at it, Ershawn. They don't know what's healthy and what's not. You know what I mean? We're just used to seeing either a bunch of trash or a bunch of white noise out there. Because take the fitness industry, for instance. You go to YouTube and you look up fitness on YouTube. There's a lot of white noise,
bruh.
Tons of misinformation. Like, it is insane. I'm sure Marcus can vouch for me on this one.
Bro, but guess what,
Like,
Mandrell? If I sell my product to you, you get my supplements, you'll be good.
Right, you're right. You know what I'm saying? Now there's one person whose supplements I tried, they actually work. You know what I'm saying? I was shocked and amazed.
More plates, more dates?
No, I was shocked and amazed, but the proof's in the pudding. They worked, but it was great to say actually. But there's so much misinformation. You got people out there saying that, don't use cardio to lose weight. I'm like, what? Don't do cardio for heart health. Why would you? I'm sitting here like, why would you say that? And it's just to be contrarian. You know what I mean? The science is in on some of this stuff, and we know it. But you got people who will listen to that, something that we know to be false, and hold on to it like it's the gospel truth. And it's just. I don't know how I ended up the way I was. I guess I was just raised to think for myself. That was my dad's number one lesson. Don't let anybody think for you. Think for yourself. Make your own decisions. But why people fall for the okie doke, it does escape me. And I've come to the realization, like on some topics, I'm speaking from a place of privilege. I've had mentors, uncles, a father, not just a daddy. Had a father in the house, so I've been very fortunate in that. And so I've now since then and noticing it, taking that into consideration, the fact that they probably didn't have all these examples to see and learn from. But it's amazing. Like, people would deny science, and I don't understand why would you do that. So my question is, how do you get the people? How do we train people to know the difference? Because people can't tell the difference between good and evil anymore. They're just so wrapped up in looking at themselves. All they see is themselves. They don't see good. They don't see evil. They just see them and what can benefit them. How do we get people to know the difference?
Well, Mandrell, the line is so blurred. What is good is now evil, and what now is evil is now good. The people, the word says, I call you out from amongst them. Nobody wants to separate themselves. Nobody wants to segregate. We all claim to be, I spoke about this earlier. We all claim to be moral, a sense of morality, no right and wrong, good and evil. Supposed to be these stand-up guys. Everybody has all these buzzwords: integrity, reciprocation, love, loyalty, accountability, responsibility. Everybody says these root words, but yet the company that they keep is contrary to all of those things. So until people actually say, hey, I am this person, so I'm only going to be with people that are this way. And even if I have to come into a room full of people that is contrary to me, it will be a clear difference between me and them. If I even hear them say anything wrong, I'm going to be outspoken about it. But everybody does this fit-in thing instead of standing out thing. I don't understand it because I've been this way my whole life. But hey, it won't change, brother.
Yeah, and truth is about me, I've never really fit in anywhere. You know what I'm saying? So
Exactly. No,
I've always had my own mind. I've never actually fit in anywhere. So it's like I get along with geeks and nerds because I'm a science buff. Always my first two loves are science and nature. You know, so and you know, video game Atari came out, they got into that and got into video games, and like that's why I was square rooted there. But jocks thought I was a nerd, and the nerds thought I was a jock because I did karate and I was boxing. So I wasn't. So I am an athlete because I still practice MMA to this day. Been an athlete my whole life. So when I walk in the room, here I am walking in with my muscles. What y'all playing? Does it D&D? You wouldn't understand. Go away. You're just gonna make fun of us. No, I'm not
He
gonna make fun. I
moonlighted
want to
basically
know.
as a Clark Kent.
Right, you know what I'm saying? It's like, no, I want to know what the game is. They wouldn't let me play D&D. The nerds wouldn't. It's messed up.
Yep, jack of all trades, master of none.
I've mastered a few things along the way, you know, because I came to the conclusion. I'm like, okay, I'm good at a lot of stuff, but what have I mastered? Okay, let's focus on something. You know, I came to the conclusion a long time ago. You know what I'm saying? And I think everyone should master something.
They've been going in all day.
Well, haven't they? Don't look like how you expect.
Yeah, Nova and Bree, boy. Nova and Bree.
Right, Nova and Bree. They will roast me all day. Nova and Bree will. You know what I'm saying? They'll be on my helmet.
Hey, but I know we coming up on the 3-hour mark, man. I definitely want to get everybody's final thoughts. But I'm gonna start with Marcus, man. Last man in, first man out. Marcus, what are your final thoughts, man? I'm just give you a few minutes to cook, man.
You know, it's a great show, man. Great show. Good host. Even funnier chat. Great topic. Great breakdown. I like a lot of people what they said on this panel. That's why I rock with y'all, you know, and that's why I respect. Sometimes we can disagree, but we don't have to tear each other down or break each other apart for it, like certain other panels. So I appreciate you, Arshawn, and Critically Drinking, or Criminally Drinking, or Criminally Sober, whatever they want to, you know, change your name to, allegedly. Shout out to Mandrell, shout out to Yella, shout out to Truth, and good show, man. Thank you for letting me up. Oh, you can also catch me real quick, Wally, on the weekly drop Wednesdays at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard on the JVJ Network. We cover content, media, news, sports, other stuff as well. So, yeah, and discussions, the topics, but I appreciate y'all.
All right, real quick though, man. You said the JVJ Network. I haven't heard of that one. What's that one?
Yeah,
Oh,
so it's
okay.
Yeah, so, okay, go for it, Mandrell. Go for it.
No, I'm not saying anything about it. I mean,
no, I was just gonna say it belongs to Let's Talk with JVJ. That's his original channel, but he has another side channel called the JVJ Network, and he lets other people jump up, and if he networks and does business and collaborations and stuff, so he does reactions as well, discussions. But he has a subclause of other channels, and he's like, hey, well, I have an opening for these certain set of days, and Wednesdays is one of the days that me and Wally agreed to do it, talk about different topics and anything and everything. You know, it doesn't always have to be something political. It doesn't have to be something religious. It could be something sports, entertainment, media. It could be a review or a reaction to something. Keeps it different. So, yeah, that's the show. That's basically where it's at.
Man, I appreciate that, man. I don't know how there's so many people that are in the space, like in orbit, that I have not come across until like recently. Never heard of JVJ. There was another guy I just ran into, like E-Man and
Either Man
Dr.
Williams.
Wood.
Either Man Williams.
Mandrell knows him.
Hey, listen. Hey,
Uh-oh.
Listen, Arshawn.
Uh-oh. My bad.
I'll talk to you later.
Uh-oh.
Okay. There's a warnings and disclaimers that need to go out first.
Okay.
And Marcus knows it to be true.
Other than that,
and Marcus knows this to be absolutely true. There's some warnings and disclaimers that need to go out first.
Fair use, right? Fair use. Arshawn. Yeah, man. But like I said, Arshawn, thank you again. Thank you for being a good host and letting us on the panel and giving us a chance to talk to you on your platform. And thank you for, allowing me to get the Blue Wrench too and help moderate on your chat. And yeah, man. And that just appreciate all y'all. Mandrell, I'll catch you on your show also tomorrow, bro, for a little bit. Then I gotta dip out. If you're, still doing it. Was it tomorrow or Wednesday? Wednesday.
Wednesday, brother.
Unapologetic Wednesdays, right, Mandrell?
Yeah.
9:30.
It's gonna be about discipline, and particularly self-discipline. So
you know what that means? Duct tape. You got a lot of duct tape. So I appreciate y'all, Arshawn. Peace out, Yella, Truth, Mandrell.
All right, later, Mark.
Appreciate you, man. All right, Truth, man. Let us know your final thoughts, man, and what you got going real quick. Let me hit the bam.
Yes, sir. I told you early. I think it was New Year's Eve. I told you I was gonna come over here and parlay with you. It's always a joy to come over here, especially hear you speak. You already know I've said that from the first time we met. One of the best kept secrets in this space. Hospitality, respect has always been there between me and you, so I always appreciate that. The conversation over here with the Andrew Tate situation was needed. Again, if he's found guilty, throw that man in the trash. Throw that man in the trash, and you won't hear me saying, "Oh, trying to create a scenario, excuse." Throw him away in the trash. Slowly but surely, the things that I spoke about, I'm actually implementing it. I spoke about that. I think it was on New Year's that I found myself in different spaces that I ain't have myself no business in. If I'm going to go in those spaces, I got to make sure I remain segregated and indifferent. But one thing I know I can come over here and be more relatable with you because as far as our ideologies, it pretty much align the same as far as being men of integrity, being men of your word, standing on purpose, and constant growth and ascension. It's always a joy to speak to Yella and Mandrell. Mandrell is always funny as crap. I've been checking out his show a lot more lately. Hopefully, everyone has subscribed, shared, and liked. I will continue to share your videos as well. And I appreciate you, bro. I hope you have a great day.
Hey, man, appreciate you too, Truth, man. Appreciate what you brought to the conversation, man. I appreciate the energy as always, man. But good looking out. Appreciate you, man.
Yes, sir.
All right, man. We know Yella. I don't know if he's high. I don't know if he's playing a game. But Yella, where you at? There you go. There you go. Get your final thoughts here and play, boy.
I would like to end this with a quote from a great philosopher, Michelangelo, who says, "Wise men say forgiveness is divine, but never pay full price for late pieces." Thank you.
See, good people, this is why you can't deal with some people. Like sometimes you can't take them all with you. You can't take them all everywhere. You can't deal with all people all the time. You just gotta. This is what you gotta do sometimes. You gotta remove some people from your life. Nah, but yeah, appreciate you, Yella. I'm glad you came through. Appreciate you for coming through, man. I definitely always appreciate your commentary. What you got going on? So you when's your next stream, man?
It'll probably be tonight. Probably around I don't know, probably around 7 Central. Try to do something a little earlier, watch some videos, react to some shit. Random hangout. So we just chilling after all the seriousness of the day.
All right. That's cool. That's cool. Appreciate you. And the man, that inspired. Come on, man. I'm about to talk to him, man, because I think maybe I need to get Mandrell here. We need to. I'm gonna work. I'm gonna talk to you. I'm gonna talk to you. But give us your final thought. You always complain when people put you on big face cam. So you want me to take you on big face cam? Because you always complain every single time.
I'm okay. It's all right. Either way, it's fine with me.
Every time somebody do it, I hear you. I'm like, okay, let me not do that to me.
I gotta get, I have to get used to it sometime, and the only way to get used to things is to keep doing it.
That's right, man up. There we go, man up. Let's go.
First of all, thank you, Arshawn, for having me here today. Thank you, Yella, for tolerating me today. Thank you, everyone, for your comments. Bree, thank you for taking it easy on me today. You know, relative to most days. Nova, you've been about the same. Anyway, shout out to Truth is Never Favorite and to Marcus. But yeah, this is a good show, and this is a topic that it's a cautionary tale, in my opinion. You know, of a guy who climbed the ladder, he got rich, he got the girls, he's got the spotlights and the status, notoriety, everything that you hear in these red pill talking space. But how did he get it? You know, did he get it with integrity? Was he on the up and up? Was he in a clean business? How did he do it? Look at how he did it in comparison to other people who got it, and weigh the differences. The other guys are still making money. This guy's in the clink. So all money is not good money. All right? And let this be a lesson to you. How you make your money matters. You can dig it out of the mud, yeah. But I don't think this guy did that. Now information's come out that he got a loan from some members of organized crime and got in trouble with that because he had to pay them back. And people, it ain't worth your life. It's not. You know, how you get your money does matter. That's my point today. And this story that we're hearing today, this says it all. There you are, Sean. I don't have much more. How you get it matters.
Yeah, how you get it does matter. Hold up, just putting some. Just try to type this message real quick.
And ladies, don't ever give a man make a deal where a guy gets 50% of your money if you're doing the work.
Man, that
ladies, don't do that, please.
That was crazy. But real quick, just anybody that's still here, I definitely appreciate everybody that was here, everybody that was in the chat, Marcus and True for coming up on the panel, sharing their perspectives. Definitely great additions. I am going to just let you know what is going on the rest of the week. Tomorrow will be Tuesday. Again, Yella already said he's going to be on later on tonight about, I think he said 8 Central. Correct me if I'm wrong. If not, there will be the Ism show. Me and Bree are going to be talking about stoicism versus alexithymia. I've got a couple of videos pulled as examples because there is a difference between somebody who's practicing stoicism and is not allowing their emotions to become unregulated and somebody who can't even access and understand their emotions. There's a difference, and we kind of need to, again, I'm trying to bring awareness to things because we use a lot of words, we use a lot of terms, but people don't know what it looks like when it shows up in life. So we'll use like narcissist. My last 3 boyfriends were narcissists. Well, that's statistically so improbable that you're probably just using the wrong word. You just had 3 selfish boyfriends, or they didn't care about you. They were uncaring. They probably weren't narcissists. Same thing with men. We use a lot of words too that don't really apply. So we're going to clear up because a lot of men who are alexithymic, who have no understanding or articulation, no awareness of their emotions, they'll say they're being stoic. No, they don't have access to their emotions at all. That's not stoicism. So we want to clear up that tomorrow on the Ism show. Wednesday, there'll be a couple of things, and I got to clear this up with Bree. We were supposed to be doing passing the bar, but I forgot that it was supposed to be on wife life advice. So me and her need to figure that out. But I'm also going to be doing a stream in the evening around 7 p.m. We're going to be going wireless on Wednesday with the wireless woman. So look out for that Wednesday night here on YouTube. Anything else I do will be on Twitch. Twitch is going to be mostly pop-ups. So, you know, that is what it is. But I want to thank all of you who stopped by, supported, watched, said something in the chat, all of that. But look for hopefully more renditions of Come On Man, and we'll be back.
What are we talking about? Come on, man. 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 How many push-ups you want to do here, pal? Oh, come on, man. Why the hell would I take a test? Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. What is he doing? Come on, man. Give me a little break here. But everybody knows who this guy is. Come on, man. Come on. Come on, man. Get a life.
Come on, son.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Come on, man. I mean, come on, man. Come on, man. You're making money. Come on. I mean, come on, man. Come on.
Don't do drugs. If you're doing it, stop it. Get some help.
All right, give me a quick second. Boom, boom. I appreciate you, fellas, man. Appreciate you, fellas. We are now live over on Twitch, man. Just a little hangout sesh, man. As long as y'all can stay, y'all can. If y'all gotta go, that's cool too. But I wanted to, spend a little time on Twitch after that, just because, I miss my Twitch people. I ain't been on Twitch lately. I've been neglecting them. But man, Mandrell, how did you feel about the show, man? How did you feel about the topic and the conversation?
I like it. It was again, it's a discussion that needs to be had, but people aren't having the right discussion for the subject matter. Like I said, it's a cautionary tale. Yeah, the guy got the money, the women, the street lights, the corners. He got all the stuff the red pill got, the status and all that stuff. But how did he get it? Look at how he got it, and look at where it got him. He wasn't doing business the right way. He wasn't on the up and up. The guy wasn't paying the girls right. He wasn't a man of his word. He gave those women his word. He paid them 50%. He was actually paying them 13%.
Man, that was dirty.
And that was dirty. You're right. He wasn't a man of his word. So how can you be a man of integrity if you're not keeping your word? And people talk about, well, see, guys come up with game and game is bad. No, the first rule of the game is you don't lie to women. You don't lie to women. Why? That's the first rule of the game. You don't lie to it. Don't lie to them. And that's what my mother told me. I asked my mother, how'd y'all last so long? She said, cause I believed in him. Like, she believed in him. She trusted him, and she trusted and believed in him. I said, how'd you maintain that for so long? She said, because he always told me the truth. She said, even if it was something he knew I wouldn't like the answer to, he told me the truth anyway. Even if he knew I wouldn't like the answer, he always told me. And so a lot of guys got to remember, got to keep that in mind. I don't know why people are afraid to be honest, but it is what it is, bro. I mean, you got a lot of cowards out here these days.
Yeah, that's facts. I think that's something what I want to do, I mean, is as much as you have the time to, because I know you're a busy man as well. I want to start. I've identified some stuff. Like I said, I didn't even go. This was not even my plan. Yesterday, I had a whole different topic, but I was like, I was talking to Bree in Discord, and I'm like, man, I feel like this needs to be addressed because men don't see that this stuff is predatory. And like, we're so busy defending people like Andrew Tate and Austin Hollerman that we're looking sus. And we're saying sus things. I'm like, these are like the average run of the mill. These are the regular guys. We're talking about, hey guys, if you're going to commit a crime, don't use a burner phone. Don't use Snapchat. They keep your records. And let me just acknowledge people real quick. Man, Kamaru Fresh in the building, man. Appreciate you, guy. I was just over there on YouTube and internet and coming over here on Twitch because I have not been spending a lot of time here. And this is real, but you are also high, Kawhi. Absolutely. And I don't know, Anaya, how you got transported here. The stream cut in the middle of the outro. I thought I did that later.
Demons.
Hey, Breezy, how you feeling?
Great. I should turn my camera on. It's just the ceiling. There we go.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Now my camera's on.
There you go. All cammed up.
It's amazing. But
How
yeah,
are
great
you?
stream.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm doing
Thank
great.
you.
I'm doing great. I had a good conversation. My mom called me like when your show started, and it was a good conversation, so I didn't cut her off. We
Don't.
had a very good conversation. It was great. But I missed the first hour. I was so mad about it, but we had an interesting conversation. My mom has a degree in psychology, so sometimes when you have conversations with her, she demands that the conversation has a agreed upon standard. Like it's weird. It's hard to explain, but it took an hour.
Hey,
It took an
there's
hour.
nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. I love good conversations, especially even with my mom. If I can get into a good conversation with my mom, if I can manufacture that, I love it.
Yeah. So we were
She's
arguing
typically
about the child, like from 0 to 7 years old and 7 to 14, developmental phases, spiritual growth, consciousness, how it changes, and what is the responsibility of the parent and where parents are falling short in that. And we started talking about even our own dynamics. And so that was an hour-long conversation because she called me to ask me something. That's how it works. I don't know.
Nah, that's actually kind of cool though.
Yeah.
That reminds me of the Up series because they did every 7 years.
Yeah. So it was long, but
but
but great stream.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I just felt like it needed to be had. I still forgive me. I appreciate when y'all say that, but all of my streams are great, so it feels kind of weird when y'all say great stream.
You
As if
know
all
what?
of them are.
You know, if you say it like that, I mean, it was mid. It wasn't the best. It wasn't the best one ever. And hey, Mandrell, why he over looking like he's scared? Blink twice if you in trouble, Mandrell. He looked scared, you know. But it was good.
Oh, you showed up, Bree.
Yeah.
I gotta get ready. Get my mind right.
Nah, I'm good. I just wanted to come say it was a great stream. I don't like a lot of these guys that y'all talk about. I'm concerned about men based on the stances that I hear about these men. That's the concerning part. I mean, the Andrew Tates of the world, they exist. You know,
they're extreme.
And they're extreme. And they're like such a small percentage. But I'm more concerned about the everyday man who sees themselves in Andrew Tate. That's the concerning part for me, I think.
Yeah. It's problematic. I see it now. I saw it when you broke it down. I kind of saw it, but I'm starting to see how we respond to these things shows me how society broke. Like
because it's kind of concerning because it's like if you can see yourself or like that elite to like this could be anybody or this happens to me and I don't know. It's just something about how men walk it down in their logical terms. So this could be anybody. This could be your brother. This could be me. This could be you. I mean, for me, I don't want to believe that, but that's like kind of how I hear them break it down to why they feel like he deserves his day in court or this. Cause it's like, well, to me, it's pretty extreme. Like for me, it's like, well, he's those guys. He's that guy in the mansion, you know, he the plug, he's the whatever. To me, he's that. But then when I hear these normal guys walking down to like, I can see that happening to this guy, or like, I don't know. That's kind of scary to me. That's scarier than Andrew Tate existing in the world.
Yeah, Andrew Tate existing in the world. You're right. Because see, for me, Andrew Tate is like the Michael Jackson. Like your lifestyle is set up in a very unique way that most people should not have access to. But if they do, should they choose to do what you did? Like, would I surround myself with a bunch of minors? No. Everybody can't be that guy. That's a unique situation. Same with Andrew Tate. Why, even if I had a compound in another country, would I be flying people across country out to it? No.
Right.
I don't think I would be doing that and them employing them in a webcam business. I don't
But
think
maybe
that's what most people would do.
But that's what I'm hearing. It's like, well, now I have to look at men on their potential because, like, well, one, we've moved from this area where men are like productive, informed before they get married. People are getting married older and stuff. So it's like, well, like, if I have to judge you based on your potential, then like you're telling me that you have the potential to be an Andrew Tate, and that's disconcerting for me.
Yeah, but we're socializing. Like I don't understand how we don't see this. But you are what they say. You are what you eat. You are what you constantly do. You are the people you hang around. All three of those, what we're consuming, what we are doing constantly, and the people we're hanging around, are all now virtual. and they're all a bunch of red pillars. Like in those spaces, we're consuming and adopting and adapting to that ideology. So you're reproducing Tate. You're turning everybody Tate. You're turning Tates. So that's what happens in those communities. The same way on the women's side. There's on the women's side. If you stay in a Cynthia G space too long with a bunch of other micro Cynthia G's, it's just going to be a little hive of Cynthia G's like that.
Little
You're going to
tater
take that.
tots. That's what I'm gonna call them.
Tater tots. I like that. The tater tots. You're going to produce tater tots. Like I mean, cause like Mandrell is military. When you hear him talk military, it's clear he was in the military.
Right.
And when other people hear him talk, you can see them light up with, "Oh, I was in the military too," and they say something, and everybody can tell it's military talk, and we have no clue what they're talking about except that it's from the military. Like there's a culture that's bred in certain spaces. They're breeding cultures, and cultures create people. The culture of the military informs how you think and move in the world. The culture of Tateism informs these people. The culture of Cynthia G, it informs women. Like we have to be cognizant and aware of the cultures that we're allowing to be created and people to fall into as a source of entertainment.
Right.
It's crazy.
It's concerning. And the other thing that's concerning about Austin, who's not like a Tate or Andrew Tate person, is the lack of awareness that he's off. Like whether that's you being outcasted or called lame by dudes who don't realize that you are coming to the table with a deficit. Like the inability of people to realize he's off. So I'm not going to hold him necessarily to the same social standard. But you do have a responsibility as a human, right? Still there. But it's kind of concerning too. It's either like bullying because of lack of awareness that he is coming to the table as a deficit. It's maybe not something that he can just make a decision to change, or it's not necessarily a moral compass issue either. So it's not that he's bad per se. It's just a deficit. It's a deficit that's causing a lack of awareness, which depending on what you're consuming, they're very vulnerable. Like I think the guy was saying, because they can be pushed to extremism because their minds are either sometimes very concrete because they don't understand nuance, or they don't understand like colloquialisms, like I was saying, like they just struggle with those things. So they do have generally lean more into concrete things, concrete principles, but that can be easily manipulated. Concrete principles can be easily manipulated. And so that's also the other concerning thing for me is I think women see it. I think women are more, I'm starting to see women are more sensitive to it, which is why he struggles with women. But I'm concerned that like the men don't notice when they're somebody they're interacting with and talking to is a little off. And that's concerning as well.
Well, we're alexithymic. We have problems with emotional cognition. Like, come on. This is where I have a problem with women. Y'all say and recognize and acknowledge and articulate so frequently how poor we are at emotions. Oh, we're terrible.
Yeah.
Men are terrible. We have emotionally unavailable partners. So then when a behavior that we do shows emotional unavailability or a lack of emotional awareness, y'all shocked. Like how
it's not shocking. It's just like proof of what we say. But these same men would say, well, I'm not alexithymic, I'm intelligent, or maybe even have relationships. So it's just like proof of like kind of what I'm saying. And that's scary that like, I don't know. It's one thing to know it from experience, but to have it objectively present where you could like see this is an example of it, it's like scary.
I got you. It's like when you're trying to talk to an alcoholic who's obviously got a problem, but they're like, no, I go to work every day. And you're like, but
then you go in their house and you see like beard, like Johnny Depp effect. Like he goes to red carpets and then you like see the pictures from the court case of his house and there's like alcohol bottles every fucking where. Like,
yeah, like you're not okay. You think you are. You showed up to work. You did good. Good job. But
yeah,
I'm with you.
It's kind of scary. So these two in particular really like, ooh. That I don't know. It's a bad look.
Nah. I definitely wanted to say again, I appreciate you, Mandrell, for coming through, man. Hopefully we'll get to do it again, man. I'll definitely reach out to you because that's something I think we could do again. I think he on phone calls.
He was because I
he handling business.
Yeah. So Nah, that's it. I wasn't gonna hold you. I didn't know how long you were gonna stay up here.
No, I'm just gonna hang, chit chat for a bit. Somebody's talking about we
Okay.
need 2 more hours on the show, but I wasn't doing 2 more hours on YouTube.
Oh no. Well, I mean, I could tell you in the meantime what we were talking about. What you think of it, just bare bones.
Okay.
So we were kind of talking about consciousness in like 3.5 years. I think we started off on a Bible prophecy. I don't know how we got from there to childhood development. No, we were talking about a dream, and I was interpreting her dream. And
Okay.
I was saying that the dream, she saw somebody like basically an invisibility cloak. And she was like, is that like, my mom always wants to interpret things literally and turn them into conspiracy theories. And I'm like, it's not what it's about. It's about mental health and awareness of the unseen part of you, unseen person that exists all the time with you. And so then we started talking about 3.5 years. I think she was talking about like Bible prophecy or something. And so we were talking about, it was like a kid gets consciousness around 3.5, like I would say consciousness of themselves, ego, or you would say.
Yeah.
And then the next 3.5 years between then and 7 is like you're giving them their concrete foundational moral principles, like this is good, this is bad, you don't hit people, you don't steal, you don't, those concrete, moral codes. And then from like 7 to 14, that formative years are over, so their moral code is there, and their consciousness and boundaries and awareness of where they start and the world starts, all that stuff is established. But from 7 to 14, you're dealing with their temperament. So temperament is established at 7, and from 7 to 14, you're kind of dealing with temperament. And the downfall of most parents is, like, even my mom started to push back on me with it, and she was like, well, I was talking about my temperament, which is I'm prone to negativity, I'm lazy, I just have dark humor, like, and I'm always prone to focus on negative. That's my temperament. And she was like, why are you like that? I'm like, I don't know. From the time I was 7, I just always feel like I've been this way. And so she was trying to say, well, wouldn't knowing where it came from help? I'm like, I can't know where it came from because I'm like, I've been this way, right? And I said, more than likely, my theory is it came from her. I was like, I think our parents' temperaments carve out our parents' shadows carve out our temperament. So those micro things that you do that I just am around and we shared time together, I probably just picked up on it and it became part of my temperament. So my mom was highly anxious and like always felt kind of like she was just very anxious once my dad left because she never felt secure. Like she was divorced. And so I probably picked up on it. So I was like, I probably just picked up on it as a kid, absorbed it, and it became part of my shadow. So that's my temperament that I've always had to deal with. And so I was saying from 7 to 14, you're supposed to be helping your child learn how to deal with their temperament. But a lot of times the parents can't do that because the child's temperament is part of your shadow. And if you don't know your shadow, you can't really help them with something you don't have awareness of.
Yeah.
Or acknowledge. Yeah. So that's what we were kind of talking about. Then after 14, it becomes about being attractive. After 14, so we're breaking down to 7 years. So after 14, it's like, well, you need to go out and become attractive to the world.
That's true.
So you take that temperament that you have, and if you learn to mitigate it, that's good. But if you didn't, you're going to take that temperament out, and you're just going to attract people that kind of share your temperament.
But I don't know, Bree. I mean, I don't know if you person who just leans on the negative.
Yeah,
my lady and I, she talks to me. She says she claims that I always focus on the negative. So you two help me out with this.
Yeah, you probably
my philosophy is hope for the best, prepare for the worst.
That's pessimism.
Is it pessimism?
That's realism. That's not pessimism. That's
realism. But if you're, it's one thing because I hear a lot of men say that. How do you move forward after that? What's the next step?
Once I prepare for the worst of a situation, I move forward with the happiness. Well, I'm always moving forward with the happiness regardless. But I'm looking for, okay, there's a hole there. Plug that up. There's a loose link there. Let's wheel that down. And on the way, and I'm being happy, but at the same time, I'm not neglecting blind spots and things that could potentially cause harm. Right. So I'm always looking at everything. I'm admiring the beauty. I'm having fun. But at the same time, if I see something negative, I'm like, okay, let's address that because that could be an issue.
You got to give me a real example. Like we're on vacation. Mm-hmm. being vigilant, you're aware of the dangers that we could encounter on the vacation, right? Like, so what's maybe a danger that you may encounter on an out of country trip with your lady? What is something you're just hyper aware of?
I've seen the same guy 3 times.
Okay, so you've noticed the same guy 3 times.
Yeah.
So now how do you move forward with that information?
Okay. Now I'm gonna.
How does that affect how you move after you are aware of that?
I'm gonna make sure I stay in crowded areas. For instance, when we were in New Orleans, right? Of course, the whole French Quarter area, plenty of people there. But particularly on Bourbon Street. But I make sure that there are people around. And we were walking down the street where we were just the only ones there. She didn't know, but I was armed, and I had that ready, like up my sleeve. You know what I'm saying?
Did you see that guy though?
But I was ready for him, and I kept.
But was he there? Like, had you seen him in that crowd or that area where you guys were at, where you had your weapon and you were ready?
Yeah.
You saw him again. Okay. And then did he follow y'all? Like, did anything transpire?
No, he didn't follow. He didn't follow us. Nothing transpired. Nothing. However,
why did you see? Well, you saw him 3 times. Like, was he a possible tourist? Was he looking?
The thing is, it's possible that he was a tourist. I'm not just automatically jumping to the conclusion that he's up to something nefarious. Right. No. However, if I'm in this area and I'm in that area and I'm at the Saints game and I see the same person, why am I seeing the same person 3 times in 3 different areas?
Okay.
Why are we in the same place in same 3 completely different spots?
And did it change how you moved with her? Did it change like your ability to enjoy because you had to be like hyper vigilant?
Well, I was hyper vigilant, but it didn't really change how I moved per se. I just made sure to stay in a more populated area than I normally would have gone to.
But it wasn't distracting.
No.
Okay.
Just staying aware of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
but I'm not obsessed. I'm not obsessed. Where's that guy? I'm not looking.
Yeah, like that. That's what I mean. Like you weren't.
No, I'm not. I'm not like. No, I wasn't like that. No, it's just.
Because when I say like negative leaning thoughts, it's easier for me to see that pattern. Like I'm happy. I'm a happy person. I'm content, but I do lean to the negative. So, like for instance, I was telling my husband on the phone today because this year for my resolution, I've been working on some inner dialogues and like stopping scripts, right? And so if I think about something that I'm out of touch with, when I think about it, when I revisit the activity, I'm going to think of all the negative things about it and how it made me feel in negative ways. And that's like naturally how my memory recalls things. Now, so because of that, I don't allow myself to make decisions about anything that I've stopped doing without restarting it a little bit first. And then I can make an ultimate decision about if I want to continue or not. If I'm out of touch with it and then I try to make a decision from that place, I'm going to think about all the reasons I don't want to do it. Partially because I'm naturally lazy and I think about the negative all the time. And that's what I use to justify my lazy propensity. So that's what I mean. When I say I'm leaning to negative, when I think about working out, I only have negative things to recall. When I think about uploading videos to YouTube, I only think about the negative, tedious aspects of editing. Now, when I'm actually doing the activity, there's enjoyment in it. And there are things I enjoy about it. But my memory never recalls those things. I have to do it again. And then I'm like, oh yeah, this was actually, and then I can remember it and then I can make a decision. So that's what I mean when I say I lean towards negativity.
But you're not a pessimist. You just lean towards the negativity.
Yeah.
Got you.
Like my memory recalls negative.
Okay. So I'm going to separate it with language. So there's a disposition. And so your disposition is, I'm going to say negative, but your orientation is optimistic.
Yeah, like how I live every day, I'm positive. I just have a generally positive outlook on life. I'm very happy. I'm very content, but my memory recalls negatively. I don't know what language that is, but it's like
Yeah,
a
I'm not
memory.
sure either. But there's
Yeah.
something I'm with you though. I hyperfixate on the negative, but like unlike Mandrell, who's I think he's realism, I'm pessimism. Like I do exactly what he does on the first step. I try to understand the worst possible scenario and prepare for it, but then I dwell, like to the
Okay.
point where it may impede action. I
Yeah,
may
you
not take the step.
hyperfixate, or you should like you either avoid or you
Yep.
hyperfixate on it if you do move forward.
Yeah. So I'm
Yeah.
trying to work towards where Mandrell is, where I'll take action because action is required, as opposed to talking myself out of.
Yeah.
I'll start justifying inaction. I'll start
Oh, see,
justifying out.
I
You know?
justify inaction as well. Not
Well, see-
because of anxiety, not because of like that's an anxious thought you're saying. The anxious makes you do that. I just do that by default. Like if I can find a reason not to do something, I'm gonna find a reason not to do it. And it don't matter if it's negative or positive.
Hey, we got a quick redemption in the chat. Just a Queen.
All short is a dime.
I'm looking for a dime. That's top of the line.
And appreciate the redemption, Jester Quinn, and that girl Mezzo. Thank you, STG, for rolling through. Didn't acknowledge you because they were talking, but that girl Mezzo, thank you, ex-wifey. Jester Quinn, thank you. Ain't seen you in a while, but good to see you. Good to see you. Hope everything is well. But go ahead, continue where you were. Stop it.
Just my hands. No, I was just saying, like I'm that way, like you said. I avoid my negative memory is used to avoid things. Now it doesn't have to be a negative thing that I'm avoiding. It could just be anything. And that's why I say I'm lazy, because it can be anything.
Yeah, I have a problem with and I heard you articulate it, and I think one other person was saying it during the stream one day. But I have a problem if there's an obstacle to an obstacle. Like I'm already I already have a task. If there's an obstacle to the task, it feels insurmountable, even if it's small. Like I'll say I need to take out the trash, but there's somebody left something blocking the back. Like somebody parked in the back and it's blocking my path. I'm like, now I gotta go around and then I'm out.
That's my husband. He's like that too. He gets overwhelmed. I think for him, he's very neurotic. He gets overwhelmed. So it's like, if I make it difficult, if there's any, he's the same way. And I'm kind of that way. Like I was saying about working out. Like the fact that I have to go to the gym to work out. Yep, that's enough reason for me not to do it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that bad. Like
that Manjo doesn't even understand.
It's like I don't get it. Yeah, no, that's enough. That's enough. Like let it be raining. That's enough for me not to do most stuff.
I could see on his face.
Like like it's raining today. If I had plans, they're canceled.
Man.
Just because it's raining?
Thankfully, I like the rain.
I told you I'm naturally leaned towards laziness, so I don't need much. I just need something. So
I relate so much. I promise you. I was supposed to be going over to my homeboy's house one of these last weekends, man. We just having a basic conversation in Discord, man. I was like, you know what? I texted him, I'm not moving. I didn't have to go to the car. I didn't have to drive across town. I was like, I ain't got to worry about a parking spot when I get back to the apartment. I thought about all those negatives. I'm like, you know what?
That's how my mind works. But I've found systems to mitigate that because I've accepted
713. What is up? What is up?
Yeah, I found ways to mitigate it. Like even with working out, even though I have that natural leaning, I found ways to get around that. I found ways to break that script because it's really just a script. So, like I said, one thing I won't make a decision without doing it in actuality first, so that I can now have a accurate memory of the positive and negative feelings. Or I use structures to help push me beyond what my natural capacity is. And I generally have high self-worth, so I want to take care of myself. So I can push myself outside of my comfort zone for the sake of my own goodness.
You said something about structures to help push you. What does that mean?
Just like adding a flow to the day, because I find that if I don't have some kind of structure to my day, I'm more likely to do nothing at all. If I can put in sometimes if I know that I can tell my husband, like if I say this, don't give me an excuse. Like sometimes I need an external push to do it in spite. Like I said, for working out or things that just don't feel great, I do them first before I quit. So if I'm doing something, if I decide I'm gonna quit, I do it a little longer with the frame of I'm thinking about quitting now. Let me do it. And now I'm looking at it through the lens of I'm considering if I want to continue this. Let's look at it objectively. Because I found one thing you do is when you're doing something, you're not really thinking about it. Like, I want to quit. Should I? You're not weighing pros and cons at all times. So once I know I'm in a place of weighing pros and cons, I make sure I continue the activity objectively and just keep doing it first. So those are the structures that help me beat my own laziness.
There's nothing wrong with doing the hard stuff first. You're kind of supposed to. You know what I'm saying?
Not the hard stuff first, because if I think of it that way, I'm not going to do it. Mandrell's clearly not a lazy person.
He's not. You can tell.
You can tell. He's like, I don't. What do you mean?
Because see, I learned the opposite. I learned do the smallest thing first, so that you can get momentum or like confidence, like smaller, and you just gradually build up to the big thing. Man, just like now, I get the biggest thing out the way. So
yeah, I gotta find ways to do pressure. I gotta find ways to pressure myself, but not so much pressure that I just quit.
An external excuse, yeah.
That shit out the way.
It's Mandrell.
Stuff get the way, and I'm done with that. The easy stuff is easy to pick up and finish that off. But then you don't want to wear yourself out doing the little stuff, because once you do the little stuff, you've done a lot. Then when it comes to the big stuff, you're like, man, I've done so much today. That's a day's work to me.
More down your willpower.
Yeah, you gotta dose it. You gotta kind of dose it up though. So if you do the little things, you have to be very intentional so that you don't give yourself hero cookies for nothing. So I agree with Mandrell. Like I like that. I kind of you have to be intentional about it. Like 1% more every day, 1% more every day, like atomic habits. Like 0 is 0. You do nothing, you're gonna be doing nothing in another year. But if you do something and then ramp up, then at the end of that span of time, you've done a lot.
What's your zodiac, Mandrell?
Virgo.
Virgo? That's what she said.
See, there she go with Virgo. Yeah.
That I promise you, I don't even know why that zodiac stuff. It half annoys me, but I know there's something to it. There's something to a lot of the systems, but oh god.
I know some Virgos who have no internal willpower at all, who don't do anything. They ruminate on it like a Virgo, but they don't do nothing. They just be like, wow, look at me being trash. Let me think about it all the time, but I'm not going to actually do anything. I've seen Virgos do that too.
But eventually, usually Virgos tend to end up sooner or later getting to it.
I don't know.
But you got some, again, you got some out there that are duds. And they just you got some duds out there now. I mean,
are we talking about how to motivate? Basically, I'm talking about my internal motivations and my negative aspects. Once again, I'm lazy. You can imagine me being a stay-at-home mom and a housewife that's problematic. So, yeah, it's something I fight with every day.
And then your husband expecting something to be done. You're like, you know what? I was gonna do it, but I got up. I just didn't feel like it.
I had to tell my husband that temper your expectations, please, because at any given time, it could just be one of them days where I just decided I was not gonna do nothing today.
Man,
and I need you to be ready for that sometime.
Prepare yourself.
Prepare yourself for them frozen pizzas sometimes, because your girl hates cook. I hate cooking. I feel the same way about
you.
Cooking.
Gotta be kidding me! How do you?
I hate everything. Like if I could just be in my neutral state, I would be on the couch eating chips, playing video games, and I probably would smell terrible and be a guy. That's what I would be if I could be my best.
I like to cook because here's the thing: the labor of love that you put. Like
I don't love it.
No, it's just I don't love it either. But I mean, I do like to cook because I cook really well. It's because
I cook well too.
I get
part of my soul dies every time I go in the kitchen.
Wow. Like, okay, you've never cooked a really good dish that tasted really, really good.
Yeah.
And appreciate it. Okay, all the work I put into this.
Yeah, I'm mad at all the work I put into it.
You're mad at all the work.
Now I gotta clean it up.
But what?
Are you kidding me?
Wait,
energy conservation is my MO. See, I run off conservation of energy. You run off a different MO. So I never look at that fondly. That's you took my energy. I took my energy.
So would you say if you're an animal, you would be a sloth?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Is there something else that sits still more than a sloth? Because I'd be that. Should I be a rock?
A rock, yeah.
I'd be a rock. I don't even want to be an
might be.
animal. I don't want to have to eat. Find my food. I would be a rock.
I mean, that's fair. You could be a cactus, maybe.
Cactus.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't
They
want
don't
too
even
much
bother to
wind
drink.
moving.
Yeah,
Stuff.
yeah, right. They only drink water like twice a year.
That sounds perfect.
Right.
Imagine being that way and being a woman. Oh my God. It's terrible.
I only love being a mom and housewife, actually. I don't mind doing for people else, but
now, do y'all think this is something to do with society, or do you think this is how people always were? They just didn't know that they had the choice. Like, what do y'all think? This is more pervasive.
Yeah, they didn't have the so many people. This choice was not available to so many people until recent years. It's like I was Chaotic Truth came on to the panel. I think it was Friday. I think. And
not him.
Yeah, and I remember telling him like he was making a point. But here's the thing: he and Information Man got into it back and forth, right? No one yelled, no one called each other out their names, no one screamed. It was a civil disagreement, a civil conversation, and it was beautiful to watch. They went on for like 45 minutes, and it was a beautiful thing to watch. Like these two brothers disagreed on a lot, but they came to a consensus on most of it. It was crazy, but
what you mean?
But here's the thing. I'll tell Chaotic, like in the 20th century, that was the largest leap in scientific research, development, and discovery. The 20th century was it was a quantum leap of science. It really was. You know, what do we got? We got automobiles, aeroplanes, skyscrapers, modern plumbing. You know what I'm saying? Water purification. You know what I'm saying? Agriculture. You know it, and Bree.
What? Is this something? What is it? What was the? Do you think everybody struggles with it? For me, this has always been my temperament, so I can't say where it came from, and that's the hard part for me. I've never been not this way, so I don't think this was learned. I'm a girl, so it's contrary to what I've taught that I have to be this way and I have to be that. So for me, it's just always been who I was. So I can't really say if it's society, if it's. My mom did a lot. My mom would stay at home, so I didn't have to do a lot, but I wouldn't have done it anyway. So
you weren't an energetic child?
No, I graduated with like a D average.
But like energy, like you didn't play, like you didn't frolic.
I play. It's not like I do. But like I played when I was in my childhood, right?
Right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
This how it presented changed as I got older. When I was a child, it was more I just was like fuck schoolwork. I just found it was meaningless and useless.
You just didn't want to. The thing is, it wasn't that you couldn't do it. You just didn't want to.
I was gifted. I was very smart. I have a very high IQ. I just always thought school was a waste of my time.
Well, the thing is, here's the thing: people with high IQs, they either do really well just to get the shit out the way, or they do.
For me, it was just kind of like
you did just enough to pass. You know
I
what I'm
wasn't
saying?
gonna do the song and dance, and then I went to college with all A's. I always had it.
Right, and that's the thing with people with high IQs, are Sean. Yeah. They either do just enough to pass, or they do really well. And ones who do really well, it's just I'm just doing this to get it. I'm just doing this shit to get it over with. You know what I'm saying? But then like she said, she went to college, got all A's.
In nursing school, that is.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Like really
So I understand what because there's subjects, man. If it wasn't science or English, I didn't care. It wasn't science or English, man. I really, really didn't care.
When I find something that motivates me, I do it. Like I do everything I said I was gonna do for the most part. I'm not want to declare that I'm gonna do a lot of things. So when I was like, I'm gonna get married, I'm gonna have this kid, I'm going to go to nursing school, I'm going to do it, I do what I say I'm gonna do. but I generally don't just say I'm going to do a lot of shit. And I don't feel the need to just be on the go like Mezzo was talking about. I don't need to be out. I don't need to go out. I don't need to just be hitting the town, but I'm going to go on a vacation though. And we're going to do the most on the vacation. But I'm not, it's our everyday life. No, I don't be doing shit.
Yeah, I can see that.
At all.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
But in the 20s though.
In the 20s? I mean, when I say lazy, I was always active. I had an active social life. I don't know. Laziness feels more like, I don't know, like the mundane stuff that you have to do. Like I feel like you're lazy when you like kind of put off that kind of stuff.
See, for me, I don't hear what. That's why it's hard for me to. I think I'm in the same place Mandrell is. It's hard for me to accept laziness. But I think you were unmotivated. Like you just lack the motivation to do a lot of things.
Like she said, when she's motivated to do something, she does it to death.
Exactly.
Right. Like she was
Yeah,
motivated to get through nursing school.
It's mundane task. It's just the everyday
tedious
stuff.
The
stuff. Laundry and the cleaning, the count, and all the. It's the mundane everyday stuff. I generally lazy when it comes to monotony. Monotony is like it kills. I don't feel the need to do it all the time when people say I should do it. Like I just don't.
Okay.
Like,
so what about your nursing? What about when you just had to go do an IV?
For me, the way I beat that in nursing was I was always seeking to be the most efficient that I could be and be faster at it. And then when you start nursing, you're like a beginner. So there's so much to learn that you're constantly learning new things.
It wasn't mundane.
So it wasn't mundane. Yeah. Which is why when I talk about marriage, like I just have to, I need to go on vacations. I need to go out. I need to switch it up. Mundane would kill my marriage. Like if it was just day in, day out, I would be out here like
kill me
quiet
now.
quitting. Yep. Self-sabotage mode on 10. You had to find your purpose to be excited about something. Yeah, I have to really feel motivated to do it. And my motivations aren't the same as everybody else. Therefore, part of it is I get the label as the lazy, which is fine. You know, you can't always decide how you're judged based on how you behave. So I was called lazy by my parents and my siblings, which I accepted.
And she accepts it.
Yeah, I'm cool with it. I'm 35. I ain't got time to be fighting my shadow. Bitch, I'm lazy.
Yeah, well, I looked
need
up the
to clean
definition.
my
I have
cat
to
litter
go
box right now.
See, be unapologetically
Lazy.
Yes,
Sit
listen to
y'all
Yella
ass down
Pill.
somewhere proudly.
Man, y'all crazy.
Yeah, and here's the thing: I'm not the person who needs to go out every weekend either. Like some people like to go out 2-3 times a week. I'm just like, why? Why? You know how much money you save by not doing that?
Yeah. I look at my mom too. She's not lazy. So I could be comparing myself to her. Like my mom is the opposite.
Yeah.
There's no processing time. Like she'll be like, I gotta do something, and she gone. Like you be like, oh, I'm hungry. She over there cooking. Like it's instant. It's like no processing time. Like it's nothing. Like she be like, you know what? I'm gonna go cut the grass, and she be outside cutting the grass. Yeah.
My brother's like you, Bree, but he's brilliant and learned how to make money without leaving the house. I don't even know what the fuck he does for a living. Seems like nothing, but he does well financially.
That's the lazy people. If you can channel your laziness, you gonna hack the system, y'all.
Now that's true. There's one thing I learned about being lazy. I could come up with some brilliant things, like just to keep from using energy or time.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Y'all don't think I didn't calculate that being a stay-at-home mom ultimately served my natural desire to conserve energy rather than being an independent, strong PhD wielding nursing lady? Come on, y'all. I'm offloading labor. Okay. For a different type of labor that doesn't require my body to be there all the time and picking up and actively doing stuff. I'm just saying, y'all hate all these people too. I'm just saying.
I feel that. Yeah, y'all crazy. I love it though. I love it. It's honest. I'm with you. I'm with you.
I know people always say you're not lazy. Y'all don't have to listen. It's okay.
Because see, this is where I have a problem. See, I'm both lazy and unmotivated. But what I really just don't, because see, you'll go on vacation and enjoy the vacation and do stuff on vacation. I've gone on vacation and stayed at the hotel. See, I'm both lazy and unmotivated.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm motivated but lazy.
Yeah.
Which I guess a lot of people feel like, you can't be motivated and lazy. False.
Yeah.
False.
First of all, I wouldn't even sign up to go on vacation. I've declined so many vacations, so many. And then if you get me to go, you're not going to get me to leave the room. If you do, I'm not going far. So it's like, why?
Oh yeah, I'm definitely when
Why?
they go to the arcade. Like my husband has this tradition with the kids now that he always takes them to the arcade, and part of the reason it's a tradition is because I go to sleep in the hotel when they go to the arcade because I hate all the fucking lights and sounds.
I wanted y'all to answer this question, but and I have a good night. Thank you for being in the YouTube. I'm glad you were able to stay. The Struggle Kevins did not come and run you off, so it was actually really chill convo, really chill convo.
Oh my god.
Now, when is the last time you felt super motivated? Was that, I'm assuming that was for you, Bree. When was the last time you felt super motivated?
DreamCon probably was very. Things for my kids can motivate me. You know.
Yeah.
Like for instance, we was fighting pinworms, and that motivate my ass to vacuum every day and clean the sheets. Nothing like a little disgusting terror to make you get your ass up. So that was the last time I felt motivated. But before that, DreamCon probably.
I know I have a problem with this. I was watching Healthy Gamer, and I can't remember how he talked about it. I'm so behind on my content. But I have that initial burst, and then I burn through all of my energy in the idea, that early motivation, like that passion phase of an idea. I burn through it all in. I don't have pacing. So I can't sustain the motivation all the way through to like following through on something. But the first idea, boom, exactly. So like even with my content creation, when I have an idea, when I'm writing it down and getting the notes, the idea is beautiful. It's amazing. This is gonna shake the world for 45 minutes. Then I'm over it. Then I'm over it. I'm like, man, that was a really good idea. But too bad nobody's gonna see this. It's in my notes forever. You have no idea how many things are in my notes, just buried. Some jewels. Like just buried because I quit caring. Like once I quit caring, it's like.
But I feel like if something came up where you feel like they would be useful information, you'd probably pull them up and you'd be motivated to use them for something possibly.
The stream I did on YouTube today was because I had the thought yesterday. If I didn't do it today, it would have never happened. Like I have to move. I have to move quickly. Like strike while the iron is hot. I'm that person. Like the Kane Carter. When I did the Kane Carter the last week, it was I thought about that like the day before. I thought about it for a long time, but it was like passive, like you said in the notes. But something was like, I better do this now, or I won't do it. So I did it. Like I have to move.
You know what I think? I think the difference between me and you as well is just listening, which I notice this is something that a lot of people don't have because I'm definitely strange in that way. Is there's a lot of shame and like negative self-talk around how you move that I think makes a lot of us feel like something's off about our process. If you were to accept how you just naturally work, then you could probably reframe it as I'm not necessarily, this is just my flow. So like for me, I also am a burst worker as well. So when that burst burns out, I'm expecting that. And so that doesn't mean it's the end. So my timeline of work is different. Like I don't do a little bit every day. I do a lot and then I fall off. And then when the time comes, I usually will come back to it. When you have a lot of creative energy to burn off as well, I think it's detrimental to look at it that way because a lot of creative energy is just you manifesting it physically or whatever through your work or writing it down. And then it kind of, you sit down, it just sits for a while. And sometimes it has a purpose and sometimes it doesn't. So I think when you look at creative outlets in that critical way, I think it can demotivate you.
Yeah, I agree with you for the most part. And I'll say like what 713 just said. Like the ideas, and this is I don't know what principle this is, but the idea center, I hold my idea center in like high esteem. So I have to give the energy. Like I have to give that the energy. So when the idea
Right.
pops up, I have to put it out there. I have to get a note. I have to at least have it written down because I promise you, I left some stuff where I didn't take notes. I left some stuff on the table. Like just it's just gone. It's in the ether. I'll never see it again. And that started feeling I guess like you said, the negative
Wasteful.
emotions.
Yeah.
It felt wasteful. It felt unproductive. It felt like the potential wasn't met. Now, again,
Right.
some of the stuff was stuff I thought was amazing, but I never even birthed it to the point where I could see it myself. Like
Right.
before showing it to anybody else. So that felt so terrible. I had to switch that up. So
Right.
now I honor the idea, but now I have to learn to honor the work, like the labor to produce it into the world. Like that's
Mhm.
where I feel like I need to develop in that space. Because
Yeah.
yes, I'll fully flesh out a thought while I have the burst energy, and I may revisit it, and I'm
Right.
cool with that. But I also know that there's a discipline side that has to kick in at some point. That muscle has to be developed. It's not going to come innately. So
Yeah,
I have to
you
work on that.
the downside of creative stuff is you do have to give it space to have a purpose, and that's for me is
Yeah.
once again as a person who likes to conserve energy, that's the part that costs a lot of work. I have a lot of creative energy in like how I dress and the things I like my kawaii stuff or all my art and anime and all the talent, the creative talent that I was, possessed by to draw and like write down stuff or write poems, like you were saying, like that kind of stuff had no space. And I think it took a long time for me to realize I have to make the space for it. If it's the birth, something I birthed, then it's my responsibility to give it a place to dwell and be. And I don't know. I think for a long time I had an idea that it would be for somebody else or it had a spot in somebody else's space. And to some degree that can be true depending on it. For instance, with the kawaii thing, I'm sure I could find maybe a community that somebody else built and go to a con somebody else organized and stuff like that. But ultimately, so clean it.
713 said that sound like you. Hey.
Yeah. So you have to give it space to have a place to dwell. So that's partially why I did the stream as well. Because where else was I gonna wear my kawaii stuff and finally get to express this stuff in the real world? Like there was nowhere. I've been waiting for 30 years and 34 years and nothing ever fucking presented itself.
Yep.
So that's the hard part about it.
Yeah. So I do try to follow my impulses. But I guess that's the best way to say it. I follow my impulses, but I want to develop and I know I'm bastardizing language again. I want to develop a compulse. Like I want to be able to have a compulsion. Like I want to be able to be compelled through the labor process. As much as I have the impulse, I need to have the compulse. And I'm sure that's not the right way to say it.
Yeah, but you need to have like the
propulsion. I need to be able to be
through.
Yeah. I need that because it's like as much of an idea as I might be able to have, if I can't put the labor behind it, it's still going to die. You know what I'm saying? It's still going to die there. So I feel like I'm even though I might be able to get it to a point where I can write it down and start it off, if it doesn't go anywhere beyond that, that might satisfy me in my mind. But it's like if it's coming through me to something for the world, if it's supposed to benefit somebody, I can't let it die with me. That feels selfish. That feels extremely selfish. So that's why that's my struggle.
Well, the thing is, what both of you have to understand is, like, you're not the only ones to go through this. Everyone does. Everyone does. There have been plenty of people who have $1 million ideas, and they just went nowhere because they never acted on it. And when people are acting on things, it's not like they're motivated the whole time to do it. 9 times out of 10, people are just chugging through things just because they know that it has to be done. I do all the time. Like I did laundry yesterday. I didn't feel like folding clothes. I just sat there. I just turned on the TV. I put on a movie. I just folded clothes while I watched the movie. Didn't feel like doing it at all. But I mean,
it's the worst.
It's like that with a lot of stuff, like washing dishes. I don't feel like doing it every night. But you don't want ants. You got to have a clean kitchen.
That's
so
true.
it's like,
that's a good one.
Yeah, I chug through it just to get it done. Then when it's done, it's done. I'm over. It's over. I don't feel like going to the gym every day, Bree. I don't.
I'm not gonna go to the
I
gym.
don't feel like it. But I
Y'all
mean
not
that.
gonna get me to do it.
But the thing is, once I go and I actually work out, I'm like, the dopamine and the endorphins shoot into the brain. I'm like, oh my God, I'm so glad I did it. I'm so glad I did it. But getting off the couch is just as hard for me as it is probably for you two. The difference is I just actually get up and go do it. And there's been days where I've gotten up, got in my car, drove to the gym, walked in the gym, sat down on the bench, picked up my bag, and walked right the fuck out. Didn't do
Oh,
a thing.
I've done that before. I've definitely done that
It's
before.
just like if it's a day like that, was like, yeah, it wasn't supposed to happen then. I just chalk that up. Whatever. I mean, one day ain't gonna kill me. Missing one day, like I'm consistent with it. So missing a day here and there, it ain't gonna hurt nothing. So I'm like, yeah, I should have just stayed home because today wasn't gonna happen. I'm that unmotivated to work out today. Good grief! But I make sure to not make it a habit. Like if the next day I feel the same way, I force myself to go back in and do it. I force myself to do the workout then. And again, after the workout, I'm so glad I did it. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I feel so much better. I'm glad I did that.
One thing that's been helping me this year is part of my New Year resolution. It's just that if I have the thought that I should do something, I just do it. I'm trying not to give myself time to think about doing it or plan to do it. See, because a lot of people always talk about beating laziness with planning, like more planning. And for me,
That don't help.
Sometimes I fail in the planning because that's requiring me to think about it. And I'm already leaning towards the negative, overwhelming thoughts. So for me, sometimes there's failure in planning some things. Like you don't need to plan when you're going to do the laundry. Just when you have the thought that I need to do the laundry, just go put it in the washing machine. So like I'm trying to rethink that because I think a lot of people, when you're like stay-at-home mom or you're like at home all the time, it's like, well, you need to have a schedule. At 3:00 I'm going to do this, and at this time I'm going to do this, and at this time I'm going to do this, and this is when we eat lunch. And I promise you, if I set a time for it, I'm not going to do it. Like it literally is reverse engineering my brain. Like if I say we eat lunch at 12, we're not going to eat lunch at 12. We're going to eat lunch at 2.
Man, I feel so judged. Like I promise you, I filled my calendar with so many times I was gonna do this. I kept it going for a year. Like I kept like everything in the calendar every day for a year, and I promise you, I fell off after like a week or two. But I left it in there. My calendar was full every single day for a full year, and I wasn't doing any of it. I was like, that was dumb.
When Taraji said, "Tell God your plans," she was talking about me. I'm not God, but tell him your plans and watch him laugh at it. That's me. That's my own brain. If I plan something, I promise you, I'm gonna not do it.
And 713, you said I was told to fall in love with it. So now your artist talk. How did you choose to fall in love with something? I'm curious about that. How did you like?
Yeah, that's like
convert that
an
energy?
intangible thing. Like, how do you fall in love with the? But yeah, so I started just being outward and talking about it freely because I know a lot of people struggle with it, and I know people try what everybody said try, but I know for me, the more I plan it,
Thank you. Have a good one.
The more I try to plan, the more I feel, and then the shame comes in, and then that just feeds the negative feedback loop I already have, and that's not helpful either. So I gotta not give it more energy. So that means I can't really plan certain things. Like I can't plan when I'm gonna do laundry, and that drives my husband crazy a little bit because he's more of a he likes to know what time do we wake up and what time do we eat, and it's like we just kind of eat when somebody say they hungry.
Yeah,
we do the laundry when I walk in there and see the basket kind of full, and I just go put it in the washing machine
as needed.
Well, that's laundry and everything, right? But for me, it tends to be once a week. You know what I'm saying?
I got 5 people in here.
Yeah, but it's just me. I ain't got to do all that laundry.
Yeah, we do. It's the fucking laundry going all the time between towels, sheets, clothes. Always shit getting washed.
But
713. I'm a. Let me see real quick. Chose to practice and study as much as possible. When I saw the progress, it gained more of my focus. Okay, I've read something about that process that we think the motivation comes from on the front end, but it actually comes through repetition Then once you start to gain mastery, your confidence comes in, and once you're confident, then the motivation starts to kick in because you see how good you are. I've seen that in practice, so I'm gonna have to just internalize that, even though I don't like it.
That's
But
more
thank you.
realistic.
I know you said you're on your way out. Have a good one.
That's definitely more realistic than the other way because that's what
And I
happened
will
with
reach
Dream.
out.
That's what happened with DreamCon for me. Like I could have found a million reasons to quit. I just had to tell myself I couldn't. But now that I've done it one time, I probably won't need all that. I'm motivated now.
And the thing is, like with Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, right? Like with all combat sports, like people like, you're not scared? And like, well, not anymore. I mean, there's that nervousness because you don't want to get hurt because there's always a chance that you might get hurt. You know, no matter how small it is, there's always a chance. But I'm like, I rationalize it like, there's a chance of me getting hurt driving to the grocery store or driving to the bank. There's a chance of me getting hurt walking down the stairs. You know what I mean? So I can't let that stop me. And then there's that nervousness that you're in there. You know what I mean? But the more you do it, the more that dissipates. The more you do it, yeah. When that person said it's about repetition, I'm with that. The more you do it, the more that feeling of nervousness or anxiety dissipates.
Yeah.
And the better you get at it, the more confident you become. Like with Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, I mean, there's no one in my rank at my school who can honestly beat me. There really isn't. You know, it takes upper belts to take me on. You know what I mean? And that's because most of the time, since I've been there, the vast majority of people I spar with were people who are ranked. And then they get me in something like, what was that? Okay, show me how to do that. They show me how to do it. And like, okay, what's the counter to that? How do I get out of that? This is how you get out of it. Okay, cool. And then, you know, it just kind of sticks. And the more you do it, the better you get at it. Now the white belts kind of stay away from me. Half the blue belts do too. The purple belts, they're just like, all right, man, let's go. You know what I'm saying? like the rank belt, the only ones who are really, no one's actually comfortable sparring with me. No one. Like even the browns and the blacks, they're just like.
He's just like, I'm not sparring with him.
I gotta feel like you're like Taz or something. You're like your extra energy, like full combative energy. Just
he can't be on chill mode.
Well, no, it's not. It's not that I'm a spaz. It's just in that school, I'm the most physically strongest person in that whole school. But you know, and people just don't want to deal with that because when you mix strength, and I'm not using just my strength. I'm not trying to overpower things because that's how you wear yourself out. I use my strength to do my techniques. So if I'm doing an escape, chances are I'm getting out of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Because if I get you in a lock, like if I get you in something, you ain't getting out. You know what I'm saying? But it's kind of a double-edged sword because of the muscle mass. If they get me in something, it's tough for me to get out too. But once you mix this, huh?
Did you start the channel like some energy to have an outlet? Like
somewhat, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was curious about it, and I thought it was like a joke at first, but then I remember the Gracies. They saw the UFC when they first came around. Nobody knew Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, so they don't always knew. So, but it was so dominant because no one knew what was going on. Nobody else knew it. You know, and people are like, what the hell is this? What are they doing? And so when they opened up schools and stuff like that and started teaching people, and more people said, okay, I got to learn this. And then when I did it, it was so exciting. You know what I'm saying? Like the first night I was there, they said, hey, you want to roll your first day? I said, yeah. I rolled my first day with like 4 people. And as soon as I was done at the end of the night, I was like, I have to learn this now.
It was like crack.
Yeah, it was like crack.
It was like crack. I mean, I get that. I hear stuff like that and I'd be like, that must be really nice. I've just never had a thing that required me to go anywhere that I felt that way about. Yeah, the only stuff I can pour myself into passionately don't require me to go anywhere. And maybe that's just because I'm an introvert. That could be part of my introvert nature as well. I was gonna say that when you're talking about your temperament, because a lot of it is set, I was just thinking about how it is weird to me that Like when my mom took the Hexaco personality test, like, you know, I think there's one that's like, it's 5 sections. Close your blinds, please. There's 5 sections. And one of them is the negative traits or something. I don't know what the word is for it, but it's like it's like the neurotic triangle. And then there's like anxiety, depression, and there was one more. It was like 3 negative traits. Anxiety, depression, and something else. My mom had 0. She had 0 in her personality.
Was she being honest on the test?
Yeah, like that's how my mom, like, she just be doing stuff. But
That
it's
sound
weird because
crazy.
it's not like she doesn't have anxious thoughts, but it's like looking at her, you wouldn't know. Like as she get older, she gets more like reclusive because I just think it's part of getting old. But it's like now looking at her life, she just be doing stuff. Like she just do stuff. I don't like. That's wild to me. She had 0. I had a little bit, but all of the few points I had was lean toward depression, which I agree with. I'm not really an anxious person by nature. I'm more depressed.
Why are you depressed, Bree?
It's
Jesus.
just a word for, you know, just my nature. That's my wrestle. That's my temperament that I've had since I was young.
Your temperament is depressed.
No, the negative aspect of myself that I wrestle with, which is part of my temperament, is, you know, what I've articulated today. Everybody has something. That's what I mean. Like a lot of people aren't comfortable with their negative aspects or even saying them or articulating them or being like they exist and they're just there. Or you don't have to fix it. You just learn to work with it. And I think that's a shame. That is
I
a
do
shame.
think that is something we need to do. We need the language for it. I say, especially in the Black community, I don't think we are very studied in many things. The more these conversations that happen, the more difficult it is for me to feel realistic. Like, you know, I get pessimistic. It's like, man, the work is too it's too immense. Like not even like even today. Like, how do we end up talking about ownership? You know what I'm saying? Like, we gotta be able to tie concepts together in a more practical and concise way, so that it, like, even on 1 to 2 to 3 or A to B to C, we don't get so far off in some things because of a belief structure. Like, I think belief structures keep us out of thinking a lot of times.
Yeah. And just like, I don't know, we don't like being uncomfortable. Like, why? I think everybody should take a personality test. I think it's insightful because at least it could be common language that we could refer to. Like, especially like, for instance, I like the Hexaco one because it talks about agreeableness and openness. And like, those are language I hear people say they want in partners sometimes. Agreeableness comes up in conversations. It's like, well, what if you had a tool to measure that?
It'll be nice.
Something that a person couldn't tell you that they just are. Just be like, yeah, I'm really agreeable. Like, what if you had some kind of measure of how agreeable they are? Like, wouldn't that be nice? If you can know that you lean towards depression, maybe you shouldn't hook up with a person who has like a high score in negative emotions in leaning heavily towards depression. Like, wouldn't that be nice? Or even when you do your kids, I had my kids take it. It's like, wow, it's nice to know that this is what we're probably part of their temperament. We're probably going to be dealing with this.
Yeah.
I think it's helpful.
We need though. Here's the second part of that. That would be great, but we also need to know what it looks like in real life when it shows up. So that's the other second. Like, I know, like the INTJ or whatever the name is for that one, they have lots of visual examples or like videos or animations, something that can show you how people operate with this structure. So just knowing I'm high in openness, well, what does that mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gullible. Are you trying to say I'm gullible? No, your openness. This is what it might look like if you're open.
And they break it down even more into like subcategories, like creativeness and all that stuff. I mean, I think it was very insightful. I wish everybody would take it because I just think we could spend a lot less time trying to be like, what's wrong with me? Or what is this feeling? And like Mandrell said, depression is like, no, just a depressive state is different than depressed. Like, I'm not
clinical
depressed.
Depression.
I'm not clinically depressed. No.
Yeah.
I've struggled with depression before, clinical depression, and which makes sense because of my natural leaning towards negative dialogue. So it would make sense that if I got exacerbated my life, that I probably would lean into depressed depression,
Right.
not anxiety, not
Yeah.
GAD.
That makes
So,
sense.
yeah.
But somebody that's highly neurotic, they might be seen as somebody that's anxious, but they just might be just tuned in on a lot of things. But they don't
You're
have to
negative.
automatically have GAD. They don't have to. They don't necessarily have generalized anxiety or social anxiety. They're just
Right.
predisposed in a way.
Yeah,
Like
it's almost like you
predisposition.
predisposed to it. If you don't get in the
Yeah.
chick, you're gonna be on some meds somewhere.
Yeah. So we should learn
I mean,
our
that's how my
predisposition.
depression was. Like I
Yeah.
had situational depression based on the therapy. It was situational. But I can imagine if my situation didn't change, it probably would have became chronic.
Yeah. I mean,
Right?
literally.
Because you're like,
the
well, if it's
situation doesn't change.
situational, it don't change. Well, you probably gonna be on meds somewhere. You know, the longer you hang out here, you probably gonna just get worse. I mean,
That's an awareness that we do.
that's what, like why would
I'm
like
sorry,
people
it's so
don't even.
simple, but it makes
It's
so
so
much
simple.
sense.
It's like, oh, I got situational depression. Well, how long you been in this situation? About 20 years. It's probably
You ever,
chronic.
you ever thought about changing that situation? I mean, because 20
It's a
years
lot. For me, there was no other choice, right?
20 years, you never thought about changing your circumstances.
No, people don't.
Oh,
People
well,
don't. I
you
stumbled
know.
into the side of TikTok where people say they don't have thoughts.
What do you mean they don't have thoughts?
They don't think. They don't have a voice in their head. They don't have. They just be like the lady was talking and she was just like, if I'm sitting in a chair, all I'm thinking about is I'm sitting in this chair and I don't think about what I have to do next until I get up and start moving.
That's a
It's
thought.
Thank
yeah,
you,
like no, they were
Arshawn.
just saying like they don't
Thank
have
you,
constant.
Arshawn.
They don't have constant inner dialogue. Like my mind is constantly.
Now here's the thing. I ain't gonna lie. I'm with Bree on that one. I have a constant inner
I have a
monologue.
constant stream of consciousness.
My inner monologue. There's a lot going on up
It's
there.
a lot.
Really?
I be
Yes.
having input dialogue. Oh, look at that. Like I don't have thoughts that I don't hear.
Huh.
And I have a lot of visual thoughts as well.
And the city's saying I'm the same way. Like Bree.
Yeah, I'm just.
I have the same shit. I have the same shit, man.
Like I'd be like, look at that spot on the wall over there. Do I want to clean it right now?
Never.
Nah. What is it though? Why it look like that? Like I'm just constantly having input in my brain that I'm just working through. That's why I be tired.
I'm with you. I do have a lot of inputs. I think where we focus, I think, is probably personal. Like everybody probably has their own tune, like fine tune what they focus on. Like the spot on the wall, it's gonna be the spot on the wall. I'm never caring about that. But I did pay a lot of attention to the crack in the ceiling, and I did go up and follow it. Like, okay, is this? So I'm with you. I'm with you. It's just I'm with you. But the ability to not turn that off though. There's lots of times where I'm just not having inner dialogue. So it's weird, but I have inner dialogue. So either extreme is weird. Like it's hard for me to relate to. I guess is a better word than weird. It's hard for me to relate to always having inner dialogue. And it's hard to me to relate to, I don't have thoughts. When do you not have thoughts? How did you know that you weren't having thoughts if you weren't having thoughts? Like it
was like the girl who was made a video. She was like talking about her own inner dialogue. And the person was like, what do you mean? Like you hear that, like the person was questioning them when they were talking about their inner dialogue, and they were like, "What are you talking about? Like, that concept, I don't know what you mean." And so then they like started going back and forth about it, and she was like, "You don't do this, and you don't." And the person was like, "No, no." So it wasn't that they were aware that they weren't having it. It was like the other person was articulating how their brain was working. And how they pretty much had this at least somewhat constant, what am I gonna do today? And the person was like, I don't know what you mean by that. Like you hear voices in your, like they were so thrown off by it that they was like, you hear voices in your head, like they didn't get it.
That's what I'm saying.
Like,
I don't
think
get
like that.
The person that don't get it. I wonder how did they articulate that they think?
That's what they was like. I don't be thinking. They said I don't be thinking about nothing. Like unless I'm literally doing something, they was like, if I'm cooking and I'm holding the pot, I'm like, I'm holding the pot and now I'm putting the eggs. Like they don't have like outside of what they're literally doing. Like they don't think about other stuff.
They're like bots.
Like bots, yeah.
So they're just running a script.
They just running the script. She was like, that's crazy. Like the girl was like, you a bot.
And see for me, it's like, yeah, I'm talking to myself in my head all the time, but unless I'm watching TV or something, then I have something to focus on. And when I'm focused on that, I'm focused on that. You know what I'm saying? Like if I'm watching a movie.
TV, I don't even watch TV quietly in my mind. I be having questions and I be like looking at stuff too hard.
Yeah,
so I don't know what it's like to just think about what I'm literally doing.
I don't know what it's like to do something without thinking about it.
Right. You have to think about it.
No, they
'Cause
said they
it-
think about what they're doing. They don't have other thoughts outside of literally what they're doing.
But like, now I hear the words you're saying.
Yeah.
Like, but like for me to hold a pot, there's some thought, like with what I'm doing, and other thoughts have to come with that. Like how high does the fire need to be? What temperature do I prefer to cook it? Like there have to be like if I'm cooking.
Yeah, but I think that all falls into the thought of what you're doing. Like I don't think there's not saying that like I'm just like it's the pot, this is the egg. Like I think that's all included in what they're saying. Like when I'm doing it, I'm thinking about that task and like, but like for me, for instance, my brain when I'm cooking, I'm like, what's that smell? Like, oh, is the cat this? And oh, where's
They're
my
more
toddler? Is
focused.
she? I have multiple thoughts around multiple tasks at all times.
Their mind is more focused.
Their mind is just more focused.
Yeah,
On just
the
one thing.
bottom line is they're when they think they one at a time. Whereas
Yeah.
whereas us, we're all over the place. Like I'm focused when I'm focused on something, I have to try to focus. Like there's effort there. There's effort to focus on what I'm doing. You know, whereas other people, they just kind of like,
I'm doing this. That's my husband. He's a linear thinker. In my family, I say he's a linear thinker. I'm a circular thinker.
Yeah.
He's a linear thinker. Like if you try to give him steps out of order,
and it throws them off.
He'd be like, I'm too thrown off. Like if step 4 is weird, he never gonna get to step 5.
Yeah. Yes, I know what you're talking about. Because I guess I'm bimodal because I've been in linear thinking, and the moment something goes out of whack, I can't reorient. Like
He can't.
I'm shifted and I'm thrown.
Yeah, he either got to throw the whole process away and start over, or he gonna just be stuck until we figure out why 4 is off.
Yeah, but sometimes I can do the other thing too. I can be. Yeah.
I'm circular though. I be jumping steps, and he hate that. He'd be like, "How you on step 8? You was on step 2 yesterday." I was like, "It's all gonna circle back around. It's all gonna connect eventually, you know." But he don't see it that way.
Yeah, with tangible stuff like cooking or something like that, I'm very linear.
Most men are.
Even when I go like to the grocery store, I order my grocery list based upon where it is in the store, and I go.
For real?
I snake through in the order that start produce, meat, something. Cans, dairy.
Rashawn need to be an Instacart shopper.
I'm saying, look, Arshawn, I'm a pretty squared away guy, man. I ain't admit I don't do that. I'm nowhere near that. I'll write down my grocery list so I don't forget stuff. But then when I go to the store, it's like, okay, what this one number 8 is like on that aisle right there. As soon as I walk in the door, I'm going to that aisle.
Yeah, I go to the aisle.
You know what I'm saying? Like right. You know what I mean? So.
Rashawn, that's wild. But I have found that online grocery shopping is lovely. I love it. I pick it up, but it's nice. I don't buy stuff I'm not supposed to buy. I use my coupons. Like it's really nice. So it's like something I'm really like enjoying. They don't charge me. I mean, it's a little bit of an upcharge to do it online, but with what I save in coupons, it more than pays for itself. So like I've been doing that. Like it's helped my eating, and like I'm like, this is cute. So I don't know, maybe some organization. I need structure in my life. I noticed, but I'm just not willing to. I'm not willing to do extra to get it.
It's an obstacle before the obstacle.
Yeah, it's the obstacle before the obstacle. So like online shopping is already built in. So it's like it's easy enough. That's not an obstacle. It's actually easier because I'm already on my computer. So I just gotta figure out this gym thing.
Yeah, in the beginning, Bree, you have to force yourself to get up.
I'm not gonna go though. I know I'm not gonna go to the gym, so I'm probably gonna just have to start with a home workout.
First of all, Bree, come on, you gotta stop saying that. Number one.
No, I'm not. I already accepted in my life. I'm not going. If I was gonna do it, I would have did it by now. That's the other thing. Like I feel like way too many people spend too much time telling themselves they're gonna do something. I'm 35, Mandrell. Like I've worked out on and off throughout my life. If I really just compiled how much of my life, out of my adulthood that I've spent working out, it's not much. So that tells me that if I was just that person who could just find that motivation to do it, I would have found it by now. I dated a personal trainer. Like I was like in the best shape of my life one time. Like none of that was good enough for me to keep doing it. So it's just not important to me.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there you go.
It's important. I know it should be important to me, but it's not.
But see, now I know I'm getting philosophical here. Here's my thing though. I don't think everything has to be important to everybody because there's too many zones, and that's one of the things I was going to have in the original thing for today. Odie talked about having there's seven different dimensions of, I would say it's personhood, but let's say masculinity. Like health, like financial health, spiritual health, physical health, mental health, emotional health, and I think he had a couple of them. Like there's so many different dimensions. You're not going to be at 100 in all of the dimensions. Just like a personality test. Something's going. If you have something that's at 100, something else is going to average out to balance that out. You're not going to be high in everything. So I mean,
I've accepted that. Like maybe I'm just I'm not the fitness model girl, right? I'll never be that, and that's okay.
Well, I mean, you
It's
can
okay.
if you want it to be.
But I can't say I want to be because I would have did it. Like that's the thing. Like when y'all start talking, look, for instance, the men complain about women all the time. This is the problem. Like women hold on to this idea that something's gonna change. Like I'm gonna wake up one day and become something I ain't never been my whole fucking life. I had freedom to do it. Even when I get with somebody, none of that was enough for me to do it. And I'm still gonna hold on to hope that I'm just gonna wake up one day and do it. And it's like maybe your time would be better spent accepting that it's not important to you. Because I don't think people realize that if it was important to you, you would do it.
Right.
So it's not important to me. You got so many women walking around here saying stuff important to them, and when you look at how they move, you be like, that's not how you move when something important to you.
Yeah, your history clearly shows
that
what
is
you
not
move for.
important to you.
Yeah,
Right.
Your history, you'll move across the country for certain things, but for this thing, we can't get you to cross the room for it. It can't.
It can't be important to you. Like, can we accept that? I know my husband would love for me to work out. And sorry, husband. It sounds important to you a little bit, but it's not important enough to me to just do it because it's important to you. And I know that's terrible.
Come
That's the reality.
It kind of is, Arshad.
It's terrible, but people do it every day. Like sometimes,
but that doesn't make it good.
Important. I said it's terrible. I verbally said it.
I know, but
the only reason I'm trying to figure out how to make it more important to me is because it's important to him. But that doesn't necessarily mean I'm gonna succeed in it. Because if that was the case, addicts could stop. Right?
Yeah, translating somebody else's importance to make it your importance. That's like almost magic.
Like that's not a fucking real thing. You got to be like codependent, and I'm not codependent.
Exactly. I mean, because otherwise we'd all just like we want what other people to be better, and they just do it.
And they would just be better.
It'll be
like the reality is that, Mandrell. Like that is really the reality. That's what everybody complaining about.
Yeah, we can't make other people do what we want.
That's true.
And we're internalizing it as it means they don't love us.
They don't. They don't love us.
No, but they do. No, you can love somebody and their internal locus is not enough for yours.
No, we love them to a point.
You love
them to a point. Right here. Because like I was talking to you about this. We love people enough to kill for them. We love people enough to die for them. What we don't is love people enough to live for them. That's what we're asking for. Will you live your life to demonstrate your love for me? And we're like,
it
that's
depends.
where my
is it
love
raining? Is it raining?
That's where my love. Is it raining today?
Is it raining today? Because I might not be.
I might not be available.
I'm not gonna sit here and like once again, that's the reason I'm trying to figure out a way. I've toyed around with Beachbody. I'm talking about getting a Peloton bike. I'm gonna try to figure this thing out. But I also have to look at it realistically about what are the barriers for me. I'm gonna be anxious leaving my kids at home by themselves to go to the gym. So there's gonna be a real legitimate obstacle to me going to the gym, right? Sometimes I'm here with just them, it's just me. So I would have to leave them at home, Now
that's the thing with the kids now. That's totally understandable.
Yeah, that's a big obstacle for
them. That's a big thing there. Now that's totally understandable. I mean, yeah.
And they don't go to school. Like they're homeschooled.
Right.
So I don't have that.
That I understand. I mean, you that's a legit thing there.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna kid myself and say I'm gonna go to the gym. Now, maybe next year when they're back in school and stuff, I can be able to do it. I can revisit it then. But until then, I do want to try to do it. So I'm trying to look in my motivations. What are obstacles, and try to find ways to work around it. Because he does want me to, and he's right. So I'm gonna try to obviously do it, but I can't be unrealistic and act like him wanting me to do it is gonna make me not be anxious or not still be myself in the
Yeah, put some
meantime.
bug in your ear.
I mean,
It's like, God dang it. It's just gonna be there buzzing.
What the book?
That thought. He's like, he put a bug in your ear and it's just gonna sit there buzzing until you actually do this thing.
Yeah,
It's
and like generally, I always kept a certain level of fitness. Like I was telling people,
Mhm.
like when I was a nurse, because it made sense to be in shape. You know, you got turn patients, lift them, and it's your back, and so I always maintain some level of fitness. I never completely let myself go, and I always watch my eating and stuff like that.
I mean, to be honest with you, Bree, I mean, I look at you and just like, I never would have guessed you was out of shape like that.
I mean, I just don't work out.
I mean,
Like
and
I'm
the thing
not
is,
overweight. Like I'm the weight I should be for my height. I'm pretty slim. Like I'm not like it's not a weight issue, and I even think that would be more of a motivation if I was struggling with
yeah,
weight.
let me tell
But I
you,
don't struggle with weight, and I'm not too skinny. I'm just like in my right weight, so it's just
right?
toning. I just need to be
Yeah,
toned.
so it's a lot of, but basically, you need a lot of resistance training, like weightlifting.
And that's what I
You
do.
need
Like
that, yeah.
anytime I've worked out, I always just hit weights. I'm not a cardio girl. I go to the gym 30, 40 minutes, hit the weights, eat my macros, I do all the things, and I know how to do it. I know how to be successful. I just don't. It's not important to me right now.
That's what's up.
It's low on the list.
Fair enough. Now does he say, baby, come on, but baby, I really, baby, come on, baby, please, baby, you gonna work out for me tonight?
Yeah, I told him. I was just like,
Yeah,
we'll see.
Could you see Bree? Yeah, right. With that kind of shit, you can just see Bree like.
I already told him. I was like, he's like, we'll go
we'll
to the gym
see.
together. I was like, that don't work because I'm never gonna show up.
Yeah, I ain't showing. Yeah,
I'm not.
we'll see.
If y'all go together, you won't show up?
No, I'm not going.
Bree,
You can
I'm
go.
just saying, Bree.
I don't want to go. You can go.
Wow.
But you know what's always worked for me in the past? I have to do I have to usually start an at-home workout like Team Beach Body. I've done a lot of those successfully, and then I'll plateau from that, right? Because it's just at home. And then usually at that point, it's become a habit enough for me to be like, okay, now I need to go to the gym because I need weights and I need more than is available to me at home. So that anytime I've been successful, it's always started with that, like just doing a little program at home. If you're so out of shape, anything is better than nothing. So usually that's enough. And then I'll hit a certain point in the program. I'm like, okay, now I want to really start sculpting my body. I want to start building muscle here. I need to be able to go hit weights. And that's always been the way that it's worked for me.
Okay. I mean, sound like you got it worked out. I do wonder though, like just I don't know what would that mean to have a partner who's like, I really don't care what you want. I'm just not interested.
I can tell you.
Person who has a strong sense of themselves.
No, it's not. That's a very selfish person in my experience. It's a very selfish because I've had several girls I've dated like that. More than I care to admit. They were like that. I don't care what you think. I don't care what you like. I don't care.
I mean,
I
think it depends. This is the argument. The only reason I'm going to say, because there are some things for me, I'm very well aware of who I am. I'm the puller. No, it's the pusher and the puller. In a relationship. There's always a pusher and a puller. There's always the person who wants more connection and the one
yin and
who
yang
has to maintain itself. I'm the one who has to maintain the sense of myself. And so in a relationship, I know myself very well. So a lot of things I do only for my husband. Like I'm the type that I want to shave my hair off every couple months. I will not cut my hair shorter than certain things. He doesn't like it. He doesn't find it desirable. I generally try to fashion myself in ways he likes. When we go out, I dress how he wants me to dress. So it's not that. It's not that I have a problem acquiescing to what he wants. It's just that to a certain point, like I said, once again, there's a negative side of me. There's a lazy side of me. There's a lack of energy side of me that unfortunately I'm 35. It's not always simple as somebody wants me to do it, or I even want to do that for them. And that's enough for me to overcome that. And I temper people's expectations. And unfortunately, sometimes that has to be his. If I could be everything that I feel like, if I could be there, honestly, like, because this is the reality.
It's just the way she is. It's the way
Unfortunately,
she,
though, gotta be his.
Unfortunately, it's just gotta be
also
his.
fall in that category because the 2 or 3 beings on this earth that I actually have unconditional love for, the 3 beings, the kids, I've always said this, the 3 beings that I have unconditional love for, I can't even push myself sometimes to overcome the negative aspects of myself to be who I know they deserve me to be all the time.
Right. That's
So
fair.
I think it would be unfair to look at it as a sense of, well, if you love me enough or whatever. It's like, well, unfortunately, the reality is if I could become everything I felt like I should be for the people I love, that would be a whole different person. And that's just not the reality. And I don't want you to feel like if I fail to rise up to what I hear you saying you want, because I couldn't overcome myself, I don't want you to translate that as I don't love you enough, because that's not true. I quit my job for you. I fly across the country multiple times to go pick up our bonus baby. I do all these things. I clearly love you.
Yeah.
But I can't become something I'm not. And unfortunately, my negative side sometimes wins. And I don't want you to take that as I don't love you.
Well, I'm gonna need you. Well, I'm gonna need you to be what I need you to be, Bree. Okay.
You don't need me to you don't need me to go work out. You don't.
I do. I need you to do that. I need.
No,
that.
you need me to take care of your kids. You need me to cook and take care of the
I
home.
need
And
that.
you need me to put on that outfit you like and do the things.
Yeah. What that thing I like.
That's what you need me to do. You don't.
Yeah, I need you to.
Okay, I'm in the
that
weight
thing I
you
like
like.
now.
I'm the frame you like. So you don't need me. You know, if we had to just drop something, if I kick it to you like this, I go to the gym. What we dropping?
Well, we're not dropping anything. Everything's fine. It's just
conservation of energy said something got to go.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a reality. Like,
yeah. Not adding on anything else to the plate.
Right, let something get taken off.
I ain't got extra energy. So what we dropping, bro?
Yeah. I mean, that's fair. That's a negotiation.
It is. Those are. I'm laughing and I'm picking at you, Bree. But to be honest, those are fair terms. I have to admit, I have to concede that fact to you. Those are fair terms. If he's asking for something, if your plate's full now, you know what I'm saying, and everything's running smooth like butter, and now he wants you to add something else to that list. Okay, bro, we'll be taking off. I'm at capacity. Okay. Yeah. You gotta take something else off the list. You want me to add that to it? What you want? That's fair. I have to admit.
But I am moving towards it. That's part of the reason I decided to put my kids. We're gonna put them back in school. We're gonna do like hybrid schooling, and we're gonna try to find some new, just to offload that, because that's a lot. And so I do hope by offloading that, I think I'll be able to do it. But as of right now, I'm homeschooling. The kids are here all the time. Like, it's just a lot. I don't have space to go somewhere else.
Nah.
Yeah, it's just like me. There's a lot of things that I simply don't have time for. Like, I really don't. I like other stuff. Like, Mandrell, won't you do this? Won't you do? I don't have the time. I really
Okay, but
don't.
if your partner came to you and was like, I really want you. I mean, I'm just like, let's be real, y'all. People ain't doing shit because they partner is like, people ain't really doing it.
They really right. Because here's the thing, like, because I'll be honest, like I'll sit here and look up contracts to bid on, right? I'll bid on the contract. I win the contract, right? And because of my veteran status and security clearance and all that stuff, I get first dibs at contracts, even no bid contracts. I'm in that gate now. So I'll sit here, and in 3 hours, I won 5 contracts. The lowest number is 75 grand. So in 4 hours, I made how much money? What do I do with the rest of my day?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, 4 hours. I mean, you know what I'm saying? So I gotta find some hobbies and shit to do.
Yeah, man.
So it's like, listen, I don't know. I mean, it's just, Bree's right. These people who, I'm busy. I got this. Granted, there are times there I do have my days where I'm booked solid.
Yeah.
I just like there's not 1 hour in the day where I'm free. So I don't like there's days I don't eat until dinner.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So and dinner might not be until 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I hadn't eaten all day, so it does have its days, but at the same time, is that every day?
Nah.
Nah.
I think people have to learn though to make the most productive use of their time. I know I've struggled with that. I'm getting better at it, but I think most people don't have that naturally. We don't have that instruction. And I think what you are is like kind of an example of what Jason Wilson was talking about. A man is being who you need to be when you need to be. Like so, like you said, you'll flip your day. One day you'll be totally booked up, and you will push your own needs back until it's almost problematic. But then other days where you're freer, your problem is not the same. Your problem is how do I structure my time to not be unproductive? What do I do with this lax time?
Exactly. That's the issue I have. Like, okay, this free time. What the fuck do I do with that? I mean, there's nothing here to do. Why isn't there anything here? Why is there nothing on my schedule? What's wrong? There's a problem. You know what I'm saying? Did I miss something? What I miss?
Wait,
okay, now let's look at everything. Let's look at everything we've done for the past 3 weeks and see what we missed. You know what I'm saying?
What we snowballing about in this hypothetical?
Mandrell's time management. So his schedule is like it's uneven, it's irregular. So like one day he'll have a full schedule, another day or a couple days he might have a lax schedule, and that imbalance makes his mind go into I must have missed something. Like like somebody like somebody drops a habit and they've all of a sudden got that extra money in their pocket. Like, what did I not pay a bill?
They start getting
no,
nervous.
You quit drinking.
Yeah. It's like no, dude. It's just like you busted your ass for like 4 months straight. How much sleep have you had in the past 4 months? On average, about 3-4 hours a night, if that. Right. There's times in weeks where you go on 3 straight days, no sleep, right? Yeah. Then sit the fuck down somewhere. You've done the work.
Mandrell be mad.
It's over. Right.
I
hear
your temperament. I'm like, okay, I'm starting to pick up on your temperament.
Then like
ADHD, a little manic.
No, but then like Bree, I'll be sitting here talking to myself. I'll sit there and tell myself that, bro, you've done the work. Relax. Take it easy.
I can see you have a propensity towards hyperactivity.
No, not really.
That's what I would. What's your temperament? Not just positive. What's the negative temperament? Because I told mine.
The negative?
Yeah. What's your negative traits? There just seem to be inherently part of your temperament that you've had since you was the wee lad.
I prepare for all contingencies all the time. In the meantime,
anxiety.
In the meantime, I enjoy my pleasures when I can. Like I've learned war has taught me to enjoy and appreciate leisure time. Like, so when I calm down after the fact that I found I ain't got shit, I'll do a second check and a third check. I'm like, oh, well, I really don't have anything going for the next couple of days. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, all right, let's catch up on some TV shows and video games.
You have a natural inclination towards anxious thoughts.
Probably.
That's what I hear.
I
wish I could remember the third one. I can't remember the third, nigga. I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look up the third one.
Do you think it could also be like from military? Because I've heard now again, I'm not from the military, obviously, but I've heard the thing like that warrior mindset about in peacetime preparing for war.
Yes.
So do you also have like you got the work hard, play hard aspect? Because I've seen that in military people, like they work hard, but they play just as hard.
Bro, yes.
But when everything calms down, their mind also like, oh, this is the time to prepare. Because when stuff kicks off, there's no time to prepare.
There's no time to prepare then. There's no time to get ready. Are you ready? No. Oh, shit. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? What? The enemy don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? These problems, these issues you need to tackle, they don't care. You should have, hey, what were you doing all that time you had? You know what I'm saying? It's like, you have the answer for that. And I have to answer to myself about things like that. And I'm very, very hard on myself. Far more so than I need to be. I admittedly so. Way harder on myself than I need to be. And my biggest fear, I'll confess this to you. My biggest fear my whole life has always been failure. always been afraid to fail. But the thing is, as opposed to fear stopping people from acting, I would act so I wouldn't fail. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could accept the fact that if I tried and didn't make it, I could accept that because I tried. Shit, hey, now I know what my problems are. So let me go work on the weaknesses that caused me not to make it this time. So next time it comes, those mistakes will never happen again. I won't fall because of those same reasons, you know? And it's been like that with everything with me. Like, I was shit at math. Fantastic at science, biological science, even chemistry. Fantastic. Look, my second year of high school, I was in mechanical engineering 3. Got it in math. Look, got it algebra 1. So a squared times Mandrell, solve for x. What do you mean? Right? And I had some shit teachers. Could you give me another demonstration? No. But you only showed us this once. Got it. Yeah. You understood what was going on? Yeah, but run it over with me one more time so I can remember it. No. Oh. Well, can you hang back after class and show me the? No. What about at the school? No. Oh, so you just nothing. No. Okay, cool, white lady. That's the shit teachers, dude. That's the shit teachers.
Okay, I'm dead. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, like, see, Bree missed it. I admitted to what my biggest fear was.
No, I was
my whole
listening.
life and
I was
everything.
listening. It's self-doubt.
It's fear.
Self-depreciation, fear. Yes, I think.
Well, no. The thing is, like I said, I would act on things to keep from failing on them. Because I mean, I guess I never wanted to fail myself. You know what I mean? Because I've done that before. Like just like everybody else, you know, you let fear like stop you from doing things. But then when I look at it and I learned that, hey, I could have done that. I could have done that too. You know, and I'm just like, I felt like absolute shit. And I was a child at the time. I remember feeling like absolute shit because of it. And I was like, all right, next time I'm going to do that. You know what I mean? So I made sure not to have that feeling ever again. You know what I'm saying? And that was my driving. I don't want to fail at something. And I don't want to have that feeling of fail. I felt like a loser, a failure. And I just never want to have that feeling again. So that's what propelled me to be more assertive and do things. And luckily for me, it happened when I was in my childhood, you know, as opposed to when I was an adult. And by that time, you develop habits as an adult, and you hit your 30s, man. Like Arshan, you know, when we hit our 30s, you're kind of you then. You still got growing. You still got growing to do. Yeah, you're willing to grow, but
it's already you.
You're kind of you in your 30s, you know.
Yeah, I agree with it. I was going to say the 3 things were anxiety, depression, and emotional volatility. That's under neuroticism. So it's the big 5 personality trait. Neuroticism is the realm of negative emotions. And then they break that down into 3 subcategories, which is anxiety, depression, and emotional volatility.
No, define emotional volatility.
It's basically like I see a lot of men can be emotionally volatile because it's like you either repress and you explode, or you lash out, or it's kind of like not having control over your emotions. It could be secondary to repressing them too long or not knowing how to process them, so you sit on them. But I would say when I was reading what emotional volatility was, all of those can be signs of emotional volatility. Lash out in anger or frustration. You have a hard time calming yourself down when you're upset. You bottle up your feelings until you explode. You take your anger or frustration out on others. You feel like your emotions are out of control. You find it difficult to maintain healthy relationships because of any of those behaviors mentioned above. And your emotions are overwhelming, or when you do feel them, they can be too overwhelming.
Yeah, I've never had that.
So you can have any combination of those, but I do know a lot of men like who are emotionally repressed can be. Some of them like they snap, or you know, if they're pushed to anger easily, they're very emotional.
Yeah, I've never had any of those. Well, here's the thing: I have had depression before. I have suffered from that before, but that was you take a warrior and you train him for war, right? And someone who's already, you take someone like myself who's already naturally born with an aptitude for it. You know, in some parts of it, I was rather gifted with it. And you give him no water fight. Then what?
I mean, it sounds like the military helped you a lot with that, but from what you were saying, you were like when you were younger, it sounds kind of like that, like impulsiveness or just kind of like this. I don't know what you were describing, kind of sound like it, but there are ways. Once again, like I was saying, if you know these negative, your temperament, you can find ways to help you learn self-control.
Well,
like you don't have to be a slave to your temperament. And so
right.
even if somebody is naturally impulsive or maybe has a short fuse, they can learn to not they can have self-control. Like
Right.
my brother's like that. He's very angry child, was swinging on everybody, blew up on people, but as an adult, yeah, he still get aggy faster than maybe me, but he doesn't lash out because he has learned to control.
Well, for me, I've never been a kid who was a hothead and quick to get into fights or nothing like that. Like I've always been what I consider a good person. I was never a bully. I never bullied people and stole your lunch money and shit like that. I just never wanted to go stealing and stuff like that and getting into game banging. I just never had the desire to do any of that shit. And I grew up in an all-black neighborhood, you know.
Because I think most men are emotionally volatile.
Right, but I've never been a person who where it took a lot to calm me down.
Women
and
are
stuff
too,
like that.
but Rashawn made a face, but I'm like, a lot of men are. They would hear that and say, "Well, that's mostly women," and I'm like, no, a lot of men are emotionally volatile, just like women are, like overwhelmed by their emotions, and like we know women are those things, some of those things, like overwhelmed by your emotions. You're constantly like, we know that, but it's shocking to me. Like when I read it, I'm like, oh damn, if I just looked at it, I would be like, oh, women are emotionally volatile. I'm like, most men aren't, but I'm like reading, and I'm like, damn, a lot of repressed men are emotionally volatile.
Yeah, a lot of repressed men. But I've never been like that. I mean, and
Rage,
I'm glad. Yeah, I never.
My experience of most men is either rage or quit.
Yeah, and I've never been one to rage or quit.
Or to rage quit.
Or to rage, yeah, exactly. Or to rage quit.
Which is the perfect medium of toxicity. Rage quit.
Like I said, I looked at myself as like I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm different because like I tried to find out like what categories I fit in and stuff like that, personality types, but I'm a bit of a lot. You know what I'm saying? I'm a bit of a lot of different
what you describe,
categories.
It sound like you struggle with, maybe like you said, you've been depressed before, so who knows? I mean, you would have to take the test. You probably tell you, and some people lean towards two. I think one of my nephews was more on the emotional volatility side and anxious thoughts, not so much depression. So you can hit a couple. My mom was 0 because she's not freaking human. And all of my little triangle was leaning towards depression. So
I would say mine, if I had to say anything, it would probably be, and I don't know what they define as anxious thoughts, but it will probably be more leaning towards anxious thoughts.
Yeah.
I mean, because I do.
Well, that idea of preparing for the worst is kind of
preparing for the worst. Yeah, prepare for the worst and hope for the best type deal. So that would I think that would fit under anxious thoughts, in my opinion, of course.
Because hypervigilance is a part of anxious thoughts as well, like being hypervigilant or whatever. And I mean, that's what I want people to be able to read these or like know what and take away like the knee-jerk reaction to think like I don't want to be. It doesn't mean just because you lean towards anxious thought doesn't mean you have anxiety disorder. Just because you lean towards depressive thought doesn't mean you are depressed. Like, just it's there are personality disorders that are on the far end of any of those, or neurodivergence that is on the far end of those. But you can have those leanings and be perfectly okay.
Yeah,
I agree with that. That means so. I hear a lot of people talking. I know a lot of people are anxious and depressed.
Yeah, but I think though, like the way I'm seeing that, the way I'm visualizing that, like you had anxiety and depression. So I'm figuring that as like a high and a low within the negative domain, like a pillar of negativity. The high frequency or the high note and the low frequency is depression, but then the control is like how much it vibrates within you, like how active it is. You know what I'm saying? How much
the emotional
anxiety,
volatility.
The volatility. Like that's the control. Like, so if you have a high, if like anxiety is really shaky, you know what I'm saying? That you have less control, it's more volatile up in the anxious
Yeah,
end.
that's
But you
true.
may not also be as volatile in the depression. You know what I'm saying? You may not
I think
struggle
emotional
as much.
volatility can come out in the depressive state. It just probably look different because it's probably
Yeah.
more of a reclusive,
Like
like that.
shutting down when you're
The shutting
feeling
down.
down, like shutting down. You may not be angry, but the shutting down, or maybe getting angsty or passive aggressive. Like, but do you lean into that when you're in that predisposition to depressive feelings or whatever, moods or states?
That's
But I
true.
think that the volatility is how shaky you are. You know what I'm saying? You're volatile, your level of control. But I think everybody has those pillars.
Yeah.
Everybody has anxiety and depressive natures, but not everybody is out of control in them.
Right.
And
The emotional control. Yeah.
But
That's true.
everybody, because we're all experiencing the same stuff. We're all experiencing the same life. But like Mandrell sat here and said that he experienced the same thing we experienced. He just doesn't feel a way about it. Like, oh, I see the thing. I sat there on the edge of the bed and folded clothes. I don't want to do it. You know, so that's a depressive. That's in the
That's a
depressive
depressive
end.
thing, yeah.
But his response to it was completely not what's that word you use?
Maladaptive.
I said regulated, but you called it volatile. He didn't have any volatility in the depressive end.
Yeah.
So
And that's what I'm like learning. Get out of your
Yeah.
mind. Like don't give yourself time to think sometimes. When it comes to mundane stuff, it's like you don't have to think about folding the clothes, right? You know how to do it. It's just a task. It's gonna be, you don't have to plan to do it. You don't have to set a time to do it. You don't have to say I'm gonna do it later. Just do it when you're thinking about it. And that's been the most successful I've been so far.
And there's times you look at that whole pile of clothes on that couch, you leave them right there.
Don't look at the pile. I'm not allowing myself to do that. See, that's what I'm like not allowing myself to do. If I look at them and I can hear, because I can hear my thoughts. So if I look at them and I hear the thought, like, "Ooh, I should put them clothes away," I like have made an agreement with myself that I have to stop what I'm doing and put them away. And that's like the only way I'm gonna be able to break the habit.
Where were you on those? Where were you on anxious and depressive? You said you were high on depressive.
Yeah, I only had towards depressive.
Nothing.
Only had towards
depressive. I didn't have any anxiety leanings or emotional volatility.
That's interesting because
it does change as you get older.
Depressive.
Yeah.
No,
because you have to regulate your thoughts about that other.
Because my thoughts aren't anxious thoughts; they're depressive thoughts. It's like I said, that hyperfixation on the negative, how I feel negatively or how my energy feels. Like it's a depressive feeling. It's not really like anxiety. I've had anxious thoughts and they're more high. They feel like
it's a high. I get
like
what you're saying. It's a
high
high frequency.
So the thoughts that talk me out of it are low. Like I don't know how to explain it. It's just like, oh,
it's
I'm
a low
gonna be
note.
tired.
I'm with you.
Yeah, you're gonna be tired. You know what I'm saying? You gotta get up. You gotta walk across the room. I mean, these are literally what my thoughts tell me. Like, you gotta get up and walk across the room. Like when if I plan something and it's time to get ready for it, it's like you gotta walk in the closet and put the clothes on, and it's just a lot. That's depressive thoughts. Like that's how depressive thoughts feel. Like it's just heavy. Like just lay in the bed, take that nap.
Golly, Bree, I got to tell you, I'm catching melancholy just listening to it.
It's tiring. It's tiring. Imagine reasoning with yourself why you should get out of the bed.
Man.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you should get up. Well, why should I get up? Because, the kitchen over there. Ain't you a little hungry? Am I really hungry?
Yes. And your stomach's like, yes, you are hungry. We're hungry.
I can hold out a little longer.
Hey, there you go. There's
I'm just
going
to go to sleep. Then I won't feel the hunger. Like that's depressive thoughts.
Those are.
It's heavy.
Sounds like it. That's
it is. And it's not like I'm not depressed. I'm really happy and satisfied with my life where I am right now. And I still have that thought. That's just like how my brain thinks about
that's part
tasks.
of the nature.
Yeah, like it for some fucked up reason, it just thinks about how much energy I have to expend on a task before I decide to do it.
And I found better language. I wasn't trying to say the word anxious, but like you ruminate in the depressive end.
Rumination is part of depression. That's what my therapist taught me.
Okay.
Rumination is a habit of depressive states.
So then what's the word for it in it? Because on the anxious end of it, there's also rumination.
Hyperfixation.
Hyperfixation. Okay, so they're using two different words for the same. I'll say
It's
affect.
like different, yeah, but rumination is a trait of depressive states.
Mm-hmm.
Hyperfixation or hypervigilance is a state of anxious states.
Dang.
It's too much.
I would ruminate. That's what my therapist like. You're ruminating. Stop it.
Yeah.
Like, well, what am I supposed to do with my mental power if I'm not ruminating? Do something else. Like, I mean, my therapist said, when I had to go to therapy when I was actually depressed, because I don't think I had a grip. I was emotionally volatile. Therefore, I was actually depressed. And so I had to go to therapy because I didn't have any kind of handle on it. But now that I have a handle on it, I still have the thoughts, but I know how to work around them, or, some of them are normal, some of them are passing, fleeting, but yeah. I laid in the bed till 11 today. It's always still a struggle for me to just get up. You know how people like, you woke up, just get out the bed. Still hard for me. It's cold. It's going to be cold when I get out the bed. I should stay here like another 30 minutes.
Yeah, I do get that. Especially, I definitely get that. But man,
woman, if you don't get your lazy ass out this bed and cook me some grits.
Man, I really envy people who can just do that. Cause like my mom is like that. She just, you can really see that she just be like, she don't think about anything.
Your husband never played, just joked around with you like that.
No, I think he just like really, he understands that I'm this way. He doesn't really personalize it, which I appreciate. That's why I said I need somebody like he's very sure of who he is, which is helpful because I've dated people who personalize just how I am, and that's like terrible. Like I think a lot of people do it, but it's just not a good feeling from when people personalize your struggle as some reflection on them when they just showed up in your life, and it's like, bitch, I be struggling to get out of bed always. Why are you making this about you right now? It's terrible.
Because if you love me, then
that's unfair.
The narrative.
That's unfair language too. Like that's emotional terrorism.
That's not. I wouldn't go that far.
No, it's emotional terror. Like I'm already depressive. I'm already I'm already ruminating and self-depreciating and hating the way I am and jealous of people who don't have to struggle with this. And then for you to put extra guilt on me.
Yeah.
It's definitely not helpful if that's the script that person runs. It's not helpful.
Okay.
It's actually going to depress me more. So it's going to actually get me to lean into it more because now you're helping me self-depreciate.
Okay. So here's a question for you. How would a person best go by motivating a person with a personality type like yours?
Like I would say my husband is honest with me. I think he doesn't really harp on how I exist too much. I mean, he obviously has things he expects of me. He'll tell me, like, he set me down before and was like, hey, you literally aren't doing anything. Like, first of all, are you aware of the current state you're existing in right now? So he always checks first, like, do you and then like if he's gauging if I have any grasp of time, because that's usually a good indicator if this is really a depressive state or am I just being lazy. So like if I don't have a grasp of time, then I'm probably depressed. This generally only happened after I had babies. So like when I had my last baby, I was in like that state. I was actually depressed. So I had no concept of how much time was passing. But currently, I think he just is honest about what he would like. I found that both ways we have a lot of success with. I would like to see you insert whatever you want to see for that person. I would like to see you eat, better. I would like to see you be able to figure out a way to be able to work out. Because I noticed that you're better when you work out, or that's something you always did before. So kind of to frame, instead of saying, I want you to do this for me, or it's like, I want to see you at your best. Like,
okay.
Kind of language. Like,
so the language. Okay.
Yeah, but don't don't harp on it too much, but just be like, I would like to see you, you know, if I come to him and say, I want to work out or I want to do this. He's like, I would like to see you do that. I would like to see you be able to figure out how can I help you? And typically I can articulate how I would need him to ground me, but some people aren't able to do that. But I can tell him when I need him to step in because I know myself enough to be like, well, if you hear me giving myself an excuse, don't let me do it. And understand that I might push back or get defensive in the moment, but I'm counting on you to kind of ground me. I'm going to try not to get defensive, but if I get a little snappy or defensive because you're calling me out in the moment, I don't want to be called out. Like, you know, charge it to the game. It is what it is. Like, so I kind of ask him to help ground me. Like, don't let me quit. Don't let me, if you see me self-sabotaging, call it out, you know. And I have to kind of, that's him harping on me or trying to shame me or making me feel bad or personalizing it doesn't really help. Because I can shut down also. Once again, I'm a depressive type, so I'll just shut down.
If you're depressed and you shut down, it's a wrap. There's no communication going on at all there.
Yeah, so if I shut down, you can't get me to empathize for you. So sometimes saying how it makes you feel, it kind of can work, but I don't know. He kind of is just honest. He sets his boundaries well. Like I don't always know he's doing it, but he seems to have a good feel for how to set boundaries with me.
That's good.
And not allow me to just, you know, do whatever. And my kids too. I've told my kids, call me out. I'm gonna do it. Yeah, call me out if I don't. So that's why I say it's actually good if you can accept that about yourself, because I think a lot of people spend too much time not, and then when people are like giving them feedback that they're not showing up, they kind of get defensive and waste time trying to explain it away instead of just being able to say, you know what, I be tripping. I need to do better, you know? So because I know that about myself, I'm less likely to do that. And I know I'm prone to give myself excuses. So that doesn't mean he has to accept my excuses. He don't.
No, that's good stuff.
Yeah, he'd be like, no, that's bullshit. I'd be like, but it's cold. I don't want to go. He's like, you don't put a coat on.
That's tough though, because it's like I get what Mandrell was asking, but it's like, how do you relay a more immediate need? Because like your path was very passive. Like I express a need or desire, and I wait for you to feel like, you know,
well, if it's like a serious thing, because we did have, you know, years ago a moment where it was really serious, and we were like, you know what, should we just quit while we're ahead? You know, we had that moment, and we decided not to, because I was just trying to shut down, and he was shut down. It was just like, we can't both be shutting down at the same time. Let's not do that. But it was the SMART goals really works. I think if you're setting a boundary, you should do like SMART goals. So like attainable, you need time span, check-ins, like, so it's like, this is not happening. I need this to happen. If this like what's up, then you listen to the person. Okay, well, I need you to understand that this is important to me. So I'm gonna need to see improvement over this amount of time for me to say that you're actually trying to do it. So like, I mean, it's kind of like that. Like that's how the conversation happened. Like I expect to see some change. Okay, can we make an agreement? How would you know that I'm actually working towards what we've agreed upon? Well, if I see you doing this many times a week, I know that means you're actively trying to make a point to do it. Okay, if I don't do this many times a week, then you get to call me out on it. Okay, agreed. And then so both sides come to the table with one, if I'm the person who's inactive or I wasn't doing, you tell me how much you need to see it done. If I have some kind of mental block that's keeping me from doing it, I have to tell you what my mental block is, so we can kind of try to either get rid of it, work on it, or work together to decrease it. So like, for instance, like I say I like to leave the house and stuff good night because I can't be in a certain mindset if I'm at home. So for that, I need certain things to happen so that I could be able to do that. And it is what it is.
Good night, Mezzo.
So yeah, you just gotta have a real solid conversation with SMART goals, measurable, observable,
obtainable.
Therefore, you can hold attainable, so you can hold them accountable. Because if it's not observable, you can't hold
realistic in time.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So if she say she gonna work on it, but y'all don't establish what working on it looks like.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Then
Yeah. I had a conversation with one of my girlfriend's friends, and she was having issues, dude issues. I said, well, here's the thing: you have to clearly define what you're doing. If you're just being friends, you do have to understand that you can't get pissed off if you catch them up with another woman. But if you have honestly, both of you have agreed that this is what we're doing, we're exclusive to one another, and he's not holding up his end of the deal, you reserve the right to leave. Now, if you choose to stay, and he does it again, you don't complain, because after he does it the first time, now you know what kind of dude you got. You can't complain when he goes out and exercise and satisfy the appetite he has, because now you know better. You know, it's kind of like that. You have to clearly define things in order to hold someone accountable.
You do, but you do because I mean I've gone through that where it's like, hey girl, what you doing over there? Hey, you know I got needs now. What we doing?
That's real, man.
Look, you need some meds. You need me to call your doctor. What's up?
Oh yeah, he had to do that.
Like, hey, I feel you, but what's up? What we doing? What we doing about it?
But
because I'm not finna sit here and keep pretending like this ain't something I told your ass I need. So what's up? We need to call your doctor. We need some pills. What you need? You need a babysitter?
6 balls.
Hey.
What's up with your mama?
That's not real 6 to goddess, is it?
6 boss.
Oh, okay.
This is 6 boss. She's a boss.
Okay, she's
then there's
a boss.
6 goddess, which is,
Oh yeah, that person. No. I mean Jessica X. It looks like a picture of Jessica X.
That's not Jessica X either.
Okay.
No, she's a Twitch streamer.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
She was on Knowledge and Relationship before, I think.
Yeah. The thing is, like, I tell you what I like about Twitch streamers. Y'all seem safe. The rest of these jokers out here are just manic. The YouTube streamers, they're just manic.
Okay. I see what you're saying.
But I was gonna say a lot of people aren't honest enough in their relationships to even have conversations like this.
Nah, that's real.
Yeah. Listen, my lady and I, we require each other to be that transparent.
That's what's up.
Like, we had a conversation even today. I was like, listen, because last week she had a real rough week. She was working stupid long hours, right? And I'm on the phone with her and we're talking, but she's in between the phone and what she's doing, right? She's reading emails, reading messages, typing stuff, and trying to hold a conversation. And that typically doesn't work too well, right? And it doesn't, because she's kind of sharp, short, and curt with me. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I don't say anything, you know what I'm saying? Because I understand what's going on in her world. But then it kind of comes out. I was like, I said, you're good, like today, so you didn't relax. And she caught up on sleep, right? Yeah. I feel really good. It had a good night, and good too. She said, yeah, because last week was rough. I'm sure you noticed. Of course I did. All the attitude you had. I had attitude? Yeah. Why didn't you say anything? I said, because I understood what was going on with you. And so, I mean, if I understand what's going on and where it's coming from, you didn't have any malintent. So it wasn't worth arguing about. It wasn't even worth talking about. So,
So you took one for the team.
Right. And she didn't, she doesn't like that. She don't want me to do that. She's like, no. Whenever I do that, tell me. Because I want to fix it right then and there.
That's important too.
So that way I'll know. I said, okay, fair enough,
Yeah, you got to call people out, because especially if it's habitual. That's what I was. It took a couple years for my husband to understand it. Like, I might get defensive. I might do a little pushback, but it's really important you call me out when the action is happening, because sometimes if it's something I'm not aware I do because I'm just doing it, like I'm not gonna know in the conversation, especially when I want to be right. Like when if we having an argument and we already in it, and it's like I'm trying to prove my side, and you trying to, like, the likelihood you gonna get me to actually admit or see it or recall my spotty memory, my negative memory, like unlikely. So just tell me in the moment. That way, even if it's a reference later, I will. The brain has a better chance of remembering it if it's out of monotony. Like if I'm just doing my regular thing and I do it in past, and I'm probably not going to remember it. But if you call me out, I'm going to remember it because I don't like that feeling. So, and then if you reference it later, I'd be more likely to remember it accurately.
And Six Boss, we just basically we started off with like personality traits when they develop, went into like personality dispositions and stuff, and then got to the negative domain of that, like neuroticism, anxiety, depressive, and volatility. Now we're kind of talking about communication and expressing needs, like negative needs. So that's kind of where we are right now. One thing I did want to say though is when y'all were talking about the needs, I can see why men have a problem. Like what Mandrell just said, because any man that doesn't have like articulation or words for the feelings, he's going to feel that negative, like what Mandrell felt. Oh, I don't like the way this feel. This feel off.
Right.
But he won't have language for it. It'll just be a feeling. It'll be a week or two later. And then when she's like, well, why didn't you say something? He'd be like, what was I supposed to say? Because he didn't have words for it anyway.
Alexa,
so now she's feeling like the women with the ashy booty because she doesn't know what her blind spot is.
Right.
She's like, I was away. That's bothering my partner. I don't know what it is or what it looks like because he can't tell me.
Right.
And now what
can I do with it?
She can't trust him to cover her blind spots because he can't express where she's blind.
And he can't. He doesn't even have to seemingly. I mean, that could be wrong, but it's like you almost like you said, it's probably secondary to some type of alexithymia if he can't really articulate it. But if he can articulate it and he chooses not to, it feels bad. It feels like, dang, you don't have no self-worth. Like you don't want to not be treated negatively, or if somebody's doing something that gives you a visceral response, or you really don't like how that feels, like you wouldn't say something to them, like to even give them a chance to be empathetic or try to change, or I don't know. That's always weird.
I like Mandrell's method better because it's the middle ground. It's like, oh, I'm not telling you because I'm scared to tell you. I'm not telling you out of empathy to allow you to go through whatever you're going through that's making you show up like this.
Right.
I care enough about you to not add one more thing to your plate.
Exactly.
Right.
But we can still address this when you're
when you're done with it. So now we can talk about it. She's like, well, what did I do? It was in the way you spoke. What do you mean? Like, I'm like, no, I'm talking about like all week. The way you talk to me. What? Well, give me an example. I gave you an example. What example? The way you talk to me all week long. Every time we talked on the phone, this is how you showed up. You didn't. I told you. I said you didn't realize it, and I understood what it was that was causing it. I understood that you meant nothing by it. I said, but that's how you were all week. Every time we talk. But give me an example.
No, because women because Mandrell, realistically, you said, but Mandrell, you said that, but women don't generally like to or don't run on the program that you're experiencing us negatively.
Right.
So she's never gonna assume to the side of, ooh, he ain't liking this. Most women do not. I don't know why, but most women are never gonna assume that you're experiencing her negatively. So if you don't explicitly say it, she's not gonna ever be assuming, even if she's not her best self, even if she's showing up raggedy and tired. Even me in my depressive states, knowing I struggle with this, don't automatically assume my husband's experiencing me negatively unless he says it. That's how it was at the beginning. Like now I know, but early on I didn't know that. You think you laying in bed being a bum isn't a negative experience for me?
Lack of awareness.
I don't know
it's crazy.
I don't know. But
Oh,
so
I
yeah,
do.
she
I
don't.
do
She
know.
don't know.
It's crazy.
She doesn't. When she said that, like she really
didn't know.
It's not a thought in her mind. No.
Right, exactly. She's focused on like getting her work done because there was a ton to do. She even had to work this weekend. You know what I'm saying?
Because our
So
presence is a gift for you.
is it though?
No, that's the if I could think of where
That's
it
the
comes from,
assumption.
that's probably the
Okay.
assumption is because we're so desired and we're the object of the desire and we're the thing pursued. It's like our presence is a gift, even if it's mid-ass presence or negative presence.
Yep. That is one thing that was good that came out of the whole manosphere was the understanding that women feel like just showing up was
enough.
magnificent. Like that was just
like that was enough. It's like no,
Yeah.
and then men are like, no, ladies, we're gonna need you to do some stuff too. It takes two to tango, right? Okay.
Yeah,
This
but
is
we
how need
hadn't
you to
got
show
any
up.
feedback of how y'all experience us negatively, and that
And
helped
then- yeah,
us
and
with
that's- That was
the
on us.
delusion as well.
Yeah.
Because a lot of y'all do have, I think, the intelligence to kind of reason, like, oh, she just had a baby, she's tired. Y'all give us a lot of, empathy
built-in
in that way.
excuses. Yeah.
Yeah,
you
like,
get a lot of
oh, I'm empathetic to that, but meanwhile, we over here being terrorists and don't even know it.
Right. And I don't negotiate with terrorists.
Never. Don't do it.
Y'all, I don't know. I don't believe y'all, but anyway, that's kind of.
Bree said, I don't know. I don't believe y'all.
Yeah, I've
but
seen y'all put up with a lot.
Yes, here's the thing, Bree. If a man loves you, you got something on your
I think
hands.
if a man loves puss, he's generally willing to put up with some stuff he don't like.
No,
yeah, that's true too. On the other side,
I
y'all
don't
be
know,
putting
Bree.
up with some stuff. Yeah, I seen the baby mamas.
Ooh, yeah. In that case,
If your feelings, if your feelings or the sexual feelings, either one of those get connected, you'll put up with stuff. Like those are coveralls. Those are both.
Isn't that just generally one of them gonna be the case?
Yeah, one of them gonna be the case. And if it's not, then you end up leaving a relationship. Like why would you
Yeah,
stay? Because
just
typically a
throw
third
away.
thing, like a tangible. Well, I really don't have the feelings for them, and the sex ain't good, but I'm with them because of that, and that's never enough. That third thing,
That's never enough, yeah, because that's usually
never
I'm
gonna be
gonna have to go out and stay in one of these. I gotta want something in this lifetime, and that's what y'all do. I don't know, but I do think more conversations about the inner dialogue of people. I don't know, maybe I don't feel like it's helpful. I think it would be helpful to hear how people wrestle with their world on a day-to-day basis, because I think from hearing a lot of these conversations, people are internalizing too much to some degree without even understanding anything. I mean, anything. And like women, I know a lot of times we have to present a way. And we're taught to present a way. We're taught very
Thank
early
you.
on that we have
I
to
was just
present a
gonna
way.
push. Woo. Okay.
Yeah, no, we're taught, like girls have to be this and you have to be this and you have to smell nice. And a lot of us get really good at the
Performing,
representative game. Like even me, I could do the representative really well, but at the house, it'd be trash, So how would y'all know?
There's no way to know, which is why so many people have these failed relationships, because everybody's representative is so well crafted until you're living with somebody like that. This is the guy. I don't understand where these conversations went. Like people don't talk about, and forgive me, I do know where these conversations went because now everybody's dating out of the accountability radius. I don't know what happened to living with the person. Like, cause it's not that people are afraid of sex outside of marriage. Like you don't know somebody until you live with them. Like you really don't.
Yeah,
It's
you
so
really
hard.
don't.
It's so hard to get because you never know when life is going to hit them and stress test them unless you're there all the time. If
It's
they're
like you're
somewhere
saying,
else,
you said, how am I there if I'm
I
never
can't be
there?
there at the right time if I'm not there all the time.
Mhm.
If I'm not there, I can't. So when they get that call that shakes them, I can't see how volatile they are emotionally because they had 2 days to process it before they even saw me. So I don't know if they're volatile.
That's
I
why one
don't
of my
live with
boyfriends will pop up on me after I just did 3 days in a row, and I'd be like, "You can come see me tomorrow." He'd be like, "No, I'm gonna come see you today." He pull up on my ass like.
And then how do you respond?
You goddamn right.
And he'd be
No,
like, "Your house is a mess." I'd be like, "I told you to come over tomorrow, though."
no,
What?
no, no. I'm coming to see your ass today.
He got that intel.
He got
Yeah,
that
That
intel.
got that
He used to
intel.
push it too. I'd be like, "Nobody told you to come over here." As soon as I
Uh,
woke up, after
but in his
2 0,
mind, he's thinking, why don't you want this place to be better for yourself?
yeah, that's what he said. And I was like, because that's what he said. No, that's why I said when I was talking to me and Candadan was really having a conversation in Discord one of these past days. And I was talking about my experience. I was talking about my experience dating men of other races and cultures. And when I say they don't have no problem, I was not playing.
That's
because I've never had someone call me out and hold me accountable to the same degree. In such a not I'm attacking, like it was just what it was. Like he was just like, this is how it is. This is how men talk to their women.
Who did this? A white man?
No, he was Bulgarian.
Bulgarian. What did he say to you?
He would just like he just seemed like I could just feel that he had some kind of internal like cultural understanding of how you date and vet and look at somebody, and you know, and it just felt like it didn't feel like I was directing it. Like it just really felt like he had a thing and he was just like, this is what it is, and like this is what I'm doing, and he wasn't hiding it, but I don't know, it was foreign to me, and it probably was that way because I had never experienced it. But yeah, he's like, I'm coming over now. He come over, you got these dishes in the sink. I'm like, yeah, I mean, I don't be washing the dishes when I'm at work. And he's like, this is not
acceptable.
This is not acceptable.
Yeah.
And guess what? I got mad, but every time he got them dishes, they was washed.
Yeah.
And when I got a little overweight, he was like, I want you, which I think is also helpful, which my husband's like, I just want you to work out. But I'm starting to think if I'm already in a depressive state, that's an emotional offload because now I have to figure out how to work out.
Mm-hmm.
This guy was like, I want you to start running 5 miles a day.
Wow.
And I did it.
Okay.
Because he told you to do it.
He told me exactly. No, he told me exactly what to do. And I think like the difference was, it was like I didn't have to think about what to do.
You didn't have to figure shit out. You didn't have to figure shit out.
It was just like, okay, go and run. You know, like it was just like, okay,
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Were you already a runner at least?
No.
And
but but generally throughout my life, I've always worked out here and there. So like I had, I was generally in shape. It wasn't consistent. So for me, that wasn't crazy. I wasn't like completely out of shape. I had kind of just fell off a little bit for a month. We dated over the span of like almost a little under a year. So I had fallen out of the habit. So he was like, yeah, go run 5 miles.
And see, here's the thing, Arshawn. That's what women want when they say they want a leader. They want a guy to tell them exactly what to do.
Man, that's what we want to talk about today. That's what we were going to talk about today. That was the intention. Today's show was about dominance because what we need, and that's why it kind of tied in. I was going to try to bring the two. What we need as men is to be dominant, but we can't be predatory. That's the difference. That's the difference. So it's like the difference between power and force. Like you have all of the same authority as these dangerous guys. You carry all of the same weight, just as big a stick as the Andrew Tates or the Austin Howell. You carry just as much power into the world, but you control it. It's not volatile.
Right.
The volatility.
It feels different. I mean, as a woman, it's not something that's easy to articulate, but it always felt, and I think that men think that, controlling and I think, for men who haven't seen it, I can see why it would be hard to conceptualize if you haven't seen it from other men and stuff, because even like one time I came downstairs for a date, he was like, we're not going out with you looking like this. So we about to stay here or you can change.
Yeah. But
it's like, damn.
Yeah. The problem is Black men, we don't have an example. Typically, we don't have an example of it, but we also try to approximate it based on the outcome. So I always tie this back to my understanding of discipline. I always thought discipline was something I could learn. But like Mandrell said, the discipline is not that he feels any differently about the thing than I do. It's that he does it anyway. So I'm looking at the outcome of discipline and thinking I can back map that. But no, there's no difference in the inputs. There's something that neither of us want to do. The difference is he just does it because it needs to be done. So that's a motivation problem. It's not discipline is the outcome of having motivation and the task. Like I do it because it needs to be done.
Right.
But I whatever that switch is in me, that motivation switch to just do it, I talk myself out of it. But the same difference here. Like men try to go for the quick answer. Like leadership is like a competence. Like it's you have to understand how things operate and you govern based on that knowledge. Like a lot of us just don't have any knowledge. So we can only use force. That's where the control comes in. So if I know every movement you're making, that's a knowledge that I can use to leverage against you, but it's not anything I can use to lead you. It's like a leash instead of leading. I'm leashing instead of leading. It's like a weird.
Yeah, that's hard. Like once again, just experiencing it, I couldn't. So I can't imagine. Because we're coming from a lot of the same deficits, black men and black women. So it's like I know if I felt that, like, damn, I'm experiencing something that I cannot articulate.
Yeah.
It's a phenomenon I'm clearly experiencing right now, but I've never seen anything like it. I'm sure it's the same for y'all. Like it just in a different. It probably hits y'all different, and y'all might not even be aware of it. Because I dated this person. That's the only reason I got privy to it. Yeah. So I mean, how would y'all even begin to be exposed to something like that?
And see, here's the thing. This is why I say women have no business raising boys on their own. But women argue me down about it. I'm like, you ladies, you can't teach that. That's something that has to be learned and practiced. You like discipline. It has to be practiced.
It's a muscle.
Yeah, it's a muscle. If you don't, it's a perishable skill. You don't use it, you'll lose it. And there are days again, like I said, I absolutely positive just do not feel like it. But I have to literally, like, there's days I have to curse myself out and call myself all kind of names to get myself off the couch and go to the gym. I do. I mean, it's not motivation. It's like, but I like down talk myself. You sorry piece of shit. Get your fat ass off this couch. Get your fat ass off this couch and go get the keys. Yeah. I just like get your fat ass off this couch. And get to the gym, Harris. You know what I'm saying? I just go in on myself. But if that's what it takes to get me to do it, fine. It ain't really motivating me. You know what I'm saying? I still don't feel like going.
Right.
I think I would have never thought that if we didn't have this conversation, and I just verbalized how my thoughts come out. I don't think I would have ever heard somebody say, "Oh, well, not to the same degree, but you're like, I kind of generally have those thoughts too. Like, I don't really want to do it, but just to see where the actual difference lies." Because, like Rashawn said, people who are seem highly motivated to me to just do stuff. I wouldn't think that they generally struggle with not wanting to do so many things. I just would have thought that y'all just generally don't have any feelings about them at all. So y'all kind of just more able to do it.
And this is me speaking for myself. I really, really don't feel like it every day. Not every day, but I'll say more often than not, I say it's about 60-40 that I actually feel like going. 60% of the time I feel like going. 40%, I kind of got to push myself to do it. You know what I mean?
That's a high percentage. That's really, I mean, that's different than I thought. I would have thought maybe 70-30. So to hear 60-40 for me, it's probably like 40-60.
And I would just assume you love going to the gym.
Right.
I love the outcome.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, so I know that if I want the outcome, hey, guess what, bro? We got to get this work in, don't we? Yeah, we have to and when we get in shape, guess what? We have to maintain it. Now, once we maintain, when we're in the stage of maintain, we don't have to exert so much energy. We don't have to work out so hard. We don't have to diet so hard. Keep the calorie count within this frame. Okay. Don't eat shit every day. And I do refrain from eating like fast foods and stuff like that all week long. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes even on weekends. So when I do eat rich foods, flavorful foods, like steak, you know what I'm saying? And sushi, when I do eat it, I appreciate it. That's just one of my ways of disciplining myself. You know what I'm saying? It's like as a reward. Like on a Saturday or a Friday, I have a pizza. or I'll eat sushi, or steak and sushi, or steak and sushi. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
nice.
So
I dated a guy who his cheat day meals were
epic.
decadent as fuck. Like, yeah, just I'd be like, wow, you ate that? Because he have cheat days. He's eating clean all week, and them cheat day meals were amazing. They probably were delicious to him because he held off for the whole week. So
I'm telling you, there's a difference.
yeah, the way he was eating it, I was like, you eating like you just got out the slammer.
I'm telling you, there is a difference. Like
delayed gratification.
Yes, and it's a way. It's a way to exercise that the delayed gratification. Because there's times like, okay, this weekend, what happened? I had in a while. Chinese. Oh, which restaurant? Oh yeah, the place with the Peking duck. Yes, let's go have some of that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
okay, I think I found a motivation in what you just said. Then
That's
I can find a motivation in that because for me, I also want to get better. I'm not motivated to leave the house or do things, but I think it's secondary to not building in something to motivate you to go. If I had cheat meals to look forward to, I'd be like, oh, I want to go to this restaurant. I want to go to this one. And then my body will be in shape. So I'm be like, and then I'm gonna wear this dress. So it's like me getting in shape now gives me a reason to shop, go out to eat, and wear nice things. That's what I need.
And
what, Rashawn, what was that? You had something to say?
I mean, I can have something to say. You know, I ain't afraid. I say what I gotta say.
It sounded like you had a problem with me shopping, going out to eat, and look at
the fact that you gotta bake in 3 incentives for one task, that might be a bit much, is all I'm saying.
Said I'm coming in 40-60, so I gotta make up. I'm at a deficit. So it's not gonna be one thing. One thing is not enough.
It's not my life, it's not my gym. You do what you need to do for you. It just hit me funny, like, okay, I'm gonna go to I'm gonna go to the gym. You know what I'm gonna do for this weekend for going to the gym this week? I'm gonna have a dozen donuts. I'm going to sit on the couch all weekend, and I'm gonna play video games.
Sometimes that's a great reward.
Yo.
That's what I did with the stream. I was like, if I do what I'm supposed to do, I get my 3 days off and I can just do this and do that and not have to worry about it. But I'm also going to tell my husband to just buy me a bike and just have it here. That way I don't have to do it myself.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. But I'm glad y'all touched on what y'all touched on. I promise you, I was just thinking about this and it helped me remember the terms. So I'm glad y'all brought that up. But what we're dealing with in society is diminishing returns. The law of diminishing returns, because we're so the standard of living has gotten to a point that we all can treat ourselves on such a routine basis. Like, I bet you if you ask everybody who goes to Starbucks how often they're there multiple times a week. Like we treat ourselves so frequently,
self-love,
and it's so easy that it doesn't mean anything. So now we have to chase higher, which is what men are having a problem with. Like in a tough economy, the luxuries that women want are costing even more because women are known retail therapists. So those prices get pushed even further up. It's
the best kind of therapy. No, I'm just kidding. Real therapy is great, you guys. You should do it.
Real therapy is great, but there's a layering of problems in society right now. But the law of diminishing returns, because we can't do that delayed gratification that Mandrell's doing. Because we wouldn't be as addicted. Overindulgence. Thank you. That's another term. Let me put that in there. Overindulgence, diminishing returns.
Because you just need more and more and more. It's like drugs. You need more and more and more to get the same.
Because it's dopamine.
Yeah,
it's dopamine.
Yeah, and the thing is, the stuff that I eat every day on a daily basis, I do like the food that I eat. You know, and please, people, season your food. Don't want.
And please tell them one more time for the people in the back, because that was like a deal breaker for me. I dated this trainer. I was like, I mean, I understand chilling on the salt, but
little herbs.
I was like, yeah, we use some herbs on this bitch. Like,
and you can have salt, people. That's ridiculous. Don't walk around here eating bland food just because you want to be healthy. Your body needs salt.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Salt's fine. Just don't put it on everything. You know what I'm saying? Just don't put it on everything.
I like hot sauce too. I don't know. This conversation was very motivating, guys.
That's good.
Yeah, little hot sauce is fine too. If you got some Frank's or some Louisiana,
Yeah, boy.
Texas Pete, whatever it is. Yeah, in moderation. Nothing wrong with it, but you have to be putting the work in though, and watch your calorie count. Calories in versus calories out.
I don't even freaking eat enough, so I'm
You
at
get on the
all.
calories.
Well, because for me, once again, I don't have to cook.
That's right. You have to take your kids to Chick-fil-A.
No, I be like, for me, it's like, once again, like I really, when I tell people like y'all don't understand, like my mind be like, do you really need to eat? You don't need to eat, because that means we gotta get up, cook. Kitchen so far. That's like my husband wants like a 4,000 square foot house. I'm like, do you know what's gonna happen to me in a 4,000 square foot house?
You're gonna get lost.
I'm going to starve myself because I'm not walking downstairs to go to the kitchen.
Kitchen so far.
It's so far. I'm in an apartment right now. The kitchen is too far for me to even want to do it sometimes, and it's an apartment.
Brie, you are wilding.
Yeah,
I'm not wilding. Like this is the
it,
shadow me that I have to fight every day, and I'm
You
tired
are-
of lying.
I got you.
My husband knows this, but I'm like, y'all need to hear this. I don't think people think that this is like people have to deal with it every day. Like, oh, should I get out of bed? You stay in bed 30 minutes longer because it's gonna be cold when you get out. It's such an inconvenience. Like, it's real. Like, that's my real life.
Yeah,
it adds up.
We need to hear that more often because people don't tell the truth. Like you said, the representatives. There's a lot of reps out here.
Yeah, it is. So you learn to work with it. And I think people are looking too much. Like you said, they're judging the representatives and they're like, I'm getting in relationships with people and they trying. It's like, no, they're just people, especially women. We're really good at hiding our dysfunction because women are not allowed to be lazy and women are not allowed to not want to do laundry and not want to cook and hate it. And like, women aren't socially allowed to do that. I mean,
which is why
I think we just
relationships.
I think women people just realize that that's what we be doing anyway. But once again, we don't have those men to kind of ground us because once again, you're right, because some boyfriends will not be tolerating it. And my husband, he's more chill and laid back. I think he's one thing that I would say him being a breadwinner has definitely helped him feel like he can. That's the one thing about the patriarchy or those traditional models, like Rashawn was saying. Like, I do find men who are closer to patriarchal models are able to tell you what the what's up is in a safe way and not an exploitative way. And they tell you what the what's up is. Because the more my husband is like the breadwinner, he be coming in here like, this is not what we finna do. When I come back, this needs to be this way. And we be like, okay.
And see, that's why I was going to do the thing on dominance, because the dominance is not necessarily financial, but it's still an energy. It's still an energy of control. I have control of myself, and you can do that financially, but you can still do that also within your, like, no matter what state you're in.
I think it's just giving him a confidence for
absolutely.
Sure. Yeah.
And that's the energy I want men to learn to inhabit. And I don't like the word safely, but non-threateningly to women. Like, you have to learn to carry your own authority as a person so that no matter who the woman is, it's not such a thing where you feel like you can't express negative emotions and negative feelings. You can't have honest conversations because you're worried about her leaving or because you're worried about access to sex. Like, that's not leadership or owning yourself.
That's not walking in your authority
at all. Because if you're afraid to say something or you don't have the words to say it in a different way, then you're not qualified to lead. Because you failed in conversation, you failed in communication, and you're definitely going to fail in the bigger principles. The higher order is going to escape you because you haven't gotten past this piece, and that's problematic. That's where most men are failing right now. If you can't even communicate properly, you definitely aren't going to be able to do the other things.
No, I've seen it.
Yeah.
So I don't know. On the front end, get the confidence in.
You gotta get the confidence.
Wherever that comes from, it don't have to be monetarily. For him, it was always a big thing. Our zone for him, he always felt like he wanted to make this much and do this, and until he got there, he wasn't gonna be happy.
So for most people, that's what it takes, because that's what we're taught. That's the model that we're taught.
Yeah.
That's how I've learned, though, and I say by accident. I learned by accident, which is where like the Tates and the Fresh and Fits do have where they do have a little bit of truth, where they use that pickup artistry, the less you care, the better off you seem to be.
Yeah.
But it's
yeah.
That's
the
funny.
less
It's
you
true.
care.
It's true though.
It's so
I mean,
true.
because if you could
I hate
say
it.
stuff even without, like, I'm just thinking about the energy of the men who called me out. The more it was just kind of like, look, I'm not suffering because of this. I'm just not gonna tolerate it.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not suffering because you won't look nice if we go out. I'll just let your ass stay at the house, or we'll go another day when you come
Will
out
not.
looking like you got some sense.
No.
But it's not emotionally triggering me. It's just I'm demanding this respect for myself. You going out on a date with me, you know I don't play that. Come out here looking like you got some fucking sense. I mean, and not being all emotionally like, oh, you don't love me because you won't wear the dress I like. Like, if you do that, I'm just gonna, I don't know.
It's like command. There's a command.
Yeah,
When
and
you
women
don't-
feed off that too.
Yeah.
Exactly, and it's how you command. Like he could tell you, just like me, I know how I come off, right? And so I like at the times where I would try to explain to women like in a calm, nice way. Hey, that dress you wore the other week, you still got it? Yeah. Hey, you like that dress? Yeah. You gonna mind wearing that again tonight? Oh, you like that dress? Yeah. I don't feel like wearing that dress. Okay, cool. Well, you want what? Okay, cool. Why do you want me to wear that dress? Because never mind. You do this. Never mind. Wait, why'd you
Have
want
you
to wear
had that
dress tonight?
exchange? Have you had that
Yeah.
exchange?
Because I plan to take her somewhere, and I just told her what I wanted her to wear. So when she says no, okay, no problem. And if she wasn't gonna put on a dress, we wasn't going nowhere. She didn't know that again, but she put 1 + 1 together. You know what I'm saying? And it equaled 2. Go in there, go take a shower or whatever, and come back with that dress on.
Better have that dress on.
Yeah.
One of these on you. Nah.
But see, when you try to tell women nicely in a nice way, you try to explain to them in a nice way. It seems they seem not to comprehend it, or they
Because
push
it
back,
just seems
on it.
It would seem I'd be like, why are you asking me all these questions?
It feels.
Why do I need to wear it?
Right. It's like, I mean, they prefer you to command them. When you say,
Yeah, I would just be like, go wear that blue dress. I like
right. When
now.
I say, hey, remember this black dress you had on last week or 2 weeks ago? Yeah.
Put that on.
Put that on again. Put that on tonight.
Yeah.
And then walk away.
But now hold up, because here's the thing though.
Exactly, Bree. Exactly, Bree. That's all I'll say. That's all I'll say. Put that on tonight. Okay.
But see, I also know that it can't be. I don't even know. I don't even know if I want to go this deep into it.
Possessing it to control.
But it goes there. It can't be what you're leaning on.
BRB.
It can't be what you're leaning on 100% of the time. Like that's where it gets into the control. Because like if they feel like they're not having a say or something, it's like there's a pushback.
No. It's how you say it, because they don't really want to say. They want you to tell them everything to do. They want you to, because they see that as leadership and being in charge. You give them a voice, they go out of control. They don't like that, because now they feel like they can't lean on you to make decisions, even though you don't mean it that way. You are giving them a voice. You are giving them agency. You're including them in the decision-making process. They're like, they don't tell you this, but they don't want that.
Wait, what I missed?
What I said was, here's my problem with that is I feel like, and I didn't stipulate this, over the course of time, a continual assertiveness from the man is going to get met with challenge, because a woman also wants to know that her voice is valuable in the relationship, because nothing's making her be there anymore. She's choosing to be there.
Right.
But Mandrell saying, no, it's 100% of the time. She doesn't want to make any decisions.
No, that's not true. I will say that I'm going to push back sometimes. I have to.
Right.
I have to see how you respond when I push back, just to make sure.
because the command has to actually be command, like it has to be commanding. The presence has to be authentic.
And
Yeah,
also, you don't have as much.
I mean, though.
If you're a good leader and she knows you're plugged in and you're actually watching and stuff, when you give, it's easier to command if you're a good leader. I think some men aren't good leaders in the sense that they don't know what's going on in their home from day to day, or they don't know how they're if it's a castle and it's the kingdom. A lot of men are so out of touch with the kingdom that if you come in commanding, I'm be like, you don't even know what the fuck you talking about. It's like, well, we're gonna throw a big feast like the kings, and it's like, well, the peasants are like starving and they're like actually outside starting a mutiny because they want bread, and like you're talking about throwing a party. So like, I feel like that is kind of what it feels like sometimes when men are good, strong leaders, that a lot of times they're just, I've dated a controlling person and it always felt like the command was so detached from any sort of reality of what needed. I don't know how to explain it. It would just be like, it would just be like the stuff he would demand.
The situational awareness.
Yeah, it would just be like, why is this even important?
Like bad orders. I'm sure there's a term for it in the military, man. Like when somebody's giving bad orders because they don't care, they don't have good intent. There's got to be something. I'm sure there's been some people that just send some bad orders down the chain. You're like,
go way too much into micromanaging, and they're like not really managing what they're supposed to be managing. Like,
and what are they supposed to manage?
Well, like if you've been under a manager that like micromanages, like they get into your scope of, like in nursing, for instance, we have certain autonomy under doctors, right? So a doctor oversees everything within our scope of practice. We have autonomy to make decisions. So if a doctor was coming in and starting to do stuff that I was autonomous to do, that's micromanaging. Like if you write orders for me to monitor the patient every 15 minutes and you come in the room and monitor the patients every 15 minutes, you're now micromanaging. Yeah. Which means you're not doing something you're supposed to be doing. Right? So that's what I mean. Like men who are badly, it feels like that sometimes. It's like you so worried about this and this ain't even, you're not doing this.
Like for instance, like when I was for most of December, I was with my lady, right? I flew out there to her and spent about 2 weeks with her, right? And like there's a couple of days where she gets sick. Okay. And when I got her medicine, all this, that, and other, and kitchen had dishes in there. I went and cleaned the kitchen. You know what I'm saying? Now, some people like, that's Beta. She should have done that. Yeah, but she's sick. She's in the bed. She had COVID.
Yeah.
So
like controlling men to be like, why?
I'm like the kitchen needs to be clean. She has COVID. She's out of commission. I don't need to be in her face like that, so I can contract it too. You know what I'm saying? So how about I take care of this while she's recovering? That way she ain't got to worry about it. And the shit has to get done. I don't feel like it, but hey, it has to be done. I don't want to sit around in the house with an nasty kitchen. You know what I'm saying? So she out of commission. So guess what? If I want a clean kitchen, guess who got to do it? Me.
Well, some men will just let the shit pile up.
Yeah, you're nasty.
Well, I'm just saying, but I've seen.
Yeah, I know. I've seen it too.
She out of commission, ain't nothing getting done. So
right. With they nasty asses, Bree. See, them niggas like that ain't shit. How you gonna sit there? How you gonna sit there in filth?
Well, it's not. It's just like I think the roles be so, like I said, bad leadership. It's like you can't transform into what you need to be to be a good leader. Like he said, to be a good man. Well, you needed to wash the dishes today to keep your house with clean dishes while your wife was sick. But you was so set on the husband doesn't do dishes that you didn't see the need to just do the fucking dishes. Like that's what that man. That's what he was talking about.
Yeah, and that's stupid.
Your masculinity rides so much on you just doing exactly what men do that you can't even do.
You can't be that binary with it. Yeah, you can't be. See, masculinity is not that. Masculinity is dynamic. It's when a man can be whatever he needs to be when he needs to be that. Just like Arshawn understood perfectly well, and it went over her head. She kind of missed it. But when I told her, I was like, listen, the thing is, the reason why I didn't go in on you or even mention it last week, because she already had enough on her plate, right? There's enough stress there. Why add to it until the smoke clears? Well, give me an example. Well, I said just the way you talk to me in general. You know what I'm saying? Like all the conversations. You were this kind of person, you know? And so well, she wanted a specific sample of it. You know what I mean? I'm like, okay, she's one of those. Now because we've only been together since July. You know what I'm saying? So we still get to know each other. So I'm like, okay, next time, even if I have to write it down, I will write down several examples. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
It
okay.
takes
I'm
several
like, you
samples.
can't recall. Is she one of those? No, you telling me I was the way the whole time. Just give me an example.
Give me an example. And so I
a
gave
lot
her
of men
one.
feel like this.
So then she gave me. I didn't take it as that. I take it as like, okay, none of this shit was on our mind. She was not even focused on how she was communicating.
Right.
She was so tuned in to work. You know what I'm saying? She ain't got time for that. I understand this because I got times where I'm busy and I ain't got time. You know what I'm saying? I don't have time to worry about how I'm delivering my. I don't have time
for examples.
Right. I don't have time to worry about how I deliver the message. I just need you to get the message. You feel me, Arshawn? So when she's in that space, I get it. I understand her. I understand what you got going on. I get it. Been there, done that. Bought the t-shirt. So, but for her, she's still like, yeah, but see, I'm gonna need to know this because I don't want to. If I've done something to make you feel a certain type of way, I need to know because I don't want to ever be that way with you. And me being busy and being overloaded with work is no excuse for bad behavior. Said, got it. However, for me, it wasn't something worth bringing up. It wasn't something worth arguing about because I understood what space you were in. I understand what's going on with you. Your mind is stretched in several different areas at one time. Something's got to give. And what has to take priority? The thing that pays the bills. So if I got to sit back, if I got to hang back and give you that space, cool. And that's the way I look at things. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I'm looking at her priorities. What takes priority in her life right now? You know, at that moment. Okay, she need to focus on that. Because she fuck around and lose her job. Okay, she gonna need help paying them bills.
Yeah, she's gonna be real short.
Right. And she's gonna be real short because now she gotta find another job. And 2023 is no hole when you're looking for a job, bro. You know what I'm saying? So no, I gotta give her space. And plus I like to give her space and agency so she can be her and she can grow as an individual. I don't need to be the center of attention in her life. You know what I'm saying? She don't need to be wrapped around me. I'm not the center of her universe. Cool. Whatever. And if I turn out to be that for her, cool. I'm all right with that too. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
Why guys don't get that? But the thing is,
well,
I think a lot of women don't understand leadership either. Bree, help me out with this, Bree. That's a part of leadership as well.
No.
You know what I'm saying? Like giving you agency and give you space to handle your business.
Right, autonomy is part of. I should have a realm in which I'm the scope of practice. I should have a realm in which I'm completely autonomous, and you should be able to trust that. That's when a man becomes controlling. I think when women say he's controlling, that's what we're talking about. Like when you start trying to micromanage things that should be within my autonomous zone, I think that's when you start to slide into women saying he's being controlling. And like, while it's nice for, we going out for your birthday or for dinner, you say, maybe I want you to wear this dress this time. Or like you was trying to surprise her. But if you were like, no, you're wearing every time. Now you're starting to micromanage how I fashion my body on a consistent basis. That's controlling.
That's what I was trying to articulate. Thank you.
Yeah, some of it is walking the line because I've dated somebody who was controlling. And I'm like, bitch, we going to Chuck E. Cheese. Like, why the fuck are you telling me what to wear?
Right.
We're like, it's Chuck E. Cheese.
Now, if this is for a special occasion, like I would tell my lady, like, hey, wear something nice because I want to take you somewhere tonight. Okay, cool. Oh. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's as far as I go as far as telling her what to wear. Now, if I tell her to wear something nice, she'll know. Now she knows
me, I want to be
desirable
for you if we're going on a date.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So for me, even if my husband for every date was like, I want you to wear this, I would have no problem for it because that's our time to go out and connect, together. But you're not going to tell me what to wear to Chuck E. Cheese. You're not going to tell me what to wear to Publix. Like, I'm going to need you to leave me alone. That's what some of them is too far. It's too far. You wearing that to Chuck E. Cheese? Yes. It's Chuck E. Cheese. And I don't know. I don't know where that comes from. So I've dated all types of men, and it's just hilarious how some men think they're supposed to move and how they think they get control and how they think they're supposed to lead. It's hilarious when you actually get to, line them up across the board and look at the different leadership styles or lack thereof and see, all of them are trying to pull off the same thing, but how they all do it is so different.
And my leadership style is this. I don't want to have to tell you everything. You know what I mean? I don't want to micromanage you. I don't want it. Look, just respect me. Respect my position in the relationship. You know what I'm saying? Like it starts off with respect. Respect. Like, if we're married, respect.
I know
me.
men just say respect a lot, but
No, that's my thing, because I'm not gonna get out of pocket with you. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not the screaming, yelling type. I'm just gonna okay, if you get out of order, and I'm gonna let you know you're out of order here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're not gonna talk to me like that.
I'm
I'm
not saying
gonna
I have a problem with what you're saying, but I'm just like, it's triggering.
Yeah,
my thing. You go respect, and I'm like, you the most disrespectful motherfucker.
Right. If you're being disrespectful, how do you make that demand of her? She's a human being. Yeah, you most certainly do. And my thing is, no. See,
property. Shut up.
Arshad talked about that.
Property don't talk.
I went over this to Arshad today. And the guys on the panel. I was like, a woman's not your property.
I saw it, but I'm just saying that mindset is like, do as I say, not as I do. That's what some men think leadership is.
And my leadership style, it's been taken for weakness before, but my thing is, I'm not gonna hover you. And I've dated women who wanted me to do that, and I refuse. You're a grown woman. I'm gonna treat you like an adult. I'm expecting you to behave like one. You know what I'm saying? And so you're expecting me to behave like one. So okay, it goes hand in hand. I'm not gonna hold your hand through this whole thing. I shouldn't have to tell you how to date me. You know what I'm saying? But if you're going in the wrong direction, I'm gonna let you know, hey, you're going the wrong way. I'm gonna need you to be on this track right here. This is where I need you. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that. Okay, well then we can't be together.
I always respected when they could tell me what they wanted me to do and not have to insert themselves into it. That's why part of me doesn't like the we'll work out together thing. It's like, I kind of like you just being like, you finna do this. Yeah, and I'll leave you to it because I know you're capable. It's kind of like the undertone behind it. It's
exactly.
Like,
I'm trusting you to do that.
Like I could have been like, well, why don't you run with me? I mean, first of all, this guy was like a soccer player, so like,
running is what he does.
He could have ran the 5 miles with me, but I didn't say that. But I could have easily been like, well, why do I need you to run it with me? And I think sometimes people use that to try to get out of it. But the fact that he was like, no, you're gonna do it by yourself. You got it. I was like, shit. Now I kind of got to live up to it now. He seemed so confident that I was just gonna do it. I don't know. It was just. You're like, damn.
And see, that's my leadership style. I'm trusting you to do what you need to do. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he said 5 because
he didn't treat you like a baby. Yeah, he didn't treat you like a baby.
He didn't hold your hand. I'm the same way. Listen, because with me, you have a lot of freedom. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna let you do whatever you do. But here's the thing: when we first meet, I'm gonna tell you this is the boundary. These are the things I'm not gonna tolerate.
Right.
Okay. Outside of that, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Do you grow as a human being? I want to learn from you too. You know, you shouldn't just be learning from me. You know, I mean, I need to learn from you. I need someone I can bounce off. I need someone with a brain, someone I can bounce ideas off of, someone I can have a conversation with. You know, but these chicks these days, they want you to come up with all the topics to talk about. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna run out of shit. I'm one person.
That's an important gem, though. Like you got to treat her like she capable too. So when you micromanage her and too controlling, then you kind of set up a dynamic that's also not maintainable. That you put her in a subordinate position, or I don't know if subordinate is good, but that lower position is like when you have power. It's like it changes the dynamic of how you can engage. You can't always switch it on and off or whatever. So I do appreciate. I mean, it's something that I had to learn as I got older. I thought my husband was too passive, when I was younger, because he just refused to micromanage. Like he refused to try to control. Because I kind
Yeah.
of had some idea that control, which is why women like bad boys when they're younger. Competence, the bad boys seem like they're competent. So even myself, I had some idea of, leadership should feel a little bit more controlling. So when I met him, for the longest, I just disrespected him because I thought that, he wasn't a good leader because he was so he was just so chill, like, and I didn't understand that.
Well, oftentimes arrogance and self-awareness get confused with one another. People confuse arrogance for self-awareness. They think that person's being self-aware, but no, that guy's just an arrogant shithead.
Or the bad boys are really usually confident and like really
it's bravado.
They'll lead you to hell, but they leading you somewhere though.
They're leading you.
It's ego though.
They leading you though.
Yeah, but that's all ego. You know what I'm saying? It's not real. It's not real confidence. Like that's why when you a guy who's confident, you can get disrespectful with him, and he's like, "Hey, listen. Now what I'm not gonna do. What we're not gonna do is do that to each other. We ain't gonna talk to each other like that." A guy who's just all ego, like, "What you say?" That's when you get the yelling, the screaming, and the rickety
But he care about me, Mandrell.
No, he doesn't.
Passionate about it.
That's
young. That's what you think when you're young, and then
they try to force it.
Boyfriend, and now you actively press back against all leadership after that because now it's bad. That's the trap. And then you meet the guy who actually is being a good leader, and you just naturally gonna push back because you're so scared of falling into that same trap again.
Yeah.
So that sometimes is what happens.
Yeah, I mean, people don't recognize, but like my leadership style is just people think like, yeah, but you don't. I need someone who's gonna take control. Like one chick told me, I need somebody who's gonna take control. I said,
she might have just wanted you to choke a little bit.
But she did say
in
that.
The bedroom.
Yeah, she did say that.
She sound like a sub.
She wanted me to. This is not the current girlfriend. This chick wants me to throw up against the wall and shit like that. Yeah. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. So then,
cool.
on the next meeting, okay, she's crawling out of the bed. You know what I'm saying? And I did this the one thing when you grab her by the ankle and snatch her back in.
Oh no!
Oh, where you going? Hold up.
She made it.
Right, hold up. Where you think you going? Come back. We ain't done.
Some people like that. That's the other thing. It's quizzes for everything. I need people to start doing personality.
Now, what's the name of this? What's the name of this test?
They need bedroom styles tests, BDSM tests.
They do.
You can do all kinds of tests. Do the test. They got tests for everything. Sometimes it's just fun. I remember being a teenager, just be like, I'm gonna go on this site, just do all these personality tests. I think people should do that. She sounds like a bratty sub.
Yeah, and she was a brat. Now here's the thing. What threw her off is, I treated her nice, treated her like a lady, but then she gets this whole, I think you too. When she calls herself calling it off, I said, fascinating. Why is this? Because you're too nice, and so then I started talking back to her and started telling her, okay, here's the thing. You say I'm too nice, and then I started breaking down her behavior and my response to it. She said, this is the most assertive I've ever heard you be. I said, because I hadn't had to be up until now. I'm gonna be that way, when I need to be that way. Other than that, I'm trying to enjoy your time.
Yeah. She wanted more classic dominant type. Probably. That's probably it. I mean, and that's the other thing. When people realize where they fall in certain ways, it's not, they'll stop wasting time trying to change people into a specific thing. Because if she knew that about herself, maybe you're a bratty sub. Maybe you need a dom. Like maybe you need a guy who's that classic dom. Like and you would spend less time trying to talk a guy who's maybe vanilla into being that. If you knew that about yourself, you knew the language and you knew what you were witnessing and experiencing, she wouldn't spend time trying to guilt you into feeling like you need to be something else because that's just what she was into. So it's like that's the thing. Like if people had language for what they're into, then they sometimes it's not a law, but it's helpful because what I could tell what she wanted from what you just that little bit. I was like, she into that. She a bratty sub. She want a classic dom. She want a daddy dom.
Yeah,
you're not that. And so
she wants a daddy. I ain't your daddy.
You want a daddy dom. That's what they call him.
You're not that. Ain't your daddy. And I told her that.
It don't mean nothing wrong with you.
Right, I know.
you know, you not.
She looking for something different. Yeah, she's looking for something different. And the thing is, I told in that last conversation, I told her, I says, listen, I'm nobody's daddy. I'm not finna hold your hand and tell you how to date me.
It's the ladies who like them crazy movies. I like them movies. You know.
By the way, what's the name of this personality test you're talking about?
Well, some of that is like BDSM types.
I know, but what personality test are you talking about?
Which
Earlier?
One? Oh, earlier, the Hexaco model for the big 5 with the neurotic, anxiety, depression stuff. There's the Hexaco, which is the more updated one, which is a variant of the big 5, but it's 6. So I would say the Hexaco personality test is. We've done both. I think on my stream I did the big 5. I think Rashawn did the Hexaco on his, but they're kind of the same. And
what
then
was your results?
For
oh, you talking about Brie? I don't know. I can't remember mine.
No, he said Rashawn. I know for the big 5, the main thing I remember is I had high openness. I was 100 on that. I was pretty agreed. I think I was like 86. Like I was conscientiousness was like 67 or somewhere around there. My negative traits were very low, maybe 15. I think they all go up to 100. I mean, my negative trait was 15, all leaning into depression.
Yeah, I wish I could remember.
And I can't remember the last number, but
it might be in my phone, but I don't remember which phone it might be in.
I'm trying to think. Because we was posting it in Discord and stuff. And then we did the hexacode, and that's numbers for it's more broken down. Because I know Nova shared that one. We did that one. And then the last personality test that's the BDSM personality styles. And that's more so what you like in the bedroom. But typically it trickles out into the energy dynamic in the couples, I find. So I think if you know that to some degree, some people is just completely only in the bedroom, but I find that the dynamic still applies even in your everyday life as well. Yeah. So yeah, check them out.
Yeah, I don't see it.
I'm finna head out, y'all.
Yeah.
No, I appreciate you, Clue, man. Good hanging out with you, Mandrell. I'll definitely talk to you soon about doing this again.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was nice to you today. Nice talking to you, Blue Variant Mandrell.
Blue Variant.
I'm about to head out too.
Yeah, all right, y'all.
Thanks for having me, Arshawn. And good talking, man. We're gonna do it again. Good talking to you too, Bree.
All right, see you.
All right, later.
All right, everybody. Appreciate y'all coming. I appreciate y'all lurking. I really don't. I'm lying. I don't appreciate lurkers. I know I say that, but I honestly just don't. But I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you came through. You might have said something. You might not have. In any case, I'm getting ready to head out. Tomorrow I will be doing the Ism Show with Quiet Bree on YouTube. Oh boy. 3 p.m. Eastern time? That sounds about right. It will be on Stoicism versus Androphilia. No, not Androphilia. What's the word? Not androgyny. Not androgyny. What is it? What is it? What's alexithymia? My God. Yeah, that was bad. Because androphilia, I think, is where you're attracted to male features. Androgyny is where your features are, that's kind of ambiguous or something. I don't know. Alexithymia. Stoicism versus alexithymia. I've been streaming for over 6 hours, so my brain's a little foggy. I have not eaten today, so I'm going to go ahead and go eat. I hope y'all have a good evening. I did not intro into Twitch, so I don't think I'm going to intro out of Twitch, and I'm definitely not raiding because I just don't feel like it. So I will hit y'all with the little come on man intro, and I will see y'all soon.
What are we talking about? Come on, man. 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 How many push-ups you want to do here, pal? Oh, come on, man. Why the hell would I take a test? Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. What is he doing? Come on, man. Give me a little break here. But everybody knows who this guy is. Come on, man. Come on. Come on, man. Get a life.
Come on, son.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Come on, man. I mean, come on, man. Come on, man. You're making money. Come on. I mean, come on, man. Come on.
Don't do drugs. If you're doing it, stop it. Get some help.